revenue per user remains low compared to other regions, like the US, where it's almost 3 times higher. Executives here point to fragmentation in the sector. There's simply too many telcos. We in the US, with the 65% of our revenues in the US, we are one of three players for a market with 330 million customers. So we make good profits, and we have reduced the prices over the last year.
It's a heartache.
4 to 5 years. In Europe,
Not
we have
another
growth only
heartache.
more than 15 moves. For example, so it's crazy. 65% of all tenders not earning the capital cost. So that means if you get this industry the euro, you will not get the euro back. And it means that they can't invest. And investment seems to be a big issue here. Yeah. So this is the problem. Deutsche Telekom is not the only telco looking for ways to free up money for investment. Norway's
Dapat pala
telecom is
dinidrink ko yun.
banking on digital
Mm.
sovereignty as a way to own the AI future. They partnered with NVIDIA to create what they're calling their AI factory. So what they're actually doing is to take the newest
Yan na.
technology and making it
Isang
accessible
pinto
to
lang.
recent customers. In the day, because they have reached achieving two things to that they get access to the world's best technology within AI, and that we do it on sovereign ground with energy, clean energy as well. And we have actually now a few customers that have started to use it, so it's very exciting. If you think about it, a car has the tires. A really large
Basta.
device. It's a very private.
Nagbayad siya kay Ma'am Leia.
Firms that open AI platforms
Ngayon, ang laman ng passbook ay
fully functioning 5G infrastructure. Europe's telecom
92.
say they have tools to
Bago
keep
nagbayad
driving
ay
innovation. But are they up to the
Ano,
task?
ano
With
yun?
political and economic climate.
108.
Look, even there, we're finding quite a
Nagbayad
political
siya ng
bottlenecks
20K.
in this industry. We're living in a society where
so tuloy pa rin yung
connectivity
bungabong.
is a human right. And by the way,
Tutuloy
this
pa.
world lives from
Dadagdagan nila ng ano.
connectivity, from exchange, from collaboration. So we see that in crisis. We saw that 2008. We saw that during Corona. The
92 yung
last thing
kanya.
people give it away is the connectivity.
I-compute ko nga itong kay Lening ko. Biniyaran niya ngayon. 1,520 plus 6, 7, 20 plus 3, 6, 30, 8, 4, 30, 20,300. May charge na 50 pesos. 92 ang kanyang bank book.
Last year, big tech made a splash with some big investments in Europe. This year, their presence has been felt
Ba?
in a
Hindi
very
mo pa
different way.
nailagay sarap yung
Hindi pa.
Mark Zuckerberg's announcement earlier this year that Meta was getting rid of third-party fact-checkers in the US and joining the new administration's tech offensive set off alarm bells on both sides of the Atlantic. To ask Zuckerberg and company, in Europe we have a market of
Wala naman ang PM din. 58 lang ang laman.
Eh, ano ba yung 90? Saan yun?
Ano sa Kalapan, Jeros Kalapan. Ano sa Bungabong 58 ang laman. May utang pa kay Ma'am Leia.
Oh, so itong sa Kalapan, di ba bawi na ng puhunan pa?
Oo,
Tapos yun na lang natin 100.
yung 92. 92.
2 taon. May
Hindi, wala pang 2 taon. Wala pang 2 taon.
An independent body that advises the world's largest social media platform what treats its users. While the board maintains their independence, they exist at the behest of Meta and are funded by Meta through the trust. Before joining the advisory board, Willy Schmidt served as the Prime Minister of Denmark and the CEO at Save the Children. She's since been involved in some of Meta's most consequential content debates, including the decision to suspend President Trump's account and then eventually reinstate it. From your experience both inside
It's
and
so
outside the board,
hard.
what do you think Europe's role should be in policing social media, big tech? But users love social media, but then at the same time, online harms. You're very clear on how to handle it.
Kita yata ang aking perkutsang dun.
hindi lang ang pekutsang. May bulbul.
Bulbul ka dyan.
Ang lakas ng loob nun eh. Pati nagkakanga.
Hindi naman kita.
Especially more masculine energy. I mean, in the US right now, it feels like we have a bit of a tech oligarchy, and it is quite masculine.
Ligo challenge.
That is all we have time for this month's episode of Market Based Europe. Thank you for joining us. You go check out the rest of the show. Goodbye.
Iniibo-ibo din naman ni Bips.
This is Turkey. Turkey is the first country to develop a national sustainable tourism program in collaboration with the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. This country wants more beauties than just those you see. Blue flag beaches, historical and cultural treasures, Eurovela routes, and Michelin Green Star restaurants. Come and discover natural, historical and cultural beauties.
tensions increasing between Ireland and the US as the EU trade war continues and foreign policy diverges. We speak to the Irish Foreign Minister Simon Harris. Also ahead,
We have not focused as liberals on creating a
journalist Nancy Khan and National Secretary advising Syria like
Tinanggal mo ang tubig.
Nakadrink ko na.
Pinanood ang It's so hard. Ako'y magbibihis na.
brother and twins held hostage, who said this to CNN.
Basically, I'm terrified because of the life of my two little brothers. We know that through military pressure, a few, we can count them on the number, on the hands of the fingers, how many hostages came back through military pressure. We need a ceasefire to release my brothers. We have to everything to bring them back.
Jerry, how are these families feeling now? Because they had so much hope they would finally get their loved ones back.
Yeah, that's right. We were announcing today a number of former hostages who were recently released, and right behind me on the stage here, you can see people who have gathered because they are waiting to hear from three of those former hostages, Keith Siegel, Yair Horn, and Sasha Trufanov. And we've heard from a number of others today who have expressed their great concern at seeing the Israeli military resuming these strikes in Gaza, concern for what it means for the remaining hostages still being held inside the strip. I want to read you the words of Jared
Masaksak
Rivas,
na.
for example, who was released several weeks ago. He said the military pressure endangers the
Huwag na
hostages more than
cigarettes.
it really brings them home. And that is the sentiment of so many of the families of the hostages who believe that ultimately military pressure is not the way to go, that instead a negotiated settlement to get these hostages out is the way forward. But this Israeli government clearly choosing a very different path at this hour. Paul.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I mean, think about being a former hostage and waiting to the scenes and really fearing for what happens next. Jeremy Dino with us from Colbert. Thanks so much. Now we will hear what's happening inside Gaza. I just spoke with Olga Chepyenko. She is a spokesperson for the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. She joined me from Al Mawasi in southern Gaza. Here's our conversation. Devastating to think that this is one of the highest single-day death tolls since November 2023. I mean, the news on the ground is so horrifying. One doctor inside of the ER, described a scan that there were children, women, elderly. These are his words. Everybody caught in their sleep, still wrapped in blankets. But I described it as terrifying, a level of horror and evil that he says felt like Armageddon. You are there right now. Could you tell us what level of chaos and destruction Gaza has been feeling in the last few hours?
Thank you for having me. You're absolutely right. It's been a very intense night and a very volatile day as the events continue to unfold. This is really quite the ritual and the proverbial nightmare that we have been trying to avoid that is unfolding in front of our eyes. And these horrific scenes of hundreds of people dead and injured, and all of these scenes in hospitals are absolutely horrifying. And these, of course, come on top of more than 2 weeks of crossings being closed for the entry of any cargo, and the situation already being extremely difficult to begin with.
It's horrifying. And we do have more witnesses speaking out, saying, look, they saw charred bodies and body parts strewn everywhere.
We were sitting at these bracelets here and getting ready for the sahur. I was about to connect my phone to charge when all of a sudden, all the rubble fell on me. The woman started screaming. We heard this pool of humans in pieces. My son is injured.
I mean, she's talking about this food there. It's the meal you have before you start fasting before Ramadan. This is the holy month of Ramadan. And yet we know the pressure that Gazans are under everywhere. How is everyone trying to cope, especially with the influx of patients that are
Exactly, Paula. This is the time that should be a time of celebration, a time of joy, and instead people are facing these horrifying experiences. And of course, as we've been seeing, we've been receiving reports of hospitals being overwhelmed, and already this is again coming on top of a healthcare system that has been decimated over the 15 months of hostilities and relentless violence. And the 8 weeks of the ceasefire that we had the opportunity to show the world how quickly we scaled up and how effectively we could distribute the assistance, all of a sudden stopped more than 2 weeks ago when the
goes back to what it was like before this war began. And I think she hit the nail on the head there, because this is how people are living now, and this reprieve, whatever little hope that they had, um, could disintegrate if the situation doesn't stabilize. And I cannot overstate it, and I cannot emphasize it enough, that the ceasefire must be reinstated immediately. And one more thing I would like to say is that even if these hostilities continue, we cannot go back to square one and to the scenario that we had before, where we had to spend hours and hours waiting for green lights, and instead of using these hours to help people in need, we instead were stuck in our vehicles, trying to move, or operating under these extremely insecure circumstances.
But by considering an emergency voice, what would you say to the international community and to the Trump administration that have promised peace?
We really appeal right now to the entire world, with anybody with influence, to ensure that the ceasefire is reinstated immediately, that international law is upheld, that civilians are protected, always protected, that the hostages are released immediately and unconditionally, and that we are able to restart our delivery of assistance, that the flow of assistance restarts again into Gaza.
Need Oba to come from Gaza. We certainly hope for that, at least how many hours ahead. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Later in the program, my conversation with the Irish Foreign Minister as tensions with Washington.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is a 5-time Emmy winner for long-form journalism. CNN's best journalists share deeply reported stories.
How does it feel to be labeled a conspiracy theorist?
That's news to me.
You still have to make a living despite the drought conditions. You can create a virus. You're also using that money.
This week, you'll hear hints of climate change and some of the revolutionary ideas for weathering it.
This is such an incredible thing.
Monday on CNN.
Discover the land of the rising sun, from the vibrant streets of Tokyo to the enchanting landscapes. Come explore Japan with CNN
Hey, there's French
and experience the best of this rich nation. A desire to create timeless beauty everywhere.
appreciate the opportunity to sit down with you.
An epic adventure to Japan's remote farms.
Well, for the rescue team here, this really is a race against time. The village of Amy was among the hardest hit by the earthquake. This is the face of the Israeli settler violence in the occupied West Bank. For the last 12 weeks, we have seen people taking to the streets in Paris and protest against this reform. Huge crowds gathered here in Georgia to celebrate the release of Palestinian prisoners and detainees. I'm Alistair in the city of London. This is CNN.
President Trump spoke with Russia's President Putin in a conversation that lasted hours today as the American leader tries to push his peace plan forward. A Russian source saying the call went, quote, very well. Ukraine and these talks come at especially dangerous moments. Their forces are pushed back in Russian territory first. So what do you do with the Trump phone call, and what would acceptable peace deal actually look like for Ukraine? Ukrainians trust the U.S. to actually deliver an equitable peace. The reaction from Ukraine. Alexei Mochaenko joins us now from Odessa. Welcome to the program. We continue to take in this news about that phone call. Give us your reaction, especially given that a Russian envoy has said that hopefully the world is a much safer place now.
Allegedly. I hope that the world is a much safer place now. To me, it's really safe. It's better not to have Russian fire. So I don't think it will happen today that it disappeared. But we hope this conversation will bring us closer to peace. We want peace as soon as possible here in Ukraine. But it should be a real peace, not a surrender. We will never accept surrender, so this peace should be, this deal should be inside Ukrainian red lines. We I would call as first non-recognition of occupied territories in Russia. Second, sovereignty of Ukraine should be secure, meaning that Ukraine makes its own choices about what army to have, what alliances to join. And third, security guarantees, what will prevent Russia from attacking again.
You know, you have discussed your Ukrainian red lines. As you are aware, there are several Russian red lines. What do you make of what an actual ceasefire could look like outside of this call, noting that Ukraine is not on the
Liberation is not a competition. A Russian red line that will never end. And then, like Putin said, there is no borders in Russia. So there are no borders in Russia. So Russia is everywhere where it's not to count. That's all. So Russia will want everything. They want Ukraine to disappear. They want Ukraine to have a national state. They want to limit our sovereignty. They want territories. They want more territories and all this stuff. But Russia is in a good position around. Russian economy is in a very bad situation. Russian army, which claims to be the second strongest in the world, and really is strong army, but Ukrainian army shows that it's also strong. And Russia has not achieved any victories in Ukraine during all these 11 years of war and 3 years of peace. Ukraine fights and will continue to fight if it will be needed. But I hope we achieve today some breakthrough. I really hope so, because we want peace. And President Trump said he wants peace, but he should be ready to pressure Russia.
When you say you should be ready to pressure Russia, especially on the points that Ukrainians cannot give up on, will not give up on, do you trust the United States and President Trump to actually deliver that deal?
I trust President Trump today, and I hope I will trust him tomorrow, because the United States is our ally, and President Trump is elected by American people. And I hope and I'm sure that we have a lot of cooperation ahead of us between our countries. We will see. But if President Trump will propose us deal, which will not be inside the red lines, which I told you, in this case, that will be an awful scenario. We will refuse it, and it will be bad for everybody, absolutely for everybody. So President Trump, I'm sure, knows our red lines, and I'm sure that he will respect them. That because we are allies, and Russia is not ally of the United States, and Putin is not friend for the United States. Putin always said, "My enemies are Anglo-Saxons, not Ukrainians, not just Europe or NATO." He would say Anglo-Saxons. And the fact that he's now trying to be very polite with President Trump doesn't change the fact that he's a KGB agent who hates the United States of America.
You know, I don't have to remind you that this is a critical moment for Ukraine. You are sitting in Odessa, and certainly there are strikes every day in Odessa and beyond. Russia now has pushed Ukraine out of much of Kursk. Do you see the situation on the battlefield right now really weakening Ukraine's bargaining power? And before you answer that, remember, Donald Trump has been keeping up with the state of the battlefield as well.
Yeah, definitely. We have a difficult situation on the battlefield. And yes, Russia almost completely kicked us out from the Kursk region, which we controlled from August of last year, part of it. But all these Russian so-called successes are very, very small in reality. If you will take a look at the map of Ukraine, and if you will take a look at all these so-called successes of Russian army, it will take decades for Russia to take over Ukraine, or decades or centuries, I don't know, with the rate of their movement today. But they don't have ability to fight for decades or centuries. That's true. So they try to show that they're strong, but really they're not too strong. And I hope and I'm sure that President Trump has all the intelligence information confirming it.
Are you not concerned that Russia may have the upper hand here already in talks? I want to make a fine point of this. The U.S. giving them the upper hand would mean, you know, you yourself said to Christian last year that America needed to keep its promises on standing with Ukraine, and yet you had a critical pause in military aid because Republicans refused to back the aid.
Yeah, it was last year, and today we also had last days we had problems with pausing of American military aid to Ukraine. every time it has big consequences. I just want to remind all of those, all your viewers, that supporting Ukraine is not just a charity, and it's not at all a charity, and it's not just just fighting for values. It's also American responsibility. In 1994, Ukraine voluntarily, under pressure from Russia and the United States, gave up the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. At that time, the third largest. Just imagine, if we would have this news, who would ever attack us? But we gave it to Russia under pressure from Russia, which is the United States of America. And that guarantees that these countries will protect our sovereignty and territorial integrity. But instead of protecting it, Russia attacked us and tried to destroy us. So when United States supporting Ukraine today, they are just proving to the world that the United States is a reliable partner. So just 30 years ago, the United States promised this to us by international agreement. So I hope that United States will continue to do this. By the way, we have the first news from the conversation. I see presidents announced that tomorrow will be exchange of prisoners of war, Ukrainian and Russian. So we see that at least there is some signs of trust building between Ukraine and Russia if the news will continue like this.
Alexei, I will note that TASS, which is the Russian state-sponsored media, we're waiting for confirmation from the White House. I do want to ask you, you are sounding quite conciliatory, and of course, we understand that there is obviously a lot of fatigue with this conflict, and Ukrainians have suffered so much. So we ask you, what do ordinary Ukrainians say about what this deal should look like? How are the people that you represent reacting to the possibility of a peace deal? They have given up so much. They obviously do not want to creep anywhere near surrender.
Definitely, surrender is unacceptable for us. And it's Ukrainian army which is fighting. We don't have boots on the ground. And if it will be needed, we can continue to fight. But what I'm telling you, I definitely can't speak on behalf of all Ukrainians. It's millions of people that have different views. But I think in general, the red lines that I told you, they are generally accepted. So yes, we recognize the fact that unfortunately today we can't keep out Russians from our territories with this level of support that we are having, that we have now from our partners. And we see that at least there is no appetite for the United States of America to increase this support, but quite opposite. So in this situation, we can't restore our integrity right now. But what is important for us is to secure it de jure, because we know that Russian Empire will fall apart. It happened 100 years ago, it happened 30 years ago, it will happen again. And we know that this day will come and we will restore our integrity. Second thing, as I told you, is sovereignty. That is super important for us. We will never be again vassal state of Russia. That's impossible and unacceptable for Ukrainian people. We are part of the civilized world, Western world. We want to become member of European Union, and European Union to take us. We want to become member of NATO. NATO is not ready to take us today, but we will see what will be tomorrow. We should be sovereign and free in our choices. And the third thing, security to guarantee, because we don't trust Russia. And my address is to everybody who are now listening and watching it, and also to President Trump. Don't trust Russia.
And Alexei, we will leave it there for now as we continue to parse the information post phone call. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Now to the fate of Ukraine. It's just one point of tension between the United States and its European allies. President Trump's trade war is also building ill will across the Atlantic. While the renewed strikes on Gaza are of particular concern for countries like Ireland, straining traditionally strong Irish ties with the United States. Those ties have been on full display this week as across the country, Americans and others celebrated St. Patrick's Day. Among them, the Irish Foreign Minister, Simon Harris. You see him there, who's been here marking the day and meeting with U.S. officials. And sir, you are welcome. Thank you so much, and happy belated St. Patrick's Day to you and all of Ireland, of course.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
We do want to begin with the latest news here. President Trump and President Putin have discussed some time ago Ukraine in settlement. We're still not clear exactly what they have that is concrete. I will note, though, the EU was not part of this conversation.
Well, as you rightly say, and thank you so much for having me on your program. As you rightly say, we don't yet know what's happened in relation to that telephone call. But let's get back to first principles here. Everybody wants to see peace. Nobody more wants to see peace than the people of Ukraine who have suffered so much. But of course, how peace is brought about matters. The peace has to be lasting, it has to be just, it has to be enduring. And it also has to obviously include Ukraine in any room where discussions about peace take place, and indeed Europe, because this is a war on the soil, on the territory of Ukraine, but it's also a war on Europe in terms of our values and our freedom. So we await further information from the White House. I hope the call moves us further in terms of a ceasefire, and I hope that ceasefire could then provide the space for real and meaningful engagement. But we don't have those details yet.
And you don't have the details. Is it a problem that Europe is on?
Labi.
Well, Europe can't be on the sidelines in relation to this. As your previous contributor just said, Ukraine is a country that's seeking to join the family of the European Union. Ukraine is on the continent of Europe. And Europeans, including Irish people, haven't just spoken about solidarity with Ukraine. We have provided significant financial assistance and assistance in a whole variety of ways, because this matters, and how this is addressed matters. The world has never done well when aggression has been awarded or when appeasement has been tolerated. So I welcome the fact that President Trump wishes to bring about a ceasefire. I welcome the fact that President Zelensky has accepted that call for an unconditional 30-day ceasefire, and that could provide the space for meaningful engagement, in which Europe must be a part. But remember, there's only one person who hadn't accepted the ceasefire, and that's President Putin. Let's see where later today brings us in relation to that. But any peace has to be on terms that is lasting, enduring, and that absolutely involves both Ukraine and Europe being part of those discussions.
And if this negotiation can cross the line and get to that, if it comes down to Europe providing the security guarantee for Ukraine, given Irish neutrality, you told the New York Times that you are, quote, very clear as to the role Ireland can and cannot play. Can you elaborate on that for us?
Yeah, so my country is proudly militarily neutral, but we're certainly not politically neutral. We've always been on the side of Ukraine, and we've spoken up in relation to that and provided significant practical financial assistance. But my country also has a very proud track record in terms of peacekeeping. And of course, if it gets to a conversation around the provision of troops to help with a peacekeeping mission, Ireland certainly will include itself in that conversation. We have a very long-standing tradition of providing peacekeepers. I think of the Lebanon, where I'll be next week, where for decades Irish peacekeepers have served with distinction. So that's what I meant. Ireland obviously doesn't take part in any military operations in terms of conflict, but it plays a very proud role in relation to peacekeeping.
And I'm very glad you mentioned Ireland's role in Lebanon. I ask you directly, what could Ireland's role be in perhaps peacekeeping in Ukraine?
So you'll understand why I don't want to jump too far ahead in relation to this, because talking about peace in Ukraine at a time when Putin is continuing to bomb civilian infrastructure in Ukraine and all the damage and aggression that's happened.
Right, but the UK and France have already put that on the table, so that's why I asked. Apologies to interrupt.
Yeah. No, not at all. We've already been very clear that if we get to a moment where there's a peacekeeping initiative, Ireland would be happy to consider what role we can play in relation to that. I should say, alongside that, it is going to be necessary for all countries in Europe to continue to provide increased financial assistance to Ukraine. And my own government took a decision last week to provide an extra €100 million in assistance to Ukraine, because solidarity can't just be about words. It has to be about taking practical actions as well, and we're determined to do that.
I do want to turn to the situation in Gaza right now in Israel, following Israel's strike on Gaza. Your government, in fact, called for an urgent end of hostilities. I note that many European countries have joined that call. At his White House visit, Donald Trump
Susuot ito at kung talagang tayo
if Ireland has any problems, don't hesitate to pick up the phone. Many certainly view that the Trump administration has given tacit approval for this to the government. Is he picking up the phone? Are you picking up the phone to the U.S. administration about this?
Kasi,
Well, it sounds like President Trump has been on the phone quite a lot today, but we'll
Bagay
obviously
siya
be
yun.
absolutely continuing to
Bagay
represent
sa
our
aking
views
damit.
in relation to the Middle East, in relation to Gaza. I very
Ayun.
much welcomed the fact that the President of the United States wanted to see a ceasefire, wanted to see the release of all the hostages and the flowing of humanitarian aid. And whilst I know the ceasefire has been fragile in recent times, it was a ceasefire that allowed aid to flow and crucially also allowed hostages to get back to their families. And I think of those families today. What we've seen overnight is utterly devastating. Those strikes have seen civilians impacted in unimaginable ways. It's seen the loss of life of so many people, of so many children. And we were making some progress towards a cessation of violence. In fact, there has been incredible work done in recent days by Arab countries in terms of what the future of Gaza could look like and what we had called an alternative proposal in terms of how you could reconstruct Gaza and have a future without Hamas, a future free from the terrorist organization that is Hamas and move towards that two-state solution. But what has happened overnight must be condemned by all right-thinking nations. It was an attack that had an incredible impact on civilians, on the loss of civilian life. Hundreds upon hundreds of people having lost their lives, including young, innocent children. And the focus of the world right now must be on immediately getting back to a cessation of violence, to that ceasefire that was fragile, but that was allowing aid access Gaza and that was allowing hostages to be freed.
I do want to turn now to other conflicts, transatlantic ones that include Ireland. In their White House meeting, President Trump told Michael Martin that Ireland, quote, took our pharmaceutical companies and other companies. I mean, how can Ireland influence Donald Trump? Because you and I both know he does seem hell-bent on claiming retribution, he calls it reciprocity, on that trade imbalance.
Well, look, any new administration has the right to review its trade policy. I respect that, and I don't want to involve myself in American politics, but I absolutely want to involve myself in the politics that affects my country of Ireland and the European Union, which we're proudly a member of. I would make this point respectfully that many US companies have decided to locate in Ireland because it has been very good for them. We have been delighted with that investment, we've been delighted with that job creation, but they've also done very well, regardless of the views of the US administration. I believe that so many US companies are going to still want to do business in Europe and are going to require a European base. And I think Ireland is well placed to continue to provide a stable business environment and home for those companies. When it comes to our relationship now, it is very much a two-way bilateral relationship. I'm speaking to you from New York, where Irish companies have created 15,000 jobs, 15,000 people in New York going to work today in Irish-owned companies, over 200,000 people right across the United States working in Irish-owned companies. Let's have a discussion about trade, let's try and not, I think we need to lessen the period of disagreement between Europe and the US and try to get down to intensive talks about how we can find an agreement that is good for the EU, good for Ireland, and good for the US, because this is a vast trading relationship, 1.4 trillion euro a year across that Atlantic Ocean between the US and Europe. Tariffs, in my view, aren't good for anyone. They're not good for
I would say
Nandun, yung
to
puti-puti dyan sa salamin niya.
the White House, we will see how it goes in a couple months. I do want to turn to a topic that we'd be speaking of the day after St. Patrick's Day, but yesterday the White House welcomed mixed martial arts fighter Michael McGregor to the White House. Now, McGregor was found liable in a civil rape and sexual assault case in Dublin late last year. You condemned the visit. You said McGregor doesn't represent Ireland. You said your views on him are clear and well established. But please repeat them here for our international viewers. And why do you believe that Donald Trump would invite him to the White House on St. Patrick's Day?
So I'm absolutely happy to repeat my views. Conor McGregor doesn't represent Ireland, doesn't represent the people of Ireland, it certainly doesn't represent our values. The Taoiseach of Ireland represented our country in the Oval Office, and many of us have represented the government across the US over the course of the last week. But Conor McGregor, in my view, represents the very worst of toxic masculinity. Ireland is proudly an inclusive, tolerant country, and I say particularly to the women and girls of Ireland and right across the world, Conor McGregor does not speak for our country. President Trump can invite whoever he wants to his house, but Conor McGregor certainly is not the representative of Ireland in any manner or means. Let there be no doubt about that.
Understood. And we will leave it there for now. I do want to correct myself, but it's not Michael McGregor, it's Conor McGregor. And I thank you very much for being with us, Simon.
Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Now, after the break, journalists Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson are building an age of abundance and why they believe Democrats need to get their act together.
To get the full story, be unafraid. The will to fight, how important is that? Seek the truth.
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
And go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360, Tuesday through Saturday.
How do we connect you with stories from around the globe? We examine big ideas and all the details. Join me for Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
Tonight, only on CNN.
Next, we turn to the United States, where the Trump administration is creating a task force to identify federal land suitable for building affordable homes. Now, the initiative marks a first step by the Trump White House to address one of the worst housing shortages in decades. That shortage is part of the focus of the new book, Abundance. Co-authors Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson join Walter Isaacson to discuss how the crises we see today can be traced back to the regulatory policies of previous generations.
Thank you, Paula, and Derek Thompson and Ezra Klein. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Walter. Great to be here.
So, Derek, a few years ago, you coined the words the abundance agenda, and now this book sort of builds on that. Tell me what you meant by the abundance agenda.
This is January 2022, and I was standing in line in Washington, D.C. in the frigid air, waiting on a COVID test, which at the time were being rationed during the Omicron outbreak. And I thought to myself, it's kind of crazy that we are now 2 years into a pandemic and we don't have enough COVID tests. And I was thinking about the experience of the pandemic. I thought it wasn't just we don't have enough COVID tests, or haven't had enough COVID vaccines. And before that, there was a scarcity of PPE for hospital workers. The pandemic, I thought, was really just this experience of one shortage after another. And as I zoomed out from the experience of the pandemic, I thought, it's not just this pandemic alone. It's really America in the 21st century that has dealt with one crisis of scarcity after another. There aren't enough homes, and as a result, affordability is a major crisis in American cities. We don't have enough clean energy construction in this country or many other countries, and that's one of the reasons why climate change has been so difficult to take down. And as I thought about all of the scarcities that have defined this modern age, I thought, well, what America needs most is the exact opposite. Not a reality of scarcity, but an agenda of abundance. And I thought this abundance agenda could take on housing to create an abundance of housing. It could take on clean energy. But far beyond that, you could look at all sorts of other blockages and bottlenecks in the economy, whether it's policies that limit the number of doctors we have or policies that make it harder for scientists to do their best work. We need to think about what an agenda for true American abundance would look like, and then yada, yada, yada, we have a book.
So, Ezra, you've written a lot about this when it comes to housing, which is the core of this book in many ways. Really interesting part, including the shocking statistic that in the 1950s, housing was about twice as much as your annual salary. Now it'd be 6 times as much. Why is that?
Because in the places people want to live, we stop building homes. I mean, it's really that simple. I'm a Californian. I grew up in California. I went to public university in California. I lived in DC for 13, 14 years and moved back to California, which is where I lived during a lot of the writing of this book. And Derek's experience of the pandemic has sort of been my experience of California. I love my home state.
It is on the technological frontier. It is the cultural frontier. It is beautiful. So why is it losing hundreds of thousands of people every year to Texas, to Arizona, to Colorado, to Florida? And the answer is that the working class can't afford to live there, right? These families are my friends, right? I was in San Francisco watching people have kids and have to move away because they couldn't afford a home in the city that often they did essential jobs to protect or to serve. And parts of the book that we wrote are futuristic. Parts of them are about how we pull the inventions we want in the future forward into the present. Those are things that we don't yet know how to build. But there's no technical problem around building apartment buildings. The question of how to construct a house is solved. What is the issue here is politics, is process, is the ability to get people to say yes, and frankly, the process where you have to have so many people say yes along the way. And you've been looking at other problems in California. Why are we not going to hit our clean energy targets? Well, we've made it too hard to build clean energy. So Texas, which does not love clean energy the way California does, is building more clean energy than California is. What happened to high-speed rail? Sort of the same story. And at some point you begin to realize what you have in a lot of big liberal states, it is true for New York, true for Illinois, true for others, is we have not focused as liberals on creating the supply of the things people need most.
You know, Derek, as you just said, as liberals, and this book is written, both of you consider yourselves sort of liberal, moderate Democrats, but it's largely pushes back at the Democratic Party for being engaged in process, regulation. How much of the problem, let's stick with housing, comes from regulations and rules and everything and NIMBYism and zoning?
Something's happened to the identity of liberalism in this country. Between the 1930s and the 1960s, the New Deal era, we built and built and built, and it was a Democrat, FDR, that got us kickstarted on this habit of building. We built houses and roads, we built transmission lines and electricity, we built dams, we built canals, we built it all. And something happened, I think, to the identity of liberalism in the 1960s and 1970s, where we decided that the key to being a good liberal was being good at the politics of blocking rather than the politics of building. And there were lots of good reasons for this shift. The environmental situation in the 1950s America was horrendous. I mean, people were waking up to waters that were disgusting and air that was choked with smog. And so we made it harder for states and companies to change the physical world. But the medicine of the 20th century that we administered to this country has become the disease of the 21st century. It's simply become too difficult to build in this country. And too often, as we look in the mirror, we see that it is liberals who are responsible for this.
So, Ezra, if you look at what President Biden did for clean energy and the infrastructure, there were many things, but one of them was to try to have electric vehicle charging stations across this country. I'll tell a tale about one of my Tulane students who ended up going into city government. He was so proud he was going to help build those charging stations in Louisiana because it's a state thing. And yet, by the end of it, they had built zero because every time he came up with a plan, they said, well, this plan doesn't fit our equity matrix, or it doesn't fit our labor standards, or it doesn't fit this. And so zero got built. Is that what you're talking about?
That's absolutely what I'm talking about. There's another example like that, which is that in the infrastructure bill, a huge amount of the money in that bill, more than $40 billion, was earmarked for rural broadband. It's a great idea. That was passed in, I forget if it's late 2021 or early 2022. Either way, by the end of 2024, the number of people it had hooked up to broadband was approximately 0 people. You then wonder, why didn't they win? Right? You talk to the Biden people. I've spoken to them many, many times. I know you both have too. And they're very, very, very proud of the decade of infrastructure investment that they set off with the CHIPS Act, with the infrastructure bill, with the IRA. And I think in a way they're confused about why that didn't have more political upside for them. But one reason, maybe not the only, is that people didn't feel it. The money didn't move fast enough. Having, getting $42 billion for broadband isn't all that important if people don't get broadband. And a lot of the book is about this dynamic in which Democrats will pass a big bill. And it's sometimes at the national level, right, like the Inflation Reduction Act, or it's sometimes at the state or local level, like I report in some detail on Los Angeles' efforts to raise money to build affordable housing. And then you look at how it's implemented, and it is the amount of complexity layered onto it is astonishing. And A lot of these intentions are well-meaning. The equity intentions are well-meaning. You know, the environmental things you're building into it are good. But I was talking to somebody who builds affordable housing. And my God, have they been slow in doing that and using public money in Los Angeles? And she was saying that when she tries to build it, and she's housing people who live in tents under the freeway, you know, she has to go back to the planning board. And they're like, well, you need a higher quality air filtration system because this development will be near a freeway. Higher quality, by the way, than a private development would have. And that's fine, but it's delaying housing when the alternative is people living in no house at all with a filtration system under an overpass underneath the freeway. Liberals should be much angrier about this than conservatives, right? This is a part of modern politics that upsets me. For conservatives, it's fine when government fails. They kind of want it to fail. That proves their point. Liberals should not be excusing it when it fails. They should be fixing it when it fails. They should be making sure it doesn't happen again. And that's what I don't see. That's, I think, the cultural change that needs to happen here.
Let me say that, Derek, there's been such a backlash that we now have, you know, what Trump is doing, what Elon Musk is doing in government. But it's partly a backlash because, as Ezra just said, they were supposed to build broadband internet access and build zero. Whereas Musk and Starlink have put up 1 million since then, likewise put up, you know, hundreds of thousands of chargers. Do you think this is what's causing this backlash that has led to people like Trump and Musk and others wanting to blow up the regulations?
Let's make no mistake, you know, we have in this country a right-wing movement that is trying to destroy government. And not just destroy it to take it over, to purge it of all sources of potential pushback and ideological disagreement. Right? Not a coincidence that we're turning over our telecom policy to Elon Musk himself, or that Trump is, you know, getting out in the front lawn of the White House in order to basically make an advertisement for Tesla, or Tesla, as he calls it. We have a government right now which is defining or combining the worst parts of kleptocracy and kakistocracy, government by theft and government of the worst people. All that is to say, we need an opposition movement in this country that is popular and strong and competent. And it's a problem right now. The Democrats in the left are unpopular and weak and often not competent in the places that they govern. You know, to elaborate on Ezra's point, it's been a terrible political mistake to measure success in dollars authorized rather than things accomplished. That's how you get California authorizing $33 billion to build a high-speed rail system that doesn't exist. It's how you get a story of a $1.7 million toilet. Yes, $1.7 million public toilet built in San Francisco because the city has such procedural kludge. That's how New York City has the most expensive mile of subway construction in the world. It's how you get the Chicago mayor bragging on Twitter that they spent $11 billion to build 10,000 affordable housing units, coming out to $1.1 million per affordable housing unit. This is the record of a movement that has forgotten to judge political success by outcomes, and instead has judged political success by how much money can we spend.
Well, wait, let me just ask you that, Derek. Why is there no Democratic city mayor who's making the city work?
Well, there are Democratic city mayors making the city work. I mean, there are Democratic city mayors, for example, in the state of North Carolina, in the Raleigh-Durham, Chapel Hill area, which is adding more residents than almost any metro in the country. That's where I'm living for this year. There are mayors who are making things work. It's happening. And many mayors and many governors are outcome-oriented. Jared Polis from Colorado is a great example of a governor, a Democratic governor, who I think is thinking in a very forward-looking way about the need for housing abundance. How do we bring down regulations, and also how to make it easier technologically to put up housing? Because if you can put up housing for cheap, then that reduces the price that people have to pay to live in those units. There are people on our side. There are YIMBYs who are younger progressives. There are people who are...
Explain what a YIMBY is real quick.
Yeah, there are people who define themselves, I think, as abundance progressives. There's people on our side, but we're trying to enlarge this movement.
I would add to that, the YIMBYs are the yes in my backyard folks, right? The YIMBYs have their center in San Francisco and California for all the intellectual victories and even statutes passed, bills passed, have not begun building more housing. This is very hard to do. Everybody wants to say, I passed a big bill on affordable housing. Saying, I went into the guts of the processes and I closed down a bunch of ways people in the community could come out and voice their objection to somebody building an apartment building down the block. That's a lot less popular. It's a harder fight. You often don't have the power to do it. Maybe the mayor wants to do it, but the board of supervisors doesn't want to do it. You see this all over, right? Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, he knows perfectly well what a problem the housing crisis is, both for California and for any presidential ambitions he might harbor. He has signed bill after bill after bill after bill. But the coalitional dynamics of this aren't easy. And that's why it does require, I think, some long, aggressive ideological change, because nobody wants to focus on process. Right? Nobody wants to hear about it. You don't win elections by saying, well, I've reconstructed the overlapping jurisdictional authorities that created 14 veto points in how we built a public restroom. It makes people in the agencies mad. They get mad at you. They leak things into the press. You have to see it as enough of a crisis to break some eggs. And again, I am, Lord knows, no fan of what Doge is doing. But I do hope Democrats take one thing from it, which is that there's a lot that they have treated as inviolable in the way government works. A lot of rules, regulations, interagency processes, notes from their lawyers that weren't exactly laws, they were just sort of guidance, and they treated all of it as something that was a hard boundary. You just couldn't do anything about it. I mean, there is a dimension where I think liberals stop. Too many Democrats stop at the first sign of internal bureaucratic resistance. They treat the structure of government as too settled. The Republicans right now are treating it as completely unsettled, and they are trying to unmake it. They are trying to destroy it. I do not want American politics trapped between a party that will not make government work and a party that wants to make government fail. We are going to need, after the sort of institutional defenders the Democrats became, the institutional arsonists the Republicans became, we're going to need some kind of synthesis. A party, a coalition, a movement that insists on making government work, not because it hates government, not because it doesn't want government to do big things, but precisely because it cares about government and it does want government to do big things.
Derek Thompson, Ezra Klein, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, after years of searching, astronomers have identified a quartet of small rocky planets orbiting Barnard's star, the nearest single star system to Earth. Now, this animation, you see it there, shows the 4 small planets whirling around Barnard's star in the center there. Researchers used data from telescopes in Chile and Hawaii to confirm this discovery, but scientists concluded all 4 planets are just too hot to harbor life, much like our solar system's innermost planet, Mercury. Now make sure to tune into tomorrow's show for Sean's conversation with Turkish author Elif Shafak. Now she'll be speaking about her newest book, There Are Rivers in the Sky, which explores both climate and the Yazidi experience. She'll also reflect on the impact of rising autocracy in her home country and her warning to the West about the fragility of democracy and the importance of preserving freedom of speech and cultural expression. That's it for us for now. If you ever miss our show, you can find the latest episode shortly after it airs on our podcast. And remember, you can always catch us online on our website and all over social media. I want to thank you for watching. Goodbye from New York.
This is Turkey. Turkey is the first country to develop a national sustainable tourism program in collaboration with the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. Village life here retains its charm. Every meal is like a feast from the farm to the table. Hundreds of excavations and restoration works. This country is a place to slow down and enjoy the simple things. Come and discover the natural, historical and cultural beauties.
We change today, inspiring daily life. We create tomorrow, inspired by innovation. Change today, create tomorrow. Logged in.
CNN.
and world sport.
Non-stop action year-round.
I have a lot of things to give to the football. All the major events.
I love where the game is going right now.
What does it take for me to be better?
And tournaments.
Emotions sometimes are impossible to control.
The latest highlights.
Women's sport is having a moment that it should have always had.
And exclusive interviews with your favorite coaches and players.
We're going to keep this thing rolling.
You rock. Don't miss.
CNN World Sport, only on CNN. Inside Africa, see a continent in transformation as trailblazers evolve culture, technology, and industry across Africa and beyond. Hear from the people fighting to preserve their heritage for the next generation.
If this tradition stops, then the history of Maasai people also is gone.
Inside Africa on CNN, in association with Zenith Bank.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is a 5-time Emmy winner for long-form journalism. CNN's best journalists share deeply reported stories.
How does it feel to be labeled a conspiracy theorist?
Am I? That's news to me.
People still have to make a living despite the drought conditions here.
You're taking prenatal vitamins. You also are using fentanyl.
This week, Bill Weir looks at climate change and some of the revolutionary ideas for weathering it.
This is such an incredible thing.
Monday on CNN.
Did the re-election of Donald Trump play any role in your decision to resign?
Why do you need to study it? It sounds like you have the facts on your fingertips.
Great question. You continue to fight for your name to be cleared. Why?
Do you have any concerns about Elon Musk?
There really is much more that unites us as Americans than that which divides us.
The moment with huge consequences for the nation and the world.
Watch The Lead, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
On Laura Coates Live, we cover it all, from legal battles.
At least one juror has now been excused.
To political showdowns.
How much do you think that weighs on the president?
And the conversations in between.
Wayne from Washington. Wayne, what's your question? Will you take this all the way to the Supreme Court?
I'm not refuting a syllable of what you said.
What do you say to people who are looking to find their voice?
All the news, all on Laura Coates Live, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
I'm Eleni Tokos in Dubai, and this is CNN. Good morning, and welcome to our viewers joining us from the U.S. and all around the world. I'm Rahel Solomon. It is Wednesday, March 19th, 5 a.m. here in New York, and straight ahead on Early Start.
Putin agreeing to a ceasefire on energy and infrastructure targets in Ukraine.
We are skeptical when it comes to trusting the Russians. There is no trust to Putin.
And splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
Just a beautiful landing.
Butch, Sunny, on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home.
This was a targeted attack against a Tesla facility. We've increased our police presence, in particular at Tesla locations. We want to let you know it's a federal crime. We will come after you. We will find you.
And we begin this hour with a 2-hour phone call between President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. It has apparently done little to stop the fighting in Ukraine. New images posted online by Ukraine's president claim to show a hospital that took a direct hit from a Russian drone. Volodymyr Zelensky saying that nighttime attacks by Russia are destroying Ukraine's energy sector and civilian infrastructure. The attack follows an agreement by Moscow to pause attacks on energy targets in Ukraine if Ukraine does the same. Now, it's not the 30-day ceasefire that some were hoping for, but President Trump says that he thinks that will come soon. Ukraine's president says that while he supports the pause on energy attacks, he believes that Russia is not ready for a full ceasefire.
We support all steps aimed at ending the war, but in order to support them, we need to understand what exactly we support. When President Trump has time, he is a busy man, but when he has time, he can call me anytime. He has my phone number. We are ready to talk through further steps with pleasure.
More now from CNN's Jeff Zeleny at the White House.
President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin agreeing for the first time to the beginning of a ceasefire in Ukraine after a 2-hour phone call on Tuesday here at the White House. Putin agreeing to a ceasefire on energy and infrastructure targets in Ukraine. Of course, one step short of a full-on ceasefire that the Trump administration had been pushing. Now, the administration and Russian officials are saying that they will meet in the Middle East to discuss a broader framework of a ceasefire, even as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is raising questions about Russia's true commitment to a ceasefire. There is no question President Trump has so much on the line here. He has not only welcomed Putin back into the world community after he's been ostracized for some 3 years or so, but also talking about other business deals and reducing sanctions to come. But the ceasefire agreement, even though limited in nature on energy and infrastructure agreements, certainly is something that cannot be dismissed out of hand. Both Ukraine and Russia are eager to have their targets off limits, if you will, even as this broader ceasefire, the bigger question remains an open one. Jeff Zeleny, CNN, the White House.
William Taylor served as the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine from 2006 to 2009, and he spoke with CNN about the phone call between Presidents Trump and Putin and explained what he thinks is motivating them.
There's another party to this conversation, obviously, and that's the Ukrainian president. And the Ukrainian president has the ability to say no. The American president has the ability, has stated that he would like to be a winner on this. He would like to come out ahead on this. He wants to be seen to have driven a good bargain for, in the first instance, United States security, but other security as well, including European and including Ukrainian. The Secretary of State has said he wants to see a Ukraine that is independent and sovereign and European and secure. And so the Ukrainians will have a lot to say about those demands by President Putin.
And splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
Picture perfect landing for astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore this morning. They are adjusting to life back on Earth after spending 286 days on the International Space Station, far longer than the original 8-day mission. CNN's Ed Lavandera has more.
The SpaceX capsule carrying NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore made a dramatic splashdown in the Gulf waters off the coast of the Florida Panhandle Tuesday evening, complete with a dolphin show swimming around the capsule as the crews began the process of lifting that capsule out of the ocean waters. This capped the end of a long saga for these NASA astronauts who had launched into outer space back in June of last summer, 9 months ago, on the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. But because of technical problems with that spacecraft, NASA deemed that it was not safe enough for those astronauts to use to return. That kicked off a lot of planning and preparation for NASA officials to find another way to get those astronauts back home. Those astronauts are now back on Earth. They are going through the process of returning and coming back here to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where they will reunite with their family members, and they will also begin the more intensive process of reacclimating to the Earth's gravity, going through a series of medical tests, being put in pools to regain strength and that sort of thing. That's a process that could take days, if not weeks. So that is the primary focus that NASA officials are focused on right now for these astronauts as they come back here to Houston. But this is also a crew that has been caught up in a saga, a political saga, as President Trump and Elon Musk have claimed that these astronauts were stranded and abandoned in outer space by the Biden administration. The two astronauts have denied that this is the case. NASA officials were asked about this Tuesday after the safe landing of these astronauts in their splashdown. They kind of sidestepped the question, saying that since the very beginning of all of this, they have really focused on trying to find the safest way possible to get these astronauts back home safely. Ed Lavandera, CNN at the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
A federal judge has indefinitely blocked the dismantling of USAID. He said that Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency overstepped their authority, and actions to shut down USAID likely violated the Constitution. The judge also saying that Musk was performing the duties of leading an agency without being confirmed by the Senate. The Trump administration says that it plans to appeal the ruling.
The Democrats always talk about, oh, our Constitution's been violated. The one thing they never talk about is, where did these billions of dollars go? It sounds so nice, USAID, isn't it beautiful? But it's a whole big scam.
The judge also saying that DOJ cannot terminate any more USAID contracts or grants. It also can't fire any more employees or put them on leave. The FBI is investigating an attack on Tesla cars as a possible act of terrorism. Police in Las Vegas say that surveillance video shows a person shooting at the electric vehicles and lighting two of them on fire with Molotov cocktails. Tesla CEO Elon Musk claims that his company's cars are being targeted due to his efforts to slash the federal government.
Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything awful. I've never done anything awful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged, there's some kind of mental illness thing going on here, because this doesn't make any sense.
Police departments across the U.S. have been investigating a wave of attacks on Tesla showrooms, charging stations, and vehicles. CNN's Josh Campbell has more details now on the latest act of vandalism targeting Tesla.
The FBI and local police are investigating yet another act of vandalism at a Tesla facility, this time in Las Vegas. Police responded to 911 calls early Tuesday morning reporting gunshots and flames at the Tesla repair center. Upon arrival, they found multiple cars set on fire.
This was a targeted attack against a Tesla facility. We believe the suspect approached the business wearing all black clothing, and he used what appeared to be Molotov cocktails and a firearm to conduct his attack.
Authorities say the word resist was spray painted on the building.
We do not believe that there's any further threat to the general public. However, as a precaution, like we do on many of these types of incidents, we've increased our police presence, in particular at Tesla locations.
While police say they believe this was an isolated incident, it does follow multiple other acts of vandalism at Tesla dealers, including places like Kansas City, Missouri, the Chicago area, and Southern California. Tesla founder Elon Musk took to X, calling this an act of terrorism. Now, authorities say multiple personnel from the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force are conducting an investigation in order to identify the suspect and a motive.
Violent acts like this are unacceptable regardless of where they occur, and specifically to those who might think that something like this is justifiable or potentially even admirable. We want to let you know it's a federal crime. We will come after you, we will find you, and prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
Now, one aspect of Tesla products that could assist the FBI in this investigation is the fact that many of the company's vehicles are equipped with video camera technology that could be used to identify the suspect. Authorities say they are currently working with Tesla in order to help exploit any footage that may have been captured of the attack. Josh Campbell, CNN, Los Angeles.
And straight ahead, police in riot gear gather outside the mayor of Istanbul's home. The opposition figure, seen as a challenger to Turkey's president, is now detained by authorities. Plus, incredible scenes in New Mexico as a dust storm blanket a major highway, forcing drivers to pull over. And later, Frontier Airlines shooting its shot in the battle over baggage fees. We'll check out what the carrier is offering to summer travelers. We'll be right back.
Every single species play a very important role in the whole ecosystem.
Why wouldn't we want our children to fall in love with nature?
We don't have much years to make a difference. Don't give up. Let's do it. You can make it.
For the people, health and hope.
On the sandy dirt pitch in Abidjan, nearly every young player harbors the same dream, attaining football stardom. And across the city, high up in their front offices, executives are busy working on a new playbook for the future of football in the Ivory Coast.
There are a lot of football players, everybody knows Drogba, Touré, so we are aware of the potential of Ivory Coast. But now it's more how do you create a local economy around the game. Sports in Africa only represents 0.5% of the GDP, and in the world it's 2%.
The 2024 Africa Cup of Nations brought glory and great hope to Ivory Coast football. Les Éléphants, as the national team is known, scored a surprise championship. But for the country's leadership, the significance of hosting a major sporting event like AFCON went well beyond the field.
This is Omi, a green escape just 90 minutes west of central Tokyo. It's here where I meet textile dyer Noriyuki Murata and his hands. You're going there! Such a beautiful hand! Murata specializes in what we call aizomen in Japanese, or traditional indigo dye. Inside his family's workshop, a team is hard at work dyeing fabrics.
The dyeing technique we use here dates back to the Edo period, and it's been handed down through generations.
It may look simple, but it takes patience.
Now I feel like I want to just actually feel the indigo. Now I get why everyone's hands are blue. I'm Monica Montgomery in Tokyo, and this is CNN.
Welcome back. Authorities in Turkey have detained the mayor of Istanbul. That's according to prosecutors and state media. The mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, is seen as a key political rival to Turkey's President Erdogan. This comes just days before the main opposition party is scheduled to hold a primary election where he was expected to be chosen as its presidential candidate. A member of the main opposition party sharing these photos showing a line of police in riot gear standing outside the mayor's home. Authorities have also issued detention orders for around 100 other people. Let's get to CNN's Paula Hancock, who is following these developments from Abu Dhabi. Paula, what's the latest? What are you hearing?
Well, Rahel, we're hearing critics denouncing this detention as political. Imamolo has been detained for questioning as part of a corruption and terror-related investigation, according to TRT state-run media. We did hear from Imamolo himself. He posted a video of himself just before he was arrested, saying that the police were outside and saying, "I will not back down. We are up against huge bullying." Now, as you say, this is just days before the main opposition party, the CHP, was to hold this primary election where he was expected to be elected as the presidential candidate. He could then go on to be part of that election to become president before 2028. That's when the election is expected, and he was expected to run against President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who has ruled Turkey for over 2 decades now. Now, one of the leaders of the main opposition party called this a coup attempt against our next president. We are seeing some protests outside the police headquarters in Istanbul. We're hearing from authorities, though, that they have banned any demonstrations for the next few days in downtown Istanbul, saying that they've closed some of the metro stops, they've closed some of the roads. They say they are doing that, quote, to maintain public order. Now, we're also hearing from the internet watchdog NetBlocks saying that access to many social media sites, X, YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok have been restricted. Rahel?
Okay, Paula Hancock's live for us there in Abu Dhabi. Paula, thank you. More than a dozen people were killed near the southern city of Khan Yunis overnight, according to Gaza officials. Most of them had been sheltering in tents, and right now, massive anti-government protests are underway near Jerusalem. That's after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu shattered a nearly 2-month-long ceasefire agreement with Hamas and launched airstrikes on Gaza Tuesday. CNN's Nick Robertson is live for us from Jerusalem, where some of those protests are taking place. Nick, give us a sense of what things are like behind you and what you've been able to hear from protesters so far.
Yeah, we're very close to the entrance of the Knesset, which the protesters aren't being allowed to get any closer to. This is a place that they've become used to protesting at. And the protests are a background drumbeat, if you like, to daily life here. But what has happened, I suppose, over the past 24 hours or so, since the Israeli government relaunched, in effect, a full-scale attack again on Gaza, is it's motivated more people to join the protests. And I was speaking to a lady in the crowd here who was telling me she was here for many reasons, worried about the democracy in the country, worried about the hostages who are still in Gaza. But in part, she was motivated to come out because the Prime Minister, the IDF, have gone on the offensive. The Prime Minister last night saying that any further negotiations with Hamas will be sort of through the full force of the war. I talked to another young protester here, a young man who told me his motivation to come here today was for the hostages, but also because the government wants to remove the intelligence chief, the domestic intelligence chief. So there are different motivations. But the picture that it's emerging today is a number of protests focusing on in Jerusalem. The one here that's gathering outside the Knesset, there's a huge march that's been marching for about 3 hours now, coming into Jerusalem. There's a protest expected close to the Prime Minister's residence again today, and that's, again, a place that protesters have gathered. What's happening in Gaza is giving not just some Israelis pause for concern, but the international community, not just the withholding of electricity, not just the withholding of aid, but the start of these heavy military operations again. No ground incursions so far, but a real fear of that, and a fear heightened today because the Israeli military, the IDF, have dropped flyers in the northern part of Gaza around a small town called Beit Hanun that's been so heavily damaged in the war so far, where people had returned to during this sort of ceasefire that had been in place. And the warning is evacuate your homes again. So it's almost a reset to pre-January 19, to pre the ceasefire, where the IDF appears again intent of clearing people out of the north of Gaza. So these protests are a recognition that there is a groundswell, and some polling here indicates that as many as 7 in 10 Israelis just right now want the hostages back, an end to the war. And a significant number also are blaming the Prime Minister, and half of the people polled in this independent polling in the country said the Prime Minister should step down immediately. And this is a manifestation of that we're witnessing here right now.
Yes, some of those protesters, according to our reporting, they're saying You have a single mandate, bring them home. 7 out of 10, quite remarkable. Nick Robertson in Jerusalem. Nick, thank you. All right, well, it has been almost 2 weeks since a U.S. college student disappeared from a beach in the Dominican Republic. Still ahead, we'll bring you the latest on the case. But first, a big announcement from NVIDIA. The tech company says that its new chips will allow apps to think more like humans. What we're learning about this next generation of AI chips when we come back.
Welcome to Angola, the undiscovered, the pristine. Arriving to expansive, vibrant cities, vast and ever-growing, onto deserts, waterfalls, and wild beauty. A breathtaking journey waiting for you. Angola, ready for discovery.
Discover the land of the rising sun, from the vibrant streets of Tokyo to the enchanting landscapes. Come explore Japan with CNN.
Hey, my first friendship bracelet.
And experience the best of this rich nation. A desire to create timeless beauty everywhere.
Appreciate the opportunity to sit down with you.
An epic adventure to Japan's remote corners.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett out front on CNN.
Inside Africa, see a continent in transformation as trailblazers evolve culture, technology, and industry across Africa and beyond. Hear from the people fighting to preserve their heritage for the next generation.
If this tradition stops, then the history of Maasai people is gone.
Inside Africa on CNN, in association with Zenith Bank.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is a 5-time Emmy winner for long-form journalism. CNN's best journalists share deeply reported stories.
How does it feel to be labeled a conspiracy theorist?
Am I? That's news to me.
People still have to make a living despite the drought conditions here.
You're taking prenatal vitamins. You also are using fentanyl.
This week, Bill Weir looks at climate change and some of the revolutionary ideas for weathering it.
This is such an incredible thing.
Monday on CNN.
I'm Larry McDowell in Nairobi, Kenya, and this is CNN.
Business is all about making connections. But some connections are easier to make than others. With a CNN partner hotel, the world is always at your fingertips. CNN partner hotels, connected to your world.
Well, for the rescue team here, this really is a race against time. The village of Imi-Adallah was among the hardest hit by the earthquake. This is the face of Israeli settler violence in the occupied West Bank.
Over the last 12 weeks, we have seen people taking to the streets in Paris and protest against these reforms.
Huge crowds have gathered here in Victoria to celebrate the release of Palestinian prisoners and detainees.
This is CNN.
Welcome back. NVIDIA is revealing new details about its next artificial intelligence chip platform and its latest AI chips. The tech company says that the platform will help apps reason and act on a user's behalf to capabilities that would take AI further into real life. CNN's Anna Stewart reports from London.
Earlier this year, Nvidia was the most valuable company in the world amidst an AI boom. Its chips have been pivotal to data centers, fueling the likes of Microsoft, Amazon, and Google. Nvidia's share price, though, lost steam in recent weeks, sparked in part by the release of DeepSeek's latest reasoning model, R1, created in China at a fraction of the cost of comparable models. And really, it raised questions as to whether expensive hardware like Nvidia's is really necessary. Well, in Nvidia's annual conference, the CEO was keen to emphasize that the next waves of AI, like agentic or reasoning AI, and the AI to power robots, will open new market opportunities for the company.
The computation requirement, the scaling law of AI is more resilient and, in fact, hyper accelerated. The amount of computation we need at this point as a result of agentic AI, as a result of reasoning, is easily 100 times more than we thought we needed this time last year.
Jensen Huang also announced the Blackwell Ultra for the second half of this year. It's an upgraded version of Nvidia's existing AI chip, which has been in really high demand. And plenty more to come. He teased ahead to even more advanced chips in the pipeline. Next year, a chip called Vera Rubin, named after the astronomer, followed by the Ultra Rubin for 2027. Plenty for investors to mull over. Anna Stewart, CNN, London.
Frontier Airlines could be taking trolling to a whole new level. It's offering one carry-on bag, one check bag, seat assignments, and flight changes for free this summer, but you'll have to book your trip by Monday. Now, the move is just like at Southwest Airlines, who announced last week that it was ending its policy of 2 free check bags. This is good. Someone give whoever did this at Frontier's social media department or marketing department a raise, because this is very clever. Frontier says that it could make the deal permanent depending on the response from customers. A little throwback there. All right, you can soon own a piece of heavy metal music history thanks to rock band Iron Maiden. A Boeing plane used by the band on the 2016 World Tour is being dismantled by German company Aviation Tech. They specialize in turning retired planes into collector's items. They plan to create unique tags from the fuselage. The keychain size tags will cost about $70 each. No word yet on how many will ultimately be made, but the plane is big enough to make about 100,000 tags. Later, the U.S. Federal Reserve wraps up a 2-day meeting, and when they do, we will learn whether there will be any change in interest rates. Coming up, we'll talk with prominent economist Mark Zandi about what to expect. And baseball fans are fired up in Japan as Shohei Ohtani and the LA Dodgers take on the Chicago Cubs in the Tokyo series. We'll hear from fans excited to welcome their homegrown hero. When we come back.
Welcome to Angola, the undiscovered, the pristine. Arriving to expansive, vibrant cities, vast and ever-growing, onto deserts, waterfalls, and wild beauty. A breathtaking journey waiting for you. Angola, ready for discovery.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
I came over in 2006. Some of my works were Impressionist style, including Monet's water lilies. After mastering a method of painting, my fastest record was 30 water lilies a day. In 2013, some friends suggested that I paint originals. Now I focus on pop art because I want to focus on the young customers. Markets in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen are on the front line of urban arts. More young people are coming to Dafan Village. There are actually many talents here in Dafan.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta in New York, and this is CNN.
Welcome back. The opening bell still hours away, but let's check where the futures are trading right now. And futures are actually in the green. Nice to see some green for a change. It was a rough Tuesday, which we've become accustomed to on this wild roller coaster that we've been in on the markets. Watching the markets. Meantime, the U.S. Federal Reserve is set to resume its two-day monetary policy meeting in the coming hours as fears of a possible recession appear to be picking up steam. Recent surveys show that businesses are delaying investments and consumer spending, weakening. The Federal Reserve is expected to leave its key interest rate unchanged, at least until more is known about the effects of President Trump's tariff policies. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is expected to speak when the policy meeting wraps up later today. That is always very eventful, at least for the market, so watch that space. But for now, let me bring in Mark Zandi, who is the chief economist of Moody's Analytics, and he joins us now from the great city of Philadelphia. Mark, always a pleasure to have you. As we said, the expectation is to hold rates steady, but with the signs of weakening that we've seen, is that the right move, Mark?
Yeah, Rahel, I think so. There's a boatload of uncertainty around economic policy. You mentioned the tariff war, the global trade war. That puts the Fed in a really tough spot. Raises inflation. Tariffs are a tax on consumers that will push up through higher prices. And it weakens economic growth, and those things run counter to each other. So the Fed doesn't know how to respond. What do I do? Do I raise rates because of the higher inflation, or do I cut rates because of the weaker growth? And the answer is, I don't know. So I'm just going to sit on my hands. So at this point, I think it makes a lot of sense for the Fed to just stay on hold and see how this plays out a bit.
Yeah, because they are sort of in a tough spot, as you point out, and because there's so much confusion. I think the press conference will be really enlightening, hopefully. I mean, it always tends to be closely watched, but especially now, Mark, in this politically heightened time, we're all going to be trying to read between the lines of what Powell says, what he means. What are you watching? What are you listening for?
Well, yeah, Rahel, you and I would love to hear some Chair Powell, a lot of clarity, crystal clear view on things, but I'm sure Chair Powell would like to stay out of the political fray, so I suspect he's going to be quite circumspect, not tell us a whole lot. I mean, he'll reiterate what he's been saying now for the last couple of meetings, and that is, look, economic policies all over the place. He won't say it exactly like that, but that's what it'll mean. And until we get clarity. And I mentioned the trade war, but there's a lot of other stuff going on, as we know, that are just also scrambling things for the Fed, like the DOGE cuts to jobs and government funding. You got the immigration issues, deportations, and Rahel, you've got this thing called the Treasury debt limit, which is in place now, and the Treasury's going to run out of cash later this summer, and that's going to be an issue. All these things matter to the Fed, but I think given the political environment, Chair Powell is just going to try to put it right down the middle of the fairway and not cause any ripples.
Fair point that he will be guarded, as he often is, maybe even especially so now. We can safely assume that he will be asked by reporters about what they're seeing in terms of a possible recession. Mark, hopefully you can be less guarded with us. What are your expectations? What do you see?
Yeah, I'll do my best, Rahel. I have no loss for words when it comes to the economy. Look, the recession risks are uncomfortably high in the horizon. I think they're less than 50-50, but it really does depend on the president what he does here. I think if he continues to push on the tariffs, like for example, right now, there's a lot of talk about reciprocal tariffs. That's broad-based tariffs coming into effect in a couple of weeks, I think, early April. If that actually happens and those tariffs stay in place for any length of time, a couple, 3, 4, 5 months, I think that's enough to push the economy into recession, given everything else that's going on. So, this would be a really weird recession, right? I mean, it's recession by design. The economy came into the year roaring exceptionally strong, and we're pushing it in because of policy. It just doesn't feel like that's the direction we need to go. So I suspect the president and the administration at some point will say, okay, enough already. But I don't see that with confidence unless recession risks are high.
Yeah, what do you think it would take to get to that point? I mean, do we see, will it require a significant weakening in the labor market? I mean, what do you think it will take to sort of shift policy, at least from the White House?
Well, I say I don't think a lot, right? Because confidence is very fragile. You see it in consumer sentiment surveys, you see it among business people, and all the surveys of businesses and their capital spending plans, the investments they plan to make are all pulling back. You can see it obviously in the stock market, investor sentiment. So, I think the collective psyche is very, very fragile, and it wouldn't take a lot to push it in at the point. So, if the tariffs actually are put into place, if we see big cuts to government funding in a very short period of time, if there's significant mass deportation that disrupts labor markets, many parts of the economy depend on immigrant labor, construction, manufacturing. That might be enough to push the collective psyche over the edge and push us into recession. Because at the end of the day, Rahel, recession is a loss of faith. You lose faith that we're going to be able to hold on to our job and businesses are going to be able to sell what they produce.
Well, Mark, to that point, I mean, a year or so ago, you were one of the few economists who correctly predicted that not only was the U.S. not in a recession, but it did not appear that we were heading toward one. But you also were sort of sounding the alarm, I remember quite vividly, and you seemed pretty passionate about the risk of talking ourselves into a recession. And as you and I talk now about the collective psyche, I wonder, do we face that same risk now? Because at this point, it's become really hard to miss all of the recession warnings.
Yeah, certainly. But this go around, there's some reason to be nervous. I mean, because you got these tariffs, they're a tax increase on the American consumer. It's a big deal, and it looks like we're going to get retaliation from the countries that are going to face the higher tariffs from us, and that does damage to jobs here in the United States. So I think there's real, obviously we can talk ourselves into recession, but this one feels like we're being pushed into recession.
Well, we will soon see certainly what the Fed expects and what the Fed sees. But Mark, great to have your insights and perspective this morning. Thanks for being forthright with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Rahel.
All right, see you soon. You too. All right, still to come, a rare review from the U.S. Supreme Court for President Donald Trump. What the Chief Justice is saying about the president's rhetoric on impeaching judges. And still ahead, one of the biggest music festivals in the U.S. announces its lineup for 2025. Did your favorite singer or band make the cut? We'll be right back.
Where are you going today? What's your anywhere? Where we fly you isn't really where you're going, is it? Your anywhere feels much more meaningful and magical than a set of coordinates alone. Hundreds of passengers might touch down together at the same destination, but each one will disembark to their own special anywhere. That's why we fly daily to first interviews, second chances, third dates, grand entrances, and mic drops. At Korean Air, we don't just fly to hundreds of destinations. Our routes streak across the sky to millions of extraordinary anywheres. Anywhere is possible. Korean Air.
Floods swept entire neighborhoods like this into the sea.
It's hard for the city. There's many people without a home.
It's unclear what has been hit here. We have seen the warnings. God bless the souls of all those who died a couple of years ago.
I can't imagine what it's been like for you growing up without your mother. We're not just here for our family, but for freedom and democracy.
Tuesday through Saturday. Tonight on 360, you reporting to get the full story.
For the will to fight, how important is that?
Be unafraid.
You have reasonable grounds to believe that alleged war crimes have been committed.
Have compassion.
That's real trauma, what you have been through.
Seek truth.
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
And go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
This is One World.
The world's top headlines with some of the world's biggest players.
Stories that captivate from two unique perspectives.
What does that mean for why the escalation?
One World with Zain Asher and Biana Golodriga. Tonight on CNN.
Caitlin Collins is your DC source, bringing you unprecedented access to the White House,
We're live from the center of the political universe.
Capitol Hill,
My Democratic source tonight is Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren. If you don't get what you need from Congress, can you achieve what you're trying to achieve?
and beyond.
We're live on the ground in Israel tonight about the Gazans leaving. Where exactly are you suggesting that they should go?
Follow Caitlin for in-depth political coverage and analysis, and watch her on The Source, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
On Laura Coates Live, we cover it all.
Will you take this all the way to the Supreme Court?
I'm not refuting a syllable of what you said.
What do you say to people who are looking to find their voice?
All the news, all on Laura Coates Live, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
Inside Africa. See a continent in transformation as trailblazers evolve culture, technology, and industry across Africa and beyond. Hear from the people fighting to preserve their heritage for the next generation.
If this tradition stops, then the history of Maasai people also is gone.
Inside Africa on CNN in association with Zenith Bank.
I'm Clarissa Ward in Kyiv, and this is CNN.
Welcome back. I want to take you live now to Helsinki, Finland. That's where Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been on an official visit meeting with the Finnish president. Let's listen together.
Between two different worlds, Yalta or Helsinki. In other words, spheres of influence or equal rights and duties for all states. And I do always have to stress that Yalta is Ukraine. The principles of international law and the European security order have not changed. And there is no need to start changing them. Independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, these are the principles of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Charter. We must work towards a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine based on these principles. The only solution is that Russia ends its war of aggression in Ukraine. Ukraine has an undeniable right to defend itself on its own and supported by its partners. This right cannot be restricted in any way, not now and not in the future. We're here to talk about peace through strength. Ukraine wants peace. Finland wants peace. Europe wants peace. The United States wants peace. Russia, on the other hand, still has to show that it wants a genuine peace. The first step in achieving peace is a ceasefire. There are only two ways to respond to the proposal of the President of the United States. It's a yes or a no. No buts, no conditions. Ukraine accepted a ceasefire without any forms of conditions. If Russia refuses to agree, we need to increase our efforts to strengthen Ukraine and ratchet up pressure on Russia to convince them to come to the negotiating table. I value the strong role that the United States, under the leadership of President Donald Trump, has taken in these peace talks. Yesterday's phone conversation between President Trump and President Putin was a step in the right direction towards a full, unconditional ceasefire. Trump wants to stop the killing, and he's right. The discussions with you, Vladimir, showed me yet again how like-minded we are in so many ways. Ukraine is a part of Europe. I stress that. Ukraine is European. I hope soon we will also be able to be together in the EU and in NATO. The cooperation between Finland and Ukraine is based on an equal partnership. Finland has a lot to learn from Ukraine. The Ukrainian armed forces are the strongest and most modern in Europe. Ukrainian society has stood united. Ukrainians have showed remarkable resilience. In Finnish, we call this sisu. Finnish people have privately donated over 100 million euros to Ukrainians in support. Finnish defense and tech industries have supported Ukraine in defending independence. Finland will continue its strong support for Ukraine. Vladimir, we are in this together. We Finns understand what you're going through. We will stand by your side for as long as it takes. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you so much. Ken? Okay. Шановний пане президенте, дорогий Олександр, шановні присутні, пані та панове, дорогі народи Фінляндії.
US retailers. Many companies, including Walgreens and CVS, last year announced store closures, and in fact, Coresight Research has compiled the data, and they found that over 7,300 stores in 2024 were announced to be closed. That's a rise of 57% from 2023, the highest number since 2020, which of course was the pandemic year, which caused mass disruption for businesses. And there isn't one single reason for this, but a combination of factors, including rising costs for these businesses, but also, and that is of course related to high inflation. We saw a 40-year high US inflation rate in 2022 of 9%. Retailers have struggled with this, as have consumers.
Всі разом в Європі.
Okay, we've just been listening to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well as Finnish President Alexander Stubb. The Finnish president saying, in part, we must work toward a just and sustainable peace in Ukraine. The only solution is Russia ending its war in Ukraine. He also said that there are only two ways to respond to the President of the United States: yes or no, no conditions. Those comments, of course, coming after that 2-hour call between Presidents Trump and Putin, where Putin did agree to temporarily stop attacks on energy and infrastructure targets in Ukraine, but stopped short of accepting a U.S. proposal for ceasefire that Ukraine had already accepted. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Tokyo is always evolving. For over 400 years since the Edo period, the city has preserved its green spaces. I research urban design by observing pedestrians and speaking with residents and business owners. These green spaces are important for a happy city life. This mindset hasn't changed since the Edo period. They help foster an enjoyable life where people can thrive. And 100 years from now, we'll still make sure Tokyo is sustainable and exists in harmony with nature.
Did the re-election of Donald Trump play any role in your decision to resign? Why do you need to study it? It sounds like you have the facts at your fingertips.
Great question.
You continue to fight for your name to be clear. Why? Do you have any concerns about Elon Musk?
There really is much more that unites us as Americans than that which divides us.
A moment with huge consequences for the nation and the world.
Watch The Lead, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is a 5-time Emmy winner for long-form journalism. CNN's best journalists share deeply reported stories.
How does it feel to be labeled a conspiracy theorist?
Am I? That's news to me.
People still have to make a living despite the drought conditions here.
You're taking prenatal vitamins. You also are using fentanyl.
This week, Bill Weir looks at climate change and some of the revolutionary ideas for weathering it.
This is such an incredible thing.
Monday on CNN.
I'm Salma Aziz in London, and this is CNN.
An update now on the case of a missing U.S. college student, Sudiksha Kunanki, who disappeared in the Dominican Republic nearly 2 weeks ago. On Tuesday, a judge granted a request for freedom for Joshua Stephen Reeby, the man investigators believe was the last person to see the student alive. Reeby, a 22-year-old college student from Iowa, has not been considered a suspect, but a source says that authorities seized his passport last week and that he's been under police watch at a hotel. According to one official, it's not clear when he'll get his passport back. The court hearing for Reeby came a day after Kunanki's parents asked authorities that she be officially declared dead after going missing during a spring break trip. They say that investigators believe she drowned. Chief Justice John Roberts rebuked President Trump's rhetoric on impeaching judges. In a statement, he said, quote, "For more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose." Now, Roberts did not mention Trump by name, but his statement did come hours after the president wrote on social media that the judge who temporarily blocked the deportations of alleged Venezuelan gang members, quote, should be impeached. Here's what President Trump told Fox News.
Well, he didn't mention my name in the statement. I just saw it quickly. He didn't mention my name, but many people have called for his impeachment, the impeachment of this judge. I don't know who the judge is, but he's radical left. He was Obama appointed. And he actually said we shouldn't be able to take criminals, killers, murderers, horrible, the worst people, gang members, gang leaders, that we shouldn't be allowed to take them out of our country. Well, that's a presidential job. That's not for a local judge to be making that determination.
That song will not be in your head all day. You're welcome. Singer Doechii performing her hit song Anxiety there. She will be one of the headliners at this year's Lollapalooza Music Festival in Chicago. She joins other artists like Sabrina Carpenter, A$AP Rocky, Tyler the Creator, and K-pop supergroup Twice. And there are dozens more acts to see. Tickets go on sale tomorrow for the festival, which begins on July 31st. You can see the entire lineup on their website. It's a great time. I've been once. And finally, this morning, a sea creature once declared the world's ugliest animal has had an underwater Cinderella story. The blobfish has now been voted New Zealand's fish of the year. The creature could grow up to 30 centimeters or about a foot long. US researchers say that it looks like a big, blobbly tadpole with a big nose and beady eyes. Just goes to show, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That'll do it for us here today. Thanks for joining us here on Early Start. I'm Rahel Solomon in New York. I will see you tomorrow. But in the meantime, CNN This Morning starts right now.
It is Wednesday, March 19th, and here's what's happening right now on CNN This Morning.
What do you do when you have a rogue judge?
President Trump rips judges who rule against him and draws a rare rebuke from the Chief Justice. Can the Supreme Court keep him in check?
Wait, if you're skeptical when it comes to trusting the Russians.
Moscow makes few concessions. Washington's demands not met, so is negotiating peace in Ukraine harder than Trump expected. Then later, the last person seen with a missing college student now free to leave the Dominican Republic, why it may not be so simple. And this.
This is not the first demonstration against Tesla, and in fact, there's a boycott underway.
Tesla, Target, and the other companies facing the wrath of angry shoppers. But do boycotts do anything in the long run? 6 a.m. here on the East Coast. Here's a live look at the Statue of Liberty. Good morning, everybody. I'm Audie Cornish. I want to thank you for waking up with me and bringing the news from our first conversation, President Trump's call for judges who rule against him to face impeachment. That's actually now drawing a rare public comment from the Supreme Court itself. The president's latest attacks come as judges issue temporary pauses against him on everything from his ban on transgender service members to Elon Musk's effort to dismantle USAID. Now, these rulings impact billions of dollars in government spending and the lives of tens of thousands of government workers. But even just a pause is setting off President Trump, calling one judge who put deportations to El Salvador on hold a radical left lunatic who should be impeached. But would the president go as far as blatantly disregarding a ruling he does not like?
I never did defy a court order.
And you wouldn't in the future?
No, you can't do that. However, we have bad judges. We have very bad judges, and these are judges that shouldn't be allowed. I think at a certain point you have to start looking at what do you do when you have a rogue judge.
Chief Justice John Roberts now wading into the fray, issuing a statement which does not mention the president by name, but in it he says this: impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision, end quote. But the president doesn't believe this statement applies to him.
Well, he didn't mention my name in the statement. I just saw it quickly. He didn't mention my name, but many people have called for his impeachment, the impeachment of this judge.
Joining me now to talk about all this, Jerusalem Demsa's staff writer at The Atlantic, Lulu Garcia-Navarro, CNN contributor and New York Times journalist, and Kristen Soltis-Anderson, CNN political commentator and Republican pollster and strategist. So I guess I want to start with you, Jerusalem, because it's not every day that the Supreme Court responds in any way to what lawmakers have to say. So are we making too big a deal out of this? What is the perception?
I mean, it's really hard because defying a court order, it's not a binary. It's not just, oh, did you do what the judge said or did you not do it? Federal agencies, presidents, they have a lot of room often to wiggle around, to wait for an appeal. It's heartening to see Trump say that he would not defy a judicial order, but at the same time, that is literally what happened. There was a plane that a judge was told them to turn around and return, and they made this ridiculous argument, in my opinion, that because the plane was over international waters, they did not have to comply with a court order, despite the fact that Trump and every one of his agents is on American soil, and we're being told by a judge to return migrants to the United States.
If we think back to the congressional address, you have this moment where, as Trump is entering the room, he actually gives John Roberts kind of like a pat on the shoulder, like does a little thank you. And I'm wondering at a certain point how much this relationship matters.
Well, it feels like a very big deal for the Chief Justice to put out a statement like this. He, over his, almost 20 years now on the court, has at various times really been averse to the court being seen as involved in anything political at all. And obviously that hasn't always worked out. There have been a number of very controversial decisions that the court has put down over that time. But I thought it was very striking that he took the step to put that statement out. And I think there's an understanding that the politics of this, and there's a reason why you put that in that clip. Laura Ingraham is even asking the president about this, the fact that it's in the air. And he still feels the need to say, no, I wouldn't defy a court order.
It's not just in the air, because a lot of these lawsuits are specifically about this, right? They're saying you may say you're doing one thing, you're doing another.
But all these lawsuits are ultimately about defining the limits on the executive, right?
Yeah.
There is a push to have this kind of imperial presidency where, and this is just a very big, philosophy on the right, which is the idea that the president embodies an enormous amount of power, and what he says is almost law. And what the courts are doing is basically trying to define that, right? What are the limits of executive power? And this is ultimately going to be decided by the Supreme Court. So we are inevitably seeing this clash ultimately between the executive, Donald Trump, his administration, and the Supreme Court. And the very fact that John Roberts felt the need to say this in this way does, I think, put a little bit of a check on this idea that this very right-leaning Supreme Court is going to be taking his side.
So just one more thing, a check or concern, because you basically have the congressional wing, the legislative wing, saying we want to do what Trump does. You have the executive branch being like, we have a ton of power and we could be taking more. The judiciary feels like it's kind of out on a limb there, and it doesn't have any mechanism to really enforce its rulings.
It's always out on a limb, right? It relies on.
But do you think it's a vulnerable moment?
I think it's a vulnerable moment for sure. I mean, it is. The question has always been, what will happen if there is open defiance from one of the branches of government? Because the judiciary doesn't have agents to send to a USA to be like, you must comply comply with this. It's literally just words on a piece of paper that we all decide we're going to take seriously.
Congress, right? When you had this issue with Congress issuing subpoenas and saying you have to come and testify, and some people actually defying that and not doing it,
And the issue of impoundment, where Congress is saying we have allocated funding, and now the judiciary or the executive is saying maybe we can actually withhold some of that funding that's been allocated by Congress to the executive branch. And so, I mean, it's interesting. Right now, Republicans control Congress, and instead of passing laws, they are choosing to enact a lot of these policies through the executive, not because maybe because they feel like they can't get it through Congress, but I think also because they want to show that they believe the executive has more power than traditionally has had.
Okay, we're going to talk more about this today, so group chat, stay with us. We've got a lot to get to this morning. Coming up on CNN, Israel promises that their strikes on Gaza are just the start. So what does this mean for the peace talks? Plus, free to go home, but there's a snag why the man who's believed to be the last person to see a missing college student may have to stay in the Dominican Republic a little longer. And readjusting to life on Earth after an unexpected 9-month trip in orbit.
Stuck in space for 9 months. So today the astronauts were like, I just want to get home, watch Joker 2, make a 3-egg omelet, and dip my toes in the Gulf of Mexico. I can't wait.
When you think of Africa, you think of a lion. There's no feeling more primal than walking in the bush, knowing there are lions around. It's almost like a rewilding of the self. One of the central principles of rewilding is actually to manage an ecosystem less. It's to give nature back to nature, give nature back to itself.
It's not just about bringing back a species that existed maybe 300 or 400 years ago. Rewilding is also about bringing back the ecosystem. It's a key role, really, that they play in controlling herbivore numbers, in enabling the felt itself, the red grass, very palatable grasses, to actually regenerate themselves as well.
We need to take a step back and sort of realize that we're a part of nature rather than apart from it.
This is the medieval quarter of Delft, Vermeer's home city, and where for some 20 years he was an admired local artist. But he died here penniless at the age of 43 and was forgotten about for almost 200 years. This is Vermeer's view of Delft with its blue cloudscape. Nothing much changes here. Delft's streets of neat red brick, of light and shade, and of moving, shimmering canal water. Vermeer must have simply loved the light, the intimacy of Delft's domestic interiors. The light was everything, reflected on every surface, every object, every face he painted. He was buried in this church with its leaning bell tower. A modern stone slab marks the site of his original family vault. Johannes Vermeer, 1632 to 1675.
Bernabé does many different things. Mainly, it provides products and equipment, the construction field, industrial field. There's a lot of hardware as well, and DIY. The company operates in West and Central Africa. It's present in about 5 different countries. The first country is Ivory Coast. Then we have Senegal, Gabon, Cameroon, and Congo. Bernabé has impacted the economies of those developing countries, and mainly, I would say, in the industrial and the construction field. That we would provide the right materials, high quality industrial and construction materials for the economies, so that the economies would perform to their best. The consistency aspect is very important, and being able to answer to the needs of professionals, mainly in those economies, is crucial.
Rose? Hey, Marv. His brother is very much like my monster, but Rose is like, no, I need all of you. I need your light and your dark. And there is no such thing as good or bad. There just is. I think that's important. I think that's an important message in the world we're living in today. It's like your personhood, all of the elements of it are valid and they matter. People have totally been proud and accepting of my achievements or my accolades, but they can't get down with my personhood. I can safely say that some of my success came from my willingness and my ability to accept all of who I am. We're hiding, and hiding ain't living. If we're gonna stop your brother, I'm gonna need the old you, not the realtor.
I told myself that I would never hurt anyone again.
If you're heading out the door, it's almost 15 minutes past the hour. Before you go, here's your morning roundup. Some of the stories you need to know to get your day going. Astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore are back home after spending more than 9 months in space. They splashed down off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida yesterday evening. They were smiling, waving to the cameras when they came out of their capsule. And the man who investigators believe was last to see a missing college student in the Dominican Republic won his fight for freedom. He argued that he was wrongfully detained. His attorney says they're trying to get him a new U.S. passport because his was confiscated. The parents of the missing University of Pittsburgh student have asked that she be declared dead. She vanished nearly 2 weeks ago. And a familiar name, a bit of a Cinderella story. So let the March Madness begin. North Carolina took on San Diego State University. That game, not even close. UNC winning 95-68 in the first set of games of the NCAA men's basketball tournament. And earlier, this happened.
Here we go. This is where dreams are made. All for it all. Simpson, home run play, the deflection. Oh!
Alabama State with a 70-68 victory over St. Francis last night, thanks to that Hail Mary pass and wild layup. And you got to see this cleanup on aisles everywhere because a roof collapse at a grocery store caught on camera in California. This was right above the produce section. There were some storms in the area when this happened. One person who was inside said that it felt like an earthquake. The store could be closed for several weeks. Straight ahead on CNN this morning, if you're buying clothes for yourself, for your kids, you've probably noticed they're a bit more expensive. Why the prices might keep going up. Plus,
it was bad. I hated it. But it does far less damage.
Democratic activists furious with Senator Chuck Schumer. Can he explain away his siding with Republicans? And good morning, Omaha, where it is currently snowing.
CNN celebrates 15 years of African Voices. A look back at some of the most memorable moments.
Be strong for everybody. Support I got for people who help me stand up again.
The biggest African entertainers.
It's very possible for your dream to be valid.
And most inspirational African athletes.
There's so much talent in Africa.
Champions of Africa's diverse talent and culture.
In whatever space I find myself, I want people to see me and be happy.
This is African Voices Changemakers.
How do we connect you with stories from around the globe? We're on the ground to follow the facts. We examine big ideas, we let diverse perspectives flow and ignite conversations that matter most to bring the world to you. Stay informed, stay connected, stay invested. From our studios in Abu Dhabi, join me for Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
Tonight on CNN.
unpredictable environment. My show brings you the latest news and top news makers.
I'm Paul, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
When you travel the world, make sure the world travels with you. Check in, log on, and get connected with all of the latest developments at your fingertips. CNN Apartment Hotels, connected to your world.
On Laura Coates Live, we cover it all, from legal battles. At least one juror has now been excused. Political showdowns. How much you think that weighs on the president? And the conversations in between. Wayne from Washington. Wayne, what's your question? Will you take this all the way to the Supreme Court?
I'm not refuting a syllable of what you said.
What do you say to people who are looking to find their voice? All the news, all on Laura Coates Live, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
I'm Will Ripley in Taipei, Taiwan, and this is CNN.
Have the prices been like ridiculous? Everything that is coming from outside of the United States delayed. Delayed.
I believe that this is my last Temu order.
Okay, so when we talk about tariffs, usually we're talking about steel, aluminum, I don't know, whiskey. I want to go off script for a bit because this trade war is probably at this point hitting your closet. And fast fashion could soon be not so fast and not so cheap. Joining me now to talk about this, contributing writer for Vogue Business, Jessica Binns. Jessica, we were talking so much about the potential for tariffs in November, December. How has that actually played out for the retail industry in these first couple months of 2025?
Well, good morning, Audie. Thank you so much for having me on. Of course, on the campaign trail, we did hear a lot about tariffs, and Donald Trump, good to his word, on day one, he made tariffs a reality. We've seen 2 rounds of 10% tariffs against Chinese imports, and we're currently looking at potential reinstatement of 25% tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico, both of which have been suspended twice before. Currently, most goods compliant with the USMCA or the EU NAFTA are not subject to these tariffs, but of course, that could change in the near future. And also, the European Union is a target. US officials are considering further trade action against the EU bloc, but nothing at this time. And so tariffs really are showing up across a range of goods, and I think consumers are starting to feel those effects right now.
It's interesting because I know retailers, businesses for consumer goods, they basically have like people who just focus on tariffs to figure out ways to get around them, you know, whether that's like taking away a zipper, putting an extra little scrap of silk, whatever it is. When we heard from Shein's executive chairperson on this back in January, here was the response.
Affordability is a big anchor. It's one of the very important things. Yes, but it's the whole package of it. It's a value for money. And as long as all of those policies are applied or new rules applied equally and fairly to all, that we can continue to, based on these same principles, and continue to deliver the best products for our customers.
Can you talk about the struggle for some of these retailers? I know Forever 21 actually filed for bankruptcy. I mean, this is their second time in 6 years, so it doesn't necessarily have to be only tariffs. But how is it, like, how are they trying to counter this?
So it's a great question, and it's a huge issue. I was just looking at a PwC analysis that estimates that tariffs against consumer products, which of course includes fashion, could rise from $27 billion to a whopping $134 billion annually. So this is a massive problem, and brands are really trying to figure out how it is they can actually make this work in the months ahead. Most brands that rely on cheap overseas manufacturing, especially fast fashion retailers, they're looking to, of course, raise prices. And I think cost cutting, of course, is one strategy that we'll see. And many are actually looking to rethink their sourcing strategies. Which countries should they be sourcing from? And I think we are going to see, of course, consumer prices rise, so they might get sticker shock when they go to check out. But I think we're also going to see a potential decline in quality. Maybe it's less stitching on the garment, which of course saves on labor and production costs. But your clothing might just not last as long.
I was listening to this conversation that the Treasury Secretary had before the Economic Club, and he said the American dream is not access to cheap goods. I feel like when I go on TikTok, that is actually, what people feel is their right practically after the pandemic, kind of being able to get things shipped quickly, those things being cheap. How do you think this is adjusting consumer expectations?
Great question. And I do think it's interesting that you bring up TikTok because, of course, Gen Z is the TikTok generation, and they've been vocal about wanting more kind of ethics and sustainability in the products that they buy. And so I am hopeful that consumers will start paying more attention to these issues and start to realize that maybe, cost isn't the be-all, end-all at the end of the day. Maybe they'll start to think more closely about, okay, do I really want to participate in this trend? Or maybe I skip this trend and save my few dollars for the next one that comes along that I really care about. So I think this hopefully might open consumers' eyes to the reality of what goes into producing the fashion in their closets.
Jessica Pins is contributing writer for Vogue Business. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Straight ahead on CNN this morning, we're going to talk about the dismantling of USAID, blocked by a judge, how the Trump administration plans to respond. Plus, President Trump hailing a great call with Vladimir Putin. Did he just get played?
In Japan, the role for female in the workplace and their opportunities have evolved significantly. As a company, the key concept is equity.
We believe that the diversity of thought is the core driver of innovation and business growth. At Hitachi, we aim to empower women based on merit, fostering an inclusive environment where everyone feels valued and empowered to contribute their best.
AE is aiming to achieve better gender balance. We work to increase the ratio of female in decision-making positions.
For Hitachi, having STEM talent is absolutely critical for innovation. We have Hitachi Global Foundation, where we have top talent engineers speaking with the young girls in order to encourage them to join STEM.
My advice to future female leaders is be confident and believe in yourself.
Be curious and keep going.
If you can keep your head when markets all around you are losing and you can't see a way through, if you can trust your instincts on when to buy, sell, or wait, and don't be tired by the waiting, if you can trade and not make money your master, meeting triumph and disaster in equal measure, if you can run with the wolves and not be afraid of the bears, treating both impostors the same. For when we come together, we will make sense of it all. And then the business world will be yours and all that is in it. And what is more, my friend, you will be profitable. For you are indeed watching Quest means business.
Discover the land of the rising sun. From the vibrant streets of Tokyo to the enchanting landscapes. Come explore Japan with CNN.
I my first friendship bracelet.
And experience the best of this rich nation. A desire to create timeless beauty everywhere.
Appreciate the opportunity to sit down with you.
An epic adventure to Japan's remote corners.
The biggest trends, the latest business ventures, and the boldest investments pushing the continent forward.
We're all required to build a better Africa.
Who will see profits? What opportunities will come? Where will growth take shape?
We've positioned ourselves within the community that we want to empower.
And how will it all impact the global economy?
We want to provide people with opportunities for them to build their business, to build meaningful careers.
Join me, Zain Asher, on Marketplace Africa.
Sunday on CNN. Inside Africa. See a continent in transformation as trailblazers evolve culture, technology, and industry across Africa and beyond. Hear from the people fighting to preserve their heritage for the next generation.
If this tradition stops, then the history of Maasai people also is gone.
Inside Africa on CNN in association with Zenith Bank.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is a 5-time Emmy winner for long-form journalism. CNN's best journalists share deeply reported stories.
How does it feel to be labeled a conspiracy theorist?
Am I? That's news to me.
People still have to make a living despite the drought conditions here.
You're taking prenatal vitamins. You also are using fentanyl.
This week, Bill Weir looks at climate change and some of the revolutionary ideas for weathering it.
This is such an incredible thing.
Monday on CNN. This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
What happens when the court still to stop?
How is it that it's okay to attack myself, my coworker, and my veteran?
What do we do in the meantime to survive this dismantling of the government?
Across the country, lawmakers from both parties face angry constituents. They've got questions about mass layoffs, federal funding, and trust in the legal system. Voters want to know what those elected leaders are doing to stand up to the president. Good morning, everybody. I'm Audie Cornish. I want to thank you for joining me here on CNN this morning. Here's what's happening right now. The Justice Department has until today at noon Eastern to provide more information about the Trump administration's deportations that happened over the weekend. A judge demands a timeline of when planes took off from the U.S. and left U.S. airspace, carrying alleged members of a notorious Venezuelan gang. President Trump blasting a federal judge's ruling that blocks the dismantling of USAID.
We have a judge from a very liberal state who ruled like that. So bad for our country.
So I guess they closed the department. They're going to have to
We'll be appealing it, I guess. Not I guess, I guarantee you, we will be appealing it.
This is because a federal judge ruled Tuesday that the shuttering of USAID was likely unconstitutional and that Elon Musk and Doge may have overstepped their authority. And researchers and history buffs are wading through the JFK assassination files that were released last night. As of now, there's no indication that they contain any bombshells. According to one man who has seen many of the records already, the release was part of an executive order from President Trump shortly after he took office. And new attacks overnight between Ukraine and Russia. Russia says it shot down 57 drones. Ukraine says the strikes hit an electric system that powers railways. This all happened hours after President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin's phone call, where the White House said Russia agreed to stop targeting Ukraine's energy and infrastructure. President Trump described that call as great. Ukrainian's president, not so much.
We are skeptical when it comes to trusting the Russians. When President Trump has time, he is a busy man. But when he has time, he can call me anytime. He has my phone number. We are ready to talk through further steps with pleasure.
To talk about this, we're bringing in Mary Ilyushina, Russia correspondent for the Washington Post. Good morning. I want to start with the art of the deal, so to speak. We know what President Trump had said to Ukraine's president. You don't hold the cards. So what was the conversation like with Putin?
Good morning. The conversation with Putin, as described by both sides, was great, but in reality, what we got out of it is a very limited agreement from Putin to stop hitting Ukrainian energy infrastructure for 30 days. That is not exactly what U.S. has been proposing, which is a polar ceasefire without any preconditions. That's something that Ukraine agreed to. And it seems that, out of that call, Vladimir Putin got kind of a lot of concessions because he still got to maintain his very hardline position about not supplying, for the West not to supply Ukraine with military aid or intelligence. He still demands that those are the demands, key demands for Russia to kind of go further on the path of a peace deal. And those very limited sort of things that he agreed to do is set up U.S.-Russia commissions to review another part of the ceasefire, which is about naval safety in the Black Sea, and the energy infrastructures, also very limited things that Russia has been attacking recently. But we have seen that Russia still continued strikes, drone strikes on Ukraine overnight, hitting 2 hospitals, for example. So it's very unclear how even that very limited agreement will be upheld.
Mary, I want to know, since you have been following things out of Moscow, is there a sense that because there's a political movement in the U.S. to back away from Ukraine, that the Kremlin feels like it can make these demands?
I think we definitely feel the opening here to swoop in with demands. I think their tactic is that Trump will get tired of dealing with the Ukraine war. It's a very complicated conflict with many, many layers, and there was a lot at stake. And they have been betting on basically weathering that period, hoping that Europe's commitment to Ukraine will weaken, that U.S. commitment to Ukraine will weaken. And they also see this kind of surprising rapport that Putin and Trump have again in the second presidency of Donald Trump. And I see it as an opening to maybe ease some sanctions, maybe offer Trump some economic deals connected to their energy. They see a lot of opportunity here, and they also feel like they're not under any pressure to give up anything meaningful because Russia has slight advantage on the front line. They can also sustain this attack for much longer than Ukraine because of the personnel issues and issues with military supplies as well. So they are not in the corner. They don't feel cornered to give any concessions right at the moment.
So is this a negotiation or a stalling tactic?
Well, a lot of people think, experts that we've talked to believe that it is, for at least for now, is a stalling tactic because for Vladimir Putin, it's very important to push out Ukrainian forces out of Kursk region, which is a western region of Ukraine. The Ukraine had a surprise incursion in August. They're, at least according to Russian claims, they're quite close to achieving that. And for Putin, what he wants to still have is those 4 regions that have been enshrined in the Russian constitution, the occupied regions in eastern Ukraine, and they're not willing to give up on those. For them, it's very important to sort of legitimize that their invasion of Ukraine was to address some of the deep-rooted issues of the conflict, which is NATO expansion, sort of what they call a Western aggression against Russia. They want to see all those things sort of come to life, and militarily, they feel like they still have the advantage to do so.
Well, in the meantime, Ukraine's president just said, this was just a short time ago, that he does plan to talk with President Trump today. We're going to be watching for that. Mary Ilyushina, Russia correspondent for the Washington Post, speaking with us there. We want to move to domestic politics with the frustration in the Democratic Party that is boiling over, in part because some Democrats, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, actually voted in favor of the Republican spending bill, helping it pass. And voters' frustration is on display at town halls, like this one.
That you aren't even working together on a shared strategy. And that is failure. We are not interested in hearing that you are in the minority. We know that. We want you to show some of the backbone and strategic brilliance that Mitch McConnell would have in the minority.
Group chat is back. Praise for Mitch McConnell. Did not expect that from angry Democrats.
That doesn't surprise me, in part because if you ask Democrats, do you think that your party is powerful and in charge, they will say no, and they will express all of the frustrations that you just heard. But you've been hearing the same thing from Republicans for a decade and a half. sort of since the dawn of their Tea Party movement, that you'd hear Republicans, gosh, I wish we had somebody like Nancy Pelosi who really knew how to make power work for her. And so this feeling of being under siege, my side was weak, that is what bred the Tea Party movement on the Republican side, and it's so interesting to see that.
Yeah. I want to play you a clip from Senator Bernie Sanders.
No one is in the caucus more critical of Schumer than I am, but it's not Schumer. It's the caucus. It's not the caucus. It's the Democratic Party. In the Democratic Party, you've got a party that is heavily dominated by the billionaire class, run by consultants who are way out of touch with reality. The Democratic Party has virtually no grassroots support.
Okay, the first part of that, I feel like we have heard from Senator Sanders for the better part of 20 years. Here's the second part that got me, that there's no grassroots movement. Jerusalem, what do you hear in that?
I don't know, I think you might be referring to the fact that the approval rating for Democrats is like at all-time lows. People who want to identify with the party, the approval from regular people about whether they see Democrats moving in the right direction. I mean, the issue is when you see polls like that, that contains like a myriad of views. There are people who think the Democrats should be more left-wing, people who think the Democrats should be more moderate.
And those people are turning out to Bernie Sanders rallies, basically.
Yeah, I mean, this is a party that is trying to figure out what it is, right? And so the anger that you're seeing is this is an unprecedented, in the Democratic view, assault on, the rule of law, on institutions, that this is a moment that requires a robust response. And so when you have Chuck Schumer, who I interviewed, this past weekend, saying, well, this was actually, the lesser of two evils, and trying to explain the strategic thinking, it doesn't land well because they don't care. At this point, they're like, listen, the house is burning down, and you're sort of negotiating as to if you're going to change the locks.
I mean, I think one of the things I struggle with is, like, I covered the Senate, and I never looked to the Senate as a place where, like, rambunctious leaders rise, because the whole thing is compromise. All it is taking a bunch of votes that you have to explain later. And that is why we see so few senators actually make it to the White House. So are people looking in the wrong direction for leadership?
It's a hard bind that Democrats are in right now, where they actually don't have a lot of power in the federal government.
But shouldn't that free you up? Shouldn't you be able to, like, be louder, be bolder when, like, it's easy to oppose things?
I think the problem is that there's clearly not a core strategy about where they want to direct their people's attention.
We heard the voters say that.
Exactly, and I mean, to me, I think there's like clearly ways where there's places for Democrats to focus on. In Wisconsin, there's a very important race happening right now at the Supreme Court in Wisconsin that could flip the seats towards Republicans, and Elon Musk is putting a ton of attention, money into that race, but there's just not unified energy to tell
it has become one of the most expensive judicial races in the country, with Democrats pouring in money as well.
There's not only is there not a unified vision for moving forward yet, but there isn't a unified answer for, like, why did we lose this last election? Again, this is what Republicans went through. Why did we lose our elections? And there is this fight. We lost because we were too extreme. We lost the center. We lost political independence. Versus we lost because we didn't fire up our base, because we broke our commitments to the activists and those who were true believers. And that's a divide. Yeah, I'm going to do a call out though. Ezra Klein had a really great episode yesterday, really breaking it down, talking about all the data that now we see about why the Democratic Party lost. There's a lot of counterintuitive stuff in there. And one of the things that was most interesting to me is why they lost young people. And this, to me, really said something about how Democrats, their traditional base, the people that they always relied on to sort of be Democrats, which are young people, which are people of color, they really lost them in droves. Explaining that, I think, is going to, because it's a big red flag, is something that the party is going to have to grapple with going forward.
Underscoring. But some people also criticize the kind of New York Times pages of the world, right, about what should be done. I think there's another question here. What is the base? What do you even mean when you say base if you don't think it's your activist class, but you also haven't grasped this other group of people?
It's clear too that with that data, that like the expectation that younger people will always be the base for Democrats is not true. You're seeing younger voters increasingly more conservative than their millennial counterparts in the data that Shore and Ezra Klein pointed out.
About the TikTok effect, right? And how young men are being funneled in into certain subgroups, and women are being funneled into other subgroups because of TikTok. It's like this weird 1950s segregation that's happening online, and how that's playing out politically. I mean, this is a whole new world that we're seeing, and I think what is being debated right now is what is the Democratic Party going to do about it?
In the meantime, Kristen, I love your point. I'm watching that too. The Tea Party became a movement that yielded a new generation of lawmakers. Could this be a moment for Democrats? I want you guys to stick around to discuss. Still ahead on CNN this morning, we're going to talk about the rare rebuke from the Supreme Court's Chief Justice as President Trump calls for impeaching judges who disagree with him. Plus, why a story about Jackie Robinson's military service was scrubbed from the Defense Department's website. More from the group chat after this.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Happiness could lead to living longer. You want to know how? On my podcast, Chasing Life, I'm uncovering the secrets of people around the world who are living happy, healthy, extraordinary lives. Hear how they do it and the science behind why it works. Join me as I reveal their secrets and discover how we can chase life together. Listen to Chasing Life with me, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, wherever you get your podcasts.
In the hub, where East meets West, CNN Arabic is perfectly placed to find the facts. This is where stories happen. Politics, business, culture, real life. As the pace of change moves faster, we ask the important question: what is the truth? This is CNNArabic.com.
CNN World Sport.
Non-stop action year-round.
Well, a lot of things to give to the football. All the major events.
I love where the game is going right now.
What does it take for me to be even better?
And tournaments.
Emotions sometimes are impossible to control.
The latest highlights.
This sport is having a moment that it should have always had.
And exclusive interviews with your favorite coaches and players.
We're gonna keep this thing rolling.
You rock. Don't miss CNN World Sport, only on CNN.
Business is all about making connections. But some connections are easier to make than others. With a CNN partner hotel, the world is always at your fingertips. CNN partner hotels, connected to your world.
Well, for the rescue team here, this really is a race against time. The village of Imi-Adala was among the hardest hit by the earthquake. This is the face of Israeli settler violence in the occupied West Bank.
Over the last 12 weeks, we have seen people taking to the streets in Paris and protest against these reforms.
Huge crowds have gathered here in Victoria to celebrate the release of Palestinian prisoners and detainees.
I'm Wolf Blitzer. This is CNN.
President Trump now calling for impeachment of judges who disagree with him. Chief Justice John Roberts weighs in. The president directed more anger at federal judges this week as a judge in D.C. ordered the Justice Department to turn over information about weekend deportation flights to El Salvador. The judge put those flights on hold, and now the president says that that judge should be impeached. Now, Chief Justice John Roberts didn't mention the president by name, but in a statement he said impeaching judges over legal disagreements is, quote, not an appropriate response. President Trump appears to be unfazed by those words.
Well, he didn't mention my name in the statement. I just saw it quickly. He didn't mention my name, but many people have called for his impeachment, the impeachment of this judge. We had a judge, I would call him a rogue judge. You can call him whatever you want. I know nothing about him. That's not for a local judge to be making that determination. And I thought it was terrible.
Joining me now to talk about this, Joan Biskupic, CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst. Joan, I love talking to you about this because you've actually written about Chief Justice Roberts, his biography. First, how significant is this, given what you know about him even personally?
It's significant in the moment for him and for the judiciary most of all. Several lower court judges who right now are the front lines of these battles over the Trump litigation have been feeling a lot of pressure, and they've been getting threats, and they've just been.
And we've seen reports about the judiciary and judges feeling public threats very acutely.
Yes, and so many of them have been reaching out to the chief's office, to other people, saying, maybe it's time to say something. And so this was a moment for them in many ways. What
Did
the
they
chief
get
said,
the moment? I mean, this statement doesn't seem very fiery.
the statement isn't fiery, but this isn't the chief's way. The chief justice really does speak in measured tones, and he wanted to say something. And basically, what he said was, if you were dissatisfied, go through an appeal here. You do not need to threaten impeachment, and impeachment is rarely used, just a handful of times in the history of our country. And only after someone's been, found guilty of some criminal behavior. So it was significant in that way. The other thing, though, is, just so you know for context, there's only been one other time that Chief Justice John Roberts, as head of the judiciary, has essentially rebuked the head of the executive branch, and that was in 2018, and was at a similarly politically charged moment.
Oh,
so,
yeah, I think we actually have that. He released a statement.
Yeah.
This is after 2018 judgment. Let me see. It said, we don't have Obama judges or Trump judges, Bush judges, Clinton judges. In this era, though, I think at the time people thought everything is too partisan now. So that's kind of
and you know what he was responding to? Interestingly, there's a connection between the two. He was responding to Donald Trump deriding jurists who had ruled against him in an asylum case as, quote, an Obama judge. And did you notice the thing on Truth Social yesterday that first set off the chief? Also, Donald Trump was referring to James Brosberg, the judge handling the deportation case, as an Obama judge. So,
it's a little bit of a trigger there.
Yeah.
Well, tying into the backdrop to this, which is the immunity case. We've been talking all day about the boundaries, right, and the checks and balances. And this immunity case, people thought really undermined some of that.
Yeah, and the chief wrote it. I mean, it was a 6-3 ruling along ideological lines, very politically charged.
That
said that Donald Trump, that the president has substantial immunity from criminal prosecution for acts that he would have committed. Or in this case, it was as he was exiting. It was from the 2020 election. So Donald Trump, as a former president at that point, was trying to be shielded from the charges brought by then Special Counsel Jack Smith. So that ruling back on July 1st essentially gave Donald Trump, then candidate Trump, a pass for any kind of prosecution. And the backlash to the chief, especially, has been very strong. And I think that the chief really has felt stung by that. And since then, as the court has heard a lot the preliminary stages of some of the Trump litigation, it has moved very cautiously and not given Donald Trump what he's wanted. Donald Trump's lawyers have gone there trying to have, with a sense of urgency, trying to get court endorsement for some of its early executive orders, and the court has backed away and slowed things down. So you have a different message coming now than you had back in July, and that is truly, I think, for the chief who is very concerned about the court's place in the public eye, for his own reputation and image, that, again, I think the backlash from the immunity ruling really stung. And this I felt he, as, you know, he's only the 17th Chief Justice of the United States. Donald Trump is the 47th president. So, you know, chiefs stay for life.
Yeah.
He stays for life.
Yeah, and so these big questions are settled by personalities at the end. Joe Biscupic, CNN's chief Supreme Court analyst, thanks so much. Also, coming up on CNN, we're going to have former Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer. He'll be in the Situation Room. That's today at 10 a.m. Eastern. And it is now 52 minutes past the hour. Here's your morning roundup, some of the stories you need to get going. This hour in Jerusalem, hundreds are gathered outside Israel's parliament. They're protesting Israel's renewed attacks that shattered the ceasefire with Hamas. Also this morning, there are reports of new airstrikes in central Gaza. Over 400 people have been killed in Israeli attacks this week alone. Israel's prime minister warning that this is, quote, only the beginning. And a jury will end up deciding whether Greenpeace has to pay an energy company $300 million over an oil pipeline protest way back in 2016. The company is suing the group, accusing it of spreading misinformation and masterminding the protest. Greenpeace says this is just an attempt to suppress their free speech. And if you've ever seen a real bullfight, even on TV, it's violent. But now in Mexico City, that violence will not be allowed. The bull can no longer be hurt or killed. Keep in mind, though, bulls can still hurt people. And an article about baseball legend Jackie Robinson's service in the Army is no longer on the Defense Department's website. It's believed that the decision was linked to the Trump administration's DEI purge, which has outraged voters, including those at a town hall in Arizona.
They're taking down women's names that fought at the Arlington National Cemetery. They're taking down information about the Windhawker, or now the Windhawkers. They're taking down information about the Black Medal of Honor. They can go F themselves, is how I feel about it. So what are we doing? We need to fight that.
Okay, if you're searching the Army's website for Jackie Robinson, it lists 18 articles. 14 of them have now been deleted just in time for spring training. As they say, money talks. Shoppers are hoping their dollars will send a message from boycotting companies that are no longer prioritizing diversity, and some are getting rid of their Teslas.
So this is going to be my last trip in this car.
All right, some of the backlash, though, is materializing in more extreme ways across the country. Teslas have been vandalized and set on fire. So the group chat is here for me to make sense of this, because this is one of the sort of stranger outcomes in response to this second administration. What are you hearing in your reporting?
I mean, I don't think it's that strange at all that Elon Musk has become a target for a lot of people. He's not only made himself very visible as part of the effort to remake the American government, but he's been pretty explosive on X, formerly known as Twitter. But I do think there's going to become a big problem if the resistance to his actions is so violent, right? People, I think, can understand making fun of Teslas, you know, maybe they were
rich
writing
people
in
selling them.
exactly, but the idea that you're going to firebomb a store.
Attorney General Pam Bondi, right, has come out overnight basically saying that she will view these attacks on Tesla, the vandalism as domestic terrorism. You know, that also seems like a pretty extreme reaction to this, but it is a serious problem when people are going out and actually causing harm.
Here's how Elon Musk actually responded when he was asked about all this.
I thought the left, Democrats were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships. There are larger forces at work as well. I mean, I don't know who's funding it and who's coordinating it, because this is crazy.
I want to get your sense about how to talk about this. I asked a lawmaker about it a few days ago, and he said, look, we can't get spun up over property when there are other issues going on that need to be addressed. It's not responded to well on social media. Tell me more.
I think that the minute that you begin condoning blowing up cars as political speech and protest against someone who may be doing things you find disastrous in the government, you've gone too far. I don't think that it's wrong to consider it domestic terrorism. I think if you're engaged in violent acts, as a way to say that's political speech. Violent acts should not be considered political speech. And I think this is going to be a big problem, again, to this question of like, what does the political left do? How does it navigate as its left flank gets angrier and angrier and angrier?
To be clear,
What
one
does
thing
that
is
mean?
prosecuting people for acts of vandalism, and another thing is under the rubric of domestic terrorism, which, by the way, there isn't like an actual law that says you are domestic terrorism. You would be prosecuted under different laws. But you know, this idea of, again,
Are you trying to make people afraid to own or drive a Tesla? I mean, that seems like that's what it is. That even people driving down the street, you know, having people like yell at them while they're in their cars, like it's trying to create a culture of fear around this brand.
That's exactly why people push for nonviolent protest response, because it even distracts from the core message. I mean, Tesla's losing market share. It's taking a hit in the whole. I mean,
50% down
all
for Europe.
Exactly. Yeah. And we're not talking about that. We're talking about a few vandals like going crazy.
That's where protests have been the most effective. Is when, for instance, you know, conservatives did this with Bud Light, took a really big hit from Anheuser-Busch. There are ways to change people's consumer behavior.
Let
that
me
don't have
jump
to
on that because there is actually boycotts going on right now, boycotts against Target. The executives there had this to say.
There's never a revolution without inconvenience. As a consequence, there are over 1,000 black vendors who have their wares in Targets across the country. We don't want these minority businesses to suffer or to be impacted negatively. We want to support them. We just don't want to support them in Target.
Yeah, so Jamal Bryant leading a kind of Lent boycott, and there has been some effect on retailers from consumers saying, we don't like that you have pulled back from DEI, and we're not going to shop there. So to your point, is that more effective?
For sure, go for the actual bottom line, change people's behavior in terms of shopping. And this is especially effective, not rich people in their cars, because the average American, in fact, I think 99% of Americans don't have the luxury to just be like, oh, my car no longer fits my political views, I'm going to get rid of it. But things like, can I shop at, you know, store X versus store Y versus store Z? Those sometimes are choices that consumers can make that can really drive a message.
I mean, I think that that's true, but we've also seen, especially on the right, legislation aimed at actually curtailing economic boycotts of guns, for example, of company. You can't, for example, boycott Israel in certain states. I mean, this is actually part of the debate in this country about how you do protest. What is actually
what's allowed,
who can be protest against, in what way. And so this is an
deal with this problem where they're told, okay, well, don't protest like that, protest like this, and then when they're caught, then they're like, well, why are you doing this? And I think it becomes this kind of cascading problem where they get criticized in all these ways, and so there's no popular way to boycott effectively. People are going to get mad.
I have a feeling this one is going to be controversial. I want to thank the group chat. You guys were great. This conversation will continue. In the meantime, thank you for waking up with us. I'm Audie Cornish, and CNN News Central starts right now.
The battle of words between a Supreme Court justice and Donald Trump. President Trump doubling down on his call to impeach a federal judge who blocked his deportation flight. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts calling him out in a rare rebuke. What Trump is saying about that this week.
Breaking overnight, fireworks at a town hall in a deep red district over Elon Musk's tariffs and Ukraine. And a fisherman reunites with his family after 95 days lost at sea. The answer to the burning question, what he ate to stay alive. Kate is out this morning. I'm John Berman with Sarah Seidner. This is CNN News Central.
This morning, President Trump is stepping up his attacks on the courts as judge after judge has ruled against him. This time, he's lashing out at the federal judge who temporarily blocked Trump's deportation of hundreds of mostly Venezuelan immigrants accused of being gang members. Trump calling the judge, quote, crooked and demanding he be impeached. As the fight escalates, Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts appearing to issue a rare rebuke to the president without naming him, though saying, for more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement. concerning a judicial decision. The normal appellate review process exists for that purpose. But Trump doubling down last night in an interview with Fox News, saying Roberts never specifically mentioned him.
He didn't mention my name in the statement. I just saw it quickly. He didn't mention my name, but many people have called for his impeachment, the impeachment of this judge. I don't know who the judge is, but he's radical left. What do you do when you have a rogue judge? The judge that we're talking about, you look at his other rulings, I mean, rulings unrelated. But having to do with me, he's a lunatic.
CNN's Kevin Liptak joining us from the White House this morning. If Donald Trump does not think that this was a rebuke to him from John Roberts, I'm not sure why that is. What can you tell us about what the White House is saying in these comments this morning?
Yeah, it was pretty unambiguous, I think. But I do also think it's telling that the president is trying to shrug off John Roberts here. He knows that the Supreme Court is about to get a lot of his agenda coming before it, and John Roberts appears to be one judge that he's not interested in picking a fight directly with. So it was telling, I think, that he seemed to shrug off that criticism directly, but certainly he is still continuing to go very fiercely against that federal judge in Washington who blocked his use of the Alien Enemies Act for these quick deportations, but also very notably has been very skeptical from the bench about the Trump administration's arguments for why it didn't turn those planes around after he ordered them to do just that. Last night on Truth Social, the president wrote, if a president doesn't have the right to throw murderers and other criminals out of the country because a radical left lunatic judge wants to assume the role of president, then our country is in very big trouble and destined to fail. So maintaining that very combative stance towards Judge Boasberg, and I think it all kind of illustrates the strategy that you hear from the president. And when you listen to White House officials, they do believe that they have the majority of the country behind them on this issue of immigration, and they think that attacking these judges will only bolster the president politically. And you saw that in that interview with Laura Ingraham last night, the president saying that it was time to go after what he called rogue judges. But I do think it was also notable in that late night statement, it's actually an early morning statement he posted at 8 minutes after midnight, he did not repeat his call for impeachment against this judge, which I think is telling, obviously, the president not necessarily wanting to get into a public spat with the Supreme Court, as so much of his agenda now heads in that direction.
Yeah, it is so rare for a Supreme Court justice to make a statement at all, other than the issues, the orders that are issued. So it is surprising. I do want to go to another of the things that have happened. The Trump administration has been dealt several legal blows. This is just one of them. And one of those big blows was that a judge said, look, it looks like it may be unconstitutional, that it was likely unconstitutional, the way that DOJ dismantled U.S. aid. What do we expect that to mean for U.S. aid and for those who have all been laid off?
Yeah, because you'll remember so much of that agency has already been dismantled. A lot of the programs have already been halted overseas. And so I think it will be very difficult for them to re-begin those programs very quickly, which will have obviously a continuing effect for the people that they were helping on the ground. But this judge's order is significant. It is one of the first times that Elon Musk and DOJ have been directly challenged by the courts. And the thrust of the argument from the plaintiffs and from the judge in his decision was that because Elon Musk is not a sworn officer of the United States, he doesn't have the constitutional ability to dismantle these agencies. He says that it deprives Congress of the ability to dissolve themselves after they form these agencies. So this will be an important sort of way for this to go forward. Obviously, Trump says he will appeal. It's not clear what this means for the actual employees of USAID, but it is a significant setback for the administration and the courts.
It is. All right. Kevin Liptak, thank you so much for your reporting early this morning outside the White House. John?
All right, let's go back to the deportation case and the actual law. The Justice Department has until noon today to answer this federal judge's questions. Let's get right to CNN's Kayla Polans for the latest on this. Good morning to you.
Good morning, John. This is a moment where Judge Jeb Boasberg in federal court in Washington, he just wants answers, and the Justice Department has been very hesitant to give him answers about these planes. So what had happened is he had given that order, and then whenever there was a lot of discussion of whether the Trump administration was violating the order intentionally or just not listening to the judge at all, he called them into court and he tried to get the facts. At that hearing on Monday, the Justice Department didn't want to answer. Yesterday, they provided some answers to the court, but now Judge Boasberg says, okay, if you can't do this in public, I want to know the laundry list of facts about these planes. Because what is happening here, John, is that Judge Boasberg, he's trying to figure out if the administration was intentionally violating his orders, and he's also trying to build the record, making sure that he knows all of the facts before he says any conclusions here about what happened between him and the administration. The facts that he's trying to get now: what time did the planes take off? The planes that left the United States with migrants on them, headed to foreign countries before the judge issued his written order. Where did they take off from? When were the planes leaving U.S. airspace? That's part of the Justice Department's argument. They say they never violated any court orders. There were jurisdictional issues where the judge might not have any say over the planes because they were over international waters. We'll see if that holds up. And then there are questions about how many people on those two planes were actually being removed from the country based on Donald Trump's proclamation, which Judge Boasberg says may not hold constitutional muster here. So that's the bottom line he's trying to get to. The Justice Department says that a plane took off after the judge issued his order, and when that happened, none of those people were subject to the proclamation the judge is weighing in. So a lot of moving parts, a lot of detail still moving forward in court. John?
Yeah, the judge asking questions about the facts here. We will see if he gets the answers. Caitlin Poland, it's great to see you this morning. Thank you so much. Sarah?
All right, thank you, John. Today, a key decision on interest rates from the Federal Reserve. What impact will President Trump's rapid-fire policy changes have on the economy? So far, the Dow future is looking at least happy and green this morning. All right, moments ago, we learned that President Zelensky says he will speak to President Trump today, just hours after Russia ramped up its attacks on Ukraine overnight, and that phone call between Trump and Putin. And there will be madness, the last-minute Hail Mary that helped Alabama State secure a spot to the dance.
Nothing is ever given to you in life. If you want to be a great businessman, you got to put in the work. And the same applies to survivors of trafficking. My name is Given Kachepa, and I'm now a dentist in Dallas, Texas. I grew up in Zambia. We grew up very poor. I was trafficked into the United States by an organization known as TTT Partners in Education. The mission of the organization was to go to African countries and bring kids to America to sing in churches. We were singing in malls. We were singing in schools. So the ministry had different ways of making revenue, and yet those of us that were singing were not receiving a penny from that. My dental practice is based here in North Dallas. We've been here now 5 years. It's been an exciting, wonderful journey. And my goal as a dentist in the future is opening up clinics in Zambia. We have 2 of them that we've built from the ground up. And being a business person today, I just cannot foresee a situation in which I would work somebody without compensating them for the work that they're doing. It's important to me that we all try to get along and make life a little bit easier for each other.
My name is Linda Porter.
And my name is George Porter.
We met at JFK Airport in New York, 1971, and have been married for
52 years.
I had been living in Paris before I went to New York, and I was going there to take up a part-time academic post in the northern Bronx.
I was from a very small town in northern Arkansas. I'd been in New York City working on my first full-time employment as an architect. An old friend of mine said, would you please meet this person that she had met in Paris? The airport in New York's always busy. And I was just asking young women who perhaps could have been Linda. I was also realizing that a man next to me was asking other people exactly the same question.
One I was expecting, that was George, though I didn't actually know what he looked like before I saw him. The other was an employee of Air France who was married to a girl I had known in Paris.
Well, we had a quick conference and I said, New York was a very, very interesting place.
We spent quite a lot of time going to the theatre, going to art galleries, and getting to know the city geographically. It was just one of those natural things where you feel the person is right and the time is right.
Happening today, what would have been a normal decision from the Federal Reserve, now not so normal. The Fed is widely expected to hold interest rates steady at their meeting today, but with President Trump's trade war and rapid-fire policy shifts, there's a lot to consider about the economic outlook ahead. CNN's Matt Egan joining us all the way from Washington. He has left New York for a bit. We don't know why. Maybe he doesn't like us in person. But look, a lot of people are looking to this to see what the Fed is going to do. And you never know because of some of the policy shifts that we're seeing. What are you expecting to hear?
Yeah, good morning, Sarah from Washington. And no, don't take it personally that I'm here today really for the Fed decision. And look, we are expecting the Fed to stay on the sidelines as officials wait for more clarity on the trade war in recent weeks. Fed officials have made clear they're really in no rush to change interest rates. So that's why Wall Street is widely expecting the Fed to keep rates steady. Just a 1% chance of a cut today. A very low chance of a cut at the next meeting in May, and even in June, there's only a 2 in 3 chance of an interest rate cut. So investors think the Fed is in a bit of a holding pattern. Former president of the New York Fed, Bill Dudley, he told me he thinks that the Fed could be on hold for many, many months. Here's the problem: they're trying to navigate a trade war that can simultaneously hurt economic growth and lift prices. So the Fed, they really don't know which way to go. Do they tap the brakes by raising interest rates to fight inflation? Or maybe they should tap the gas, speed things up by cutting interest rates to prevent a recession. I mean, it's kind of like if you were driving in your car and you suddenly were surrounded by heavy fog. You would probably take things slow and wait it out until there's better visibility. And that's where the Fed is today. Now, just because no change in interest rates does not mean there won't be significant changes from the Fed. We are expecting new economic projections to come out. It's the first time since December that the Fed is putting out these new projections. The big question is whether or not the Fed is still penciling in 2 interest rate cuts this year, or if they dialed that back again because of the trade war. And also, how much has the Fed downgraded its economic outlook? A lot of economists think that the Fed will now be projecting slower GDP growth because of all the uncertainty around the trade war, and penciling in higher inflation because of these tariffs that are on the way. So there's a lot to pay attention to, and I know that investors are going to be living and dying on every word out of Fed Chair Jerome Powell during the press conference today. Sarah?
Yeah, they can send a message without being very obvious with it. But I just want to say, Matt, you don't know me that well if you think I go slow in fog. I'm just saying. Thank you so much. Live for us there from Washington, D.C. on that evening. All right. Cases of measles spiking in a multi-state outbreak now. The new numbers this morning and what you need to know. The fisherman who survived more than 3 months stranded at sea is speaking to CNN, and you will not believe what he had to eat to stay alive. But these pictures are so heartwarming.
Every summer, Thailand comes alive for a celebration unlike any other. Experience the never-ending story of Songkran.
In Japan, the role of female in the workplace and their opportunities have evolved significantly. As a company, the key concept is equity.
We believe that the diversity of thought is the core driver of innovation and business growth. At Hitachi, we aim to empower women based on the merit, fostering an inclusive environment where everyone feels valued and empowered to contribute their best.
AE is aiming to achieve better gender balance. We work to increase the ratio of female in decision-making positions.
For Hitachi, having STEM talent is absolutely critical for innovation. We have Hitachi Global Foundation, where we have top talent engineers speaking with the young girls in order to encourage them to join the STEM.
My advice to future female leaders is be confident and believe in yourself.
Be curious and keep going.
How do we connect you with stories from around the globe? We examine big ideas and all the details. Join me for Connect the World with Becky Anderson.
Tonight, only on CNN.
CNN World Sport.
Non-stop action year-round.
I have a lot of things to give to the football. All the major events.
I love where the game is going right now.
What does it take for me to be even better?
And tournaments.
Emotions sometimes are impossible to control.
The latest highlights.
Women's sport is having a moment that it should have always had.
And exclusive interviews with your favorite coaches and players.
We'll keep this thing rolling.
Iraq. Don't miss.
CNN World Sport. Only on CNN.
When you travel the world, make sure the world travels with you. Check in, log on, and get connected with all of the latest developments at your fingertips. CNN Partner Hotels, connected to your world.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is a 5-time Emmy winner for long-form journalism. CNN's best journalists share deeply reported stories.
How does it feel to be labeled a conspiracy theorist?
Am I? That's news to me.
People still have to make a living despite the drought conditions here.
You're taking prenatal vitamins. You also are using fentanyl.
This week, Bill Weir looks at climate change and some of the revolutionary ideas for weathering it.
This is such an incredible thing.
Monday on CNN.
I'm Manu Rancho on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
This morning really is madness. We've had 2 games. We've got 2 great storylines. The very first game of the men's NCAA tournament, basically a buzzer beater. I know it technically wasn't a buzzer beater, but you know what? Sue me. And then the other game, North Carolina basically tells the world, take that, we belong. CNN sports anchor Eddie Scholes is with us this morning. Nothing but joy, Ed.
Oh yeah, you know, John, all the talk once that bracket was released was that North Carolina did not belong in this tournament. West Virginia was especially mad about it. But Tar Heels, I mean, they sure looked good last night. They were taking on San Diego State for an 11 seed, and the Rights played Ole Miss in the first round, and UNC just blew this game wide open in the first half. Senior RJ Davis, 6 for 6 from three-point land. He finished with 26 points. Tar Heels, they were up by 24 at halftime. They would win easily, 95 to 68. The team, they were fully aware of what was being said about them.
One thing about us, like, yes, we hear the noise, but we don't really pay attention to it. We stay within ourselves, and we're just, focused on what we have to do, not really paying too much attention to what's being said about us and whatnot. Just our preparation, to the games.
All right, the other first four game last night, coming down to the final seconds. Alabama State, St. Francis tied at 68. Hornets, the full court pass, and it bounced around to Amar Knox, who lays it in with a second left. Look at that. That would win it for Alabama State, 70 to 68. They get their first tournament win in program history. Move on to face Auburn tomorrow. The first four wraps up tonight in Dayton. You can watch both the games on our sister network, Truth TV, starting at 6:40 Eastern. All right, Alex Ovechkin, meanwhile, back on the ice last night with the Capitals against Red Wings as he continues his quest to pass Wayne Gretzky's all-time goal mark. 39-year-old, though, going goalless in this one as Washington got the win 4-1. Ovechkin needs 8 goals in the team's final 14 games to pass Gretzky this season. All right, finally, yesterday, we got a great example of why baseball needs to have a strike challenging system in the big leagues. The Yankees Jazz Chisholm full count. The umpire rings him up, but Chisholm immediately challenges because he knew it was a ball. He just runs to first, and replay shows it was clearly a ball. The system, it works just like tennis, where they immediately show you an animated replay. Only the batter, pitcher, or catcher can call for a review, and they have to do it immediately. John, they're testing this out right now in a lot of spring training ballparks. It would not be in play in the big leagues until 2026. I'm fully for this. What about you?
I think it's awesome. I've been watching it in spring training. It happens instantly. It actually adds to the excitement. I don't know why they're waiting a year. Why wait a year to get something right?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it's working quite well, and the players certainly like the calls being correct and not up to the umpire. So yeah, I think it should, hopefully next season it's in for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the last thing I'll say about St. Francis, that loss there, where was their free safety? A, and B, don't they ever watch any old Duke Kentucky games? They've seen that play.
Yeah, the old Christian Laettner, Grand Hill. Yeah. Props to Alabama State. They executed that pretty well.
It was awesome. All right, Andy Schultz, thank you very much. All right, quote, I don't give anything away for nothing. Nancy Pelosi does not mince words ever, now going after Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. And chaos erupts at new Republican town halls throughout the country in deep red districts.
This is where we're at. When are you going to stand up? And we're also on the Human Rights Watch list. When are you going to stand up there?
Get your cameras ready.
Here it is. Wow.
Every single species play a very important role in the whole ecosystem.
Why wouldn't we want our children to fall in love with nature?
We don't have much years to make a difference.
Don't give up. Let's do it. You can make it. For the people, help and hope.
Tuesday through Saturday. Tonight on 360, new reporting to get the full story. The will to fight, how important is that? Be unafraid.
You have reasonable grounds to believe that alleged war crimes have been committed.
Have compassion.
That's real trauma, what you have been through.
Seek truth.
Is Israel in full control of its territory?
And go where the search for answers takes you. Anderson Cooper 360, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
your DC source, bringing you unprecedented access to the White House,
We're live from the center of the political universe.
Capitol Hill,
My Democratic source tonight is Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren. If you don't get what you need from Congress, can you achieve what you're trying to achieve?
and beyond.
We're live on the ground in Israel tonight about the Gazans leaving. Where exactly are you suggesting that they should go?
Follow Caitlin for in-depth political coverage and analysis, and watch her on The Source, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
Explore Africa with CNN, where 54 nations create the fabric of this rich continent. This is really complex. Discover business,
economic trends. Clearly, you're seeing something here.
nature, and culture, and the stories shaping Africa today.
Exported to markets around the world.
The energy is amazing. Feels so good to be here.
Disfrutar has won 3 Michelin stars and the #1 spot on the 2024 World's 50 Best Restaurants list. Over roughly 30 courses of the tasting set, diners get a glimpse into the imagination of the 3 head chef team, Matteo Casañas, Edouard Chatruc, and Oriol Castre.
Creativity is a way of life for us, and we can find inspiration anywhere. Eduard, Matteo, and I travel all over the world. It's a way of transmitting and absorbing knowledge. It's essential to taking the culture of a country and its history. Going to visit producers can be a form of inspiration. You can also go to the field, which we do a lot. After you see and understand the product, you can draw a common thread to make a dish.
On Laura Coates Live, we cover it all.
Will you take this all the way to the Supreme Court?
I'm not refuting a syllable of what you said.
What do you say to people who are looking to find their voice?
All the news, all on Laura Coates Live, Tuesday through Saturday on CNN.
Heckling, booing, and angry demands. Congressman Mike Flood, the latest Republican member of Congress, to face anger from voters back home. Anger over Doge, Ukraine, and tariffs. It all went down in a rural red district of his.
There's a lot of people in this room that don't support what Doge is doing. But for the first time, we are making some progress. How can you be against a balanced budget? How can you be against a balanced budget? All right. All right.
You're hearing them say tax the rich, him arguing with his constituents. Voters also sharing their frustrations over the Trump administration's lack of support for Ukraine.
The UN ambassador for U.S. last month voted with Russia, North Korea, and other dictator countries that Russia didn't invade Ukraine and did nothing wrong. This is where we're at. When are you going to stand up? And we're also on the human rights watch list.
Flood ended up pushing back on the crowd at one point. Take a listen.
What message are you sending to these Columbus High School students?
This is what democracy looks like, is what you hear them saying. Some people did give Flood credit for actually showing up in person to listen to their concerns, as some Republicans have canceled town halls. And he said he would continue to show up. And it wasn't just Flood facing angry voters last night. A Democrat Congressman, Glenn Ivey, hearing from frustrated constituents that his party isn't doing enough to push back against President Trump.
We are not interested in hearing that you are in the minority. We know that. We want you to show some of the backbone and strategic brilliance that Mitch McConnell would have in the minority.
Right.
We want you to show fight, and you are not fighting.
Interesting, the Democrats and Republican constituents aligning with their message. And more town halls are scheduled today. We will continue to monitor them for you. All right, over to you, John.
All right, with us now, CNN political analyst Jackie Kucinich and Mark Preston. You two friends of mine, you're much too young to remember the Tea Party situation in the town halls then, and when people flocked to yell at their members of Congress back in 2010, Mark. The question is, when does this anger that we're seeing pretty consistently here turn into more than just an airing of grievances and into a political movement?
Well, I mean, a political movement, it's starting right now, but it's not being driven necessarily by the leaders of the Democratic Party. It's being driven by the grassroots, at the bottom. And it's really just starting. Look, I've been saying this for weeks, for months now. Donald Trump will have this year to get through what he wants to get through. He's not on the ballot. The folks who have to face the consequences are the likes of the Republican Congressman Flood, who was back home yesterday, and all these other Republicans that will have to come back home in August. Really, the folks who are on the rise, we're going to start to see them really bubble up. And then by August, even if the voting cuts are going to take place. And by the way, it's all over happening in Washington, D.C. All across the country, so that's why you're going to see these town halls. They're very
Jackie, Mark used the word grassroots there, which again was the word that we heard back in 2010. And then it was the Democrats responding. Now it's the Republicans responding. It's not grassroots. They use the word astro. These are fake. Organized leftists going in to flock these Republican town halls.
So I think time will tell, right? Republicans were able to harness the Tea Party movement and able to use it to add to their numbers, to voter anger going into 2026. That remains to be seen. We'll have an early test in terms of the Virginia gubernatorial election, which is at the end of this year. But really, this movement has a long time built until we get to after the actual midterm elections. The other thing will be interesting to see how many primary challenges we see on the Democratic side. Because as we saw in Glenn Ivey's town hall, the ire isn't just directed towards the Republican side. Democratic voters are also ticked off.
Yeah, and again, since you both used the word grassroots, there was one little bit of sound from Bernie Sanders last night, which I believe was right here on CNN, when he is talking about the Democratic grassroots or the lack thereof.
no one is in the office more critical of Chile than I am, but it's not Chile.
At first I was afraid, but abang lahat kept thinking, Putin's not for me, and just give up. But after spending so many nights, nakuha ko ang wiki sara dahil sa everyone's in for and now I'm back. Lagi ako hinahanap sa gatherings, bawat wala. May more ang luto mo, Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy ang bawat gabi mo sa haplos, nag-ikas and oil, extra strength, okay ka na. Haplos, haplos tayo.
Superboy is here!
Don't worry, may superhero ang washing machine natin. Breeze, more cleaning power. Mas tanggalan na siya, new fresh fragrance stuff. Breeze.
Ako, si Pac-Man.
Ako, si Batman.
Ako si Pacman. Ako si Pacman.
Ako si Manny Pacman Pacquiao. Dito sa Pilipinas, isa lang.
Hindi mo ibitin?
Hindi ko kailangan. Sa extra rice, sarap ulam, at daming sauce ng mag-savor, sulit mo sa meals. 99 pesos lang. Sakay na! Nakakasya ba buong pamilya dyan? Bigatin to, tita! Parang surf na, kung mas bigatin pa. Mas bigatin, kaya mas lumago. Surf na.
With 8 aging, nagkaka-muscle decay, which could lead to higher risk of illness. Yan ang cycle of weakness. Drink Yield Sure Gold with Strength Pro na may HMB and YBG. Help build the cycle of strength. Para kang happy.
Better take hope para sa ating mga manggagawa. Wala na pong tax sa ating overtime pay. Kahit mga bonus natin, dapat wala na pong tax yan. Dahil pinaghirapan po natin yung mga bonus at overtime pays.
Number 9 sa balota. Dahil yan sa katiring germ na iwan ang ordinary liquid. Dapat, joy and back. Isang patak. Mas tanggal ang sabot germ.
Kakakain mo lang.
Basketball has always been a big part of my life. To be great, to be good at everything. Passionate about something, you really don't like to lose. It's game day with Bet 88 Sports.
Bet88.ph.
Dinampot ng mga otoridad ang tatlong Chinese dahil sa pangingikil umano ng milyong-milyong piso kapalit ng kalayaan ng isang BOGO worker na nakakulong sa PAOK Detention Facility. Exclusive, nagpapatrol, Zian Ambrosio. Pinasa mga operatiba ng CIDG Southern Field Unit at Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission o PAOK ang isang establishmento sa Macapagal Avenue sa Pasay City. Agad nilang inaresto ang target na si Chang Auhe ng aktong tagabi ng higit 2 milyong piso mula sa isang Chinese businessman. Dati na rin umano humingi ng 5 milyong piso ang suspect sa biktima sa pangakong mapapalaya ang kababayang POGO worker na nasa PAOK Detention Facility sa Pasay City pero hindi ito nangyari.
Lang para magkapera. So ngayon, nung hiningihan siya ng panibagong 2 milyon, before siya nagbigay, pumunta na siya sa atin sa CIDG.
Na-arrest siya for estafa.
May 2 pang na-aresto na pinigilan naman ng mga pulis na mahuli si He. Sa mga nakalat na ebidensya ng CIDG, na-discovering dating miyembro ng People's Liberation Army ng China ang kasamahan ni He.
Kung nagpakilala na former, dati siyang member ng People's Liberation of China, na nalaman natin ito dahil nung kinonfiscate yung cellphone nila, yung chinecheck yung cellphone nila, itong si Wing Weishong ay merong picture na naka-uniform, military uniform.
Tingin naman ang PAOK, posibleng ginagamit ng ito ng mga suspect para makumbinsi sa transaksyon ang mga bibiktimahin nila.
Pag sinabi niya former military siya, yung semblance na pag nasa dati kasi sa piso, may connection ka. So yun ang puhunan nilang pinakikita. Sino panakot o connection.
Ayon pa kay Cruz, pangatlong kaso na ito na ginagamit ng kanilang opisina para makapangikil ng pera sa mga kaibigan o kaanak ng POGO worker kapalit ng kanilang paglaya.
Pag huli ka ng pao, automatic you will be deported straight kung saan galing. Ayaw nilang ma-deport sila sa China dahil alam nila na mahigpit ang batas ng China. Pagdating sa mga ganitong scamming,
tumanggi na magsalita ang mga suspect sa paratang sa kanila.
lawyer.
No. Sinampahan ng reklamong estafa si He, habang obstruction of justice naman para sa dalawa niyang kasama. Zian Ambrosio, ABS-CBN News.
Inamin ni Senador Ronald Bato de la Rosa na posible siyang magtago sakaling ipa-aresto na ng International Criminal Court o ICC. At tila binawi rin ni Senador Bato ang minsang sinabi na handa siyang alagaan si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kulungan sa the Netherlands. Nagpapatrol, RJ Cruz.
Pagtatago sa otoridad o pagtatago sa Senado, kabilang ang mga ito sa pinag-iisipang gawin ni Senador Ronald De La Rosa sakaling ipa-aresto na siya ng International Criminal Court para sa paglitis kasama ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte.
Kung wala tayong makita na hostesya dito sa ating bansa, bakit ka susuko? Diba? Titignan natin kung makakita kung mayroong kung anong dapat. I will evaluate. As I've said, I will cross the bridge when I get there.
Ani De La Rosa, kung sakali pwede rin magtago siya sa Senado habang sinusubukan lahat ng remedyong legal. Hindi kasi papayag ang Senado na arestuhin ang sinumang senador sa loob ng tanggapan ng Senado.
Dahil nga, hindi ka na pwedeng hulihin na pag-andyan ka sa loob at dapat respetuhin nila yung Senate as an institution. So, maganda yun para sa akin. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na forever ako mag-standby dyan. So, meron pa rin, hanap pa rin tayo ibang courses of action na pwedeng gawin.
Tila binawi rin ni De La Rosa ang minsang sinabi na handa siyang alagaan si Duterte sa kulungan sa Netherlands.
Mahirap man daw doon, mahirap man doon. Ultimo yung anak nga, hindi makalapit. Hindi makabisita ng basta-basta yung anak. Kasi Vice President Sara, how much more kung ako na pareho lang kaming detainee. Paano ako makapag-demand ng time na para makasama doon o makiusap na pareho naman kaming detainee.
Binatigos naman ng Makabayan Bloc ang umano'y pag-iiba ng tono ni De La Rosa.
Yung purpose po ng proteksyon sa mga mambabatas nasa Kamara man o sa Senado ay maprotektahan na basta-basta silang sampahan ng kaso para hindi magampanan yung role nila na mag-participate sa legislation. Eh yung ICC po, ba ganun yung objective na tanggalan ng role sa legislation si Bato de la Rosa? Wala po silang pakialam doon.
Ito sa malaking duwag, no, na hindi niya, na ayaw niyang harapin yung kanyang pananagutan dito sa extrajudicial killings. No, dapat kung dumating na rito yung kanyang warrant of arrest, sana ang Senate President ay pumaloob din dito sa kahilingan ng lalo-lalo na sa Interpol. No, huwag tayong magkandong ng pinaghihinalaang sangkot sa extrajudicial killings.
What do you expect from these people? Sabay mo, mag-senator mo na siya para pakinggan ni Jesus Cordero yung kanyang kagustuhan.
Dagdag ni De La Rosa, tanging pagbabalik lang ni Duterte sa bansa ang maghihilom sa anyang lumalalang sugat sa politika sa bansa. RG Cruz, ABS-CBN News.
Naghahanda ng Department of Justice sakaling ipatawag sila ng Korte Suprema sa oral arguments kaugnay ng petitions for habeas corpus ng mga anak ni dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Sinabi ito ni Justice Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla kasunod ng pagtanggi ni Solicitor General Melardo Guevara na katawanin ng gobyerno bilang tugon sa mga naturang petisyon. Naniniwala rin si Remulla na nasa jurisdiksyon na ng International Criminal Court ang dating Pangulo. Taliwas sa ginigiit ng mga anak ni Duterte na humihiling na ibalik agad sa Pilipinas ang kanilang ama. Kabilang ang DOJ sa mga respondents ng mga petisyon. Nauna na rin ipinaliwanag ng kagawaran na dumaan sa legal na proseso ang pag-aresto sa dating Pangulo.
Sa ibang balita naman, bumisita sa ABS-CBN at nakipagdialogo sa mga kapamilya executives ang nasa 35 estudyante ng Columbia Business School mula New York para makita ang mga pagbabago sa mundo ng media sa Pilipinas. Nagkaroon ng immersion ang mga delegates sa operasyon ng leading content provider ngayong Miyerkules. Naging sentro ng kanilang pagbisita ang transformation ng ABS-CBN mula sa isang broadcasting network patungong global storytelling company. Ito na ang ikalawang batch ng mga estudyante mula Columbia Business School na nagpunta sa opisina at studios ng ABS-CBN sa Quezon City.
Susunod, inaasam na Golden Buzzer, paano makukuha mula sa Power Judges ng Pilipinas Got Talent. Alamin, yan at iba pang balita sa pagbabalik ng TV Patrol.
Lumaki po ako sa Quiapo. Nasanay ako sa magulo, maruming at delikadong buhay. Ngayon, nabigyan ako ng pagkakataon na makilala ko kung sino ang totoo kong pamilya. Pinapangako ko sa inyo lahat, sisiguraduhin ko na mas mapapalaki pa natin ang lahat ng ating mga negosyo.
Magaling magsalita yung pangako mo.
Gusto kong ipakilala sa iyo ang mga Guerrero. Sila ang pumuprotekta sa ating mga negosyo.
Total, magkaibigan naman pala ang pamilya natin. Anong ginagawa ko?
FPJ's Patakyapo.
Lumaki ako at kinikilala ko ang Emmet na isang maayos at mabuting sundalo. Hindi siya kurang. David, sinasabi ko lang kung ano nandyan. Ano ba talaga ang koneksyon mo sa lahat ng ito? I told you, I was a secret authority. Nandiyan po ba si Mrs. Calera?
Bakit? Sino ka ba?
Kung may kontrata ba kayo para sa grupo, hindi na sila bago sa'yo. May kailangan kayo i-trip sa kanila. The Escaleras again.
Makukulay na obra gamit ang mga paa. Ito ang likhang sining ng pintor na si Bermin Rigor.
Naisip ko na yung maraming kulay nakaka-attract sa mga tao. Parang nagiging masaya sa
Kailan mo naisip na pwede pala ako mag-drawing gamit ang mga paa?
Nung bata pa lang po, natutunan ko siya gamitin.
Bahagi rin ng buhay ni Elise Foson ang painting.
It doesn't have to be perfect lines. So, pwede kang tap-tap lang until you're able to see an image.
At ang kanyang masterpiece ay ang anak na si Feliz. Ang makukulay nilang kwento ngayong linggo sa Tao po, 6:15 p.m. sa Kapamilya Channel.
Tipid-tip, may murang pampabango ng damit. Dapat isa, dalawahan. Pura nga, gastos naman sa dami. Ang Downy, effective, kaya matipid. Mabango na, may savings ka pa. Downy, effective it. Germs everywhere. Wrong to my kid. May new safeguard pure white. Show, wait, 24 hours. Protection 24 hours para sa pamilya. Safeguard.
Iboto natin si Kiko. Titiyakin niyang muli saganang ani at supply ng pagkain sa mababang presyo. Hindi tayo Pilipino kung wala tayong baon.
Pag may Kiko,
May Sharon ka. Number 51 sa balota.
Lahat tayo, may kahit mag-inasal, di mapipigil ang kamay para sa kain. Bigay todo sa Anli Rice. Sige lang, laban! Tak all you want, ikaw ang masusunod. So to the max, sasaya. Go na go lang, pag nilalasap, ang sarap. Iba-iba man ang kain, solve ka dito. Yan ang kain mag-inasal. Tara!
New Axe Fine Fragrance Collection. Smell finer than perfumes.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine.
Smell finer than perfumes. With the new Axe Fine Fragrance Collection.
Bawang tayo, gisingin ng mundo. Simulan ng may ngiti. Ocean inspirasyon. Gisingin ng mundo.
Let's get paid.
Sa surf instant puti, damit sa kawa. Instant puti, sa surf puti. Damit sa kawa. Instant puti. Instant puti in 2 minutes.
Sarap pag-road trip.
Papi!
Sobrang sakit. Flanax na.
Flanax deals with the real cause of pain with care.
Kaya panatag ako.
Sobrang sakit.
Panatag sa Flanax.
From Tyson.
1, 2. Sobrang sakit. Flanax na.
Flanax deals with the real cause of pain with care.
Panatag kami. Sobrang sakit. Panatag sa Flanax.
From Tyson.
We got your gold for Tulong Protection. Only a Colt has 8 billion live LCS in every bottle that may reach the intestines alive to help get good gut health. Panalo ka dyan.
Sandala ng maliliit nating kababayan.
Ang tanging party list, nakakampi ng inapi. Saan ka pa? Access party list ka na.
Pagdating na si Mama, malinis na ba lahat?
Yung banyo nila mahal.
Mababad ko ba sa bleach?
Lumix dapat. Tanggalan stains at germs dahil sa Big Formula.
Linis na. talaga mahal?
Dogs Unstoppable.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Choose your sulit, sana saya, sulit, sana saya, sulit, sana saya. Sa Jollibee, mix and match combos.
Sunsilk Anti-Dandruff. Ready na? Anong problema? Pagod na ako. Sa hair problems ko. Pagod na akong magka-dandruff. At pagod na ako sa dry and weak hair. Girl, cut the drama. Use Sunsilk Anti-Dandruff, a 2-in-1 solution with tea tree oil and aloe vera to remove dandruff para healthy, smooth and hair. All game? Pagod na akong maging maganda. Tanggal dandruff na, healthy, smooth hair pa with Sunsilk.
Nurture a gifted brain with Promil, with 4 more clinically proven brain nutrients that help support focus, memory, language, and problem solving. Raise a gifted kid only with Promil.
Gayon, commute hanggang sumbong kahit pawis. Amoy blooming pa rin. Dahil sa pinakabago, Surf Fabcon Fresh and Glow. May 3 times amoy pawis shield, kaya kahit pawis. All new Surf Fabcon Fresh and Glow. Umulan na! Umulan na ng kotse sa playtime!
The more followers, mas maraming coaching ipamimigay. Share nyo na sa pamilya at tropa. Follow ang FB page ni Playtime at maglaro na. 100 cars, 1 epic giveaway.
Umulan na! Umulan na ng kotse sa playtime!
The more followers, mas maraming coaching ipamimigay. Share nyo na sa pamilya at tropa. Follow ang FB page ni Playtime at maglaro na. 100 cars, 1 epic giveaway.
Ilang tulog na lang at muli nang mapapanood ang pasiklaban sa biggest comeback ng Pilipinas Got Talent. Ano nga ba ang hinahanap ng mga bigating hurado sa susunod na kampiyon? Alamin yan sa pagpapatrol ni Daniel Krishna.
Nagbabalik ang talent variety competition na Pilipinas Got Talent 7 pagkatapos ng 7 taon. Pasabog at level up ang biggest comeback dahil sa mga bagong judges. Sina Catherine Bernardo, Eugene Domingo, Donnie Pangilinan at Freddie M. Garcia. May kanya-kanya silang hinahanap sa mga gustong makuha ang atensyon ng mga hurado o di kaya ang inaasam na golden buzzer para makaangat sa kompetisyon. Para kay Kat, dapat unique at may puso.
Una-una is the uniqueness kasi this is season 7, so ang dami nang nagdaan sa Pilipinas Got Talent, especially FMG has been here since season 1, and siya yung nagsasabi sa amin na parang I've seen this, ganyan, and kami naman bago lang dito. So, when I say uniqueness, it can be singing, pero parang your own flavor.
Kakaibang talent naman ang hanap ni Donnie.
What type of performance would you say? The type of performance na after ninyong mapanood, magsishift yung environment.
Aliw charm naman ang patok kay Eugene Domingo.
I cannot really pinpoint what I am looking for. Most of the time, it's gut feel. And most of the time, I go to the basic, which is, masarap ka pang panoorin.
Right talent naman ang hanap ni FMG. Na aminadong hirap na makakita ng bagong talento dahil sa ilang taong pagiging judge ng PGT.
Masyado na akong jaded, nakita ko ng lahat. Definitely nga po. There's only one word that will describe. Yung wow factor. Pag tinamahan ka niya, alam mo na, eto na yun.
Sa unang pagkakataon naman, mag-host ng PGT, sina Robbie Domingo at Nalay Cantiveros. May power din silang makakuha ng kanilang golden buzzer contestant. Pag-amin ni Robbie, may pressure na dala ang kanilang pagiging host. Pero nakatutulong na malapit sa kanya ang kanyang co-host.
Nung sinabi sa akin na makasama ko si Ate Nelay, wala, tapos yung pressure. Kasi I know for this season of PGT, we are gonna be standing on the shoulders of giants, the Widowies, but at the same time, giving a new flavor.
Magsisimula na ang Pilipinas Got Talent Season 7 sa March 29 at 30. Dino, Krishna, ABS-CBN News.
Oy, nandun pa rin yung traffic ng NLEX, ha? Yung mga dumadaan. Umabot na EDSA. Pupuntang north, north. Pupuntang north. Oo, EDSA na rin. Ng Baguio. Naku po, meron pa naman pakulungan si Mayor doon. Baguio.
Ito uwi ito bukas mahalid, ano na?
Wala pa.
Di pa. Kala ko weekend na din ang problema niya.
baka abutin ng mahal na araw daw.
Kasi medyo major yung damage.
Hindi, yung damage ng tulay. Oh. Kasi nasira yung tulay eh.
Hindi, kung nagsizipper kasi sila. Kaya nakapalusot yung mabagal.
Hindi naman ganun kaluwang
Kaya lang.
NLEX.
Kaya nga, kaya nga, mabagal na. Pero
tanong nga ni Karen, paano nakapasok pa ng NLEX yung dalawang truck na yun?
Oo nga.
Yung ba, hindi pa nila nakikita na masyadong sobra yung height ng truck para doon sa mga tulay sa NLEX? Dapat yung naharang na doon pa para hindi na nasira yung tulay.
Pero hindi pa yung toll, may height limit din. So it means pag gumagawa tayo ng bridge at yung toll, iba yung height.
Hindi siya
Dapat consistent.
Hindi siya
Hindi parang
pantay.
sa parking, ano, yung
Diba?
pagpasok ng parking meron.
Or
Consistency.
maybe just a little over lang Karen. Tapos hard yung dala niya
Yeah.
na bumbu yung tulay.
Oo.
Oh, dalawa pa silang truck.
Oo.
Oh, tumilapon nga isang babae.
Kaya hindi ang ganito na lang. Hanapin nyo yung alternative route na sa Facebook page ng NLEX.
Oo, yung
Wala kang choice.
Yung
Hanapin mo.
dito, MacArthur Highway. Ang problema sa MacArthur Highway, hindi na nagawa ito. Buti hindi tagulan ngayon na laging bahayan. Naayos yung dapat alternatibo yun sa NLEX eh.
Kala ko-
Lubak-lubak ang daan eh.
Hindi, pero kung wala ka ng choice, dadal. Ano, kaysa maintain the
Wala ka nga choice. Ang
Sa
ibig sabihin,
dagat,
dapat
sa
inaayos ng DPWH.
Ano, no?
Sa ferry,
Ano ba na ating
wala
mga-
Manila Bay, papuntang mataas. Tapos
Layo.
chopper, airplane.
Ayan na. Ito na tayo.
Good luck na lang.
Solusyon.
Mm-mm.
At yun po mga balita pinantayan namin para sa inyo tuloy-tuloy ang pagbabago sa Kapamilya Channel, Kapamilya Online Live at A2C. Ako po si Alvin Chico.
Huwag na munang bumiyahe kung wala namang kailangan para huwag na makadagdag pa.
Tama yun.
Para sa iba pang balita, mag-log on sa abs-cbn.com. Napakikinggan din po ang TV Patrol sa radyo sa Istreta. Ano mang hamon, ano mang panahon, tapat kami maglilingkod. Ako po si Bernadette Sangka.
Napapanood ng live ang TV Patrol at replay ng paborito niyong programa sa iwantfc.com. Nandito kami para sa inyo, saan man sa mundo. Ako po si Karen Davila.
At sama-sama pa rin tayo gabi-gabi sa All TV. Ako naman po ang inyong kabayan, si Nolly Di Castro, sa pangalan po ng ABS-CBN News in the service of the Filipinos. Marami pong salamat at magandang gabi. Bye now.
Ang programang ito ay rated SPG. Striktong patnubay at gabay ng magulang ang kailangan. Maaaring may masiselang tema, lengguwahe, karahasan, sexual, horror o droga na hindi angkop sa mga bata.
May lakad tayo mamayang gabi. Nag-text yung kontak ko, si Arman. O-order daw ng red chaser. Malaki. Pasensya na po. Mali ko nasan ko kanina. Huwag mo na mag-alala. Hindi na umuulit yan.
Para sa'yo at tungkol sa'yo ang binato. Para makilala ka nila na ikaw ang nag-iisang tagapagmana ng kapangyarihan ng mga Montenegro. Balang araw, yuyuko at lulod dyan sa harap mo. Kahit yung mga antipatikong politiko na yan.
Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, ang kaisa-isa kong anak, Jesus, Nazareno, Montenegro.
Ayan na pala si Sampin. Nabalitaan ko. Nagpahiram daw ito si Kuya Teban mo at si Kuya Kidlap mo. Ano? Natalaya mo ng nanay mo.
Nakalaya na po siya. Pero hindi ako inigkansa. Kaya gusto ko po sana ibalik yung perang piniram sa akin ni Kuya Kindat, tsaka ni Kuya Teban.
Huwag na, diba? Ako na para sa mga kapatid mo, anak. Tabi mo na lang yan para sa mga gastusin ng nanay mo. Tal, ikaw na naman yung naasahan niya, hindi ba?
Opo. Salamat po ako.
Saka pala ang Lucio. Nag-text yung kliyente natin, si Arman. O-order daw ng red chaser, 2 milyon.
Hindi lang yan, ang Lucio. Hinihintay ko na lang sagot sa akin ng Kiko kung ilan yung kukuhain sa akin.
Bote. Sonia. Bigyan mo nga ng mga bagong damit itong mga bata ako. At ito ang unang transaksyon natin bilang isang grupo.
Ako na pong bahala ang conclusion.
At, Santino, gusto ko ikaw nang mamahala rito. Gusto ko malaman nila na may bago ng Red Phoenix.
Opo akong gusto. Ako na pong bahala.
Sige. Isa na ninyo.
Salamat po, Uncle.
Sige.
Pwede na sila mag-amas, di ba? Forma.
Ayos, di ba? Diba? Ay, oh. Bossing na bossing, Santino, no? Bakit pala siya ganyan? Siya naman dapat lagi. Ganun tayo. Buti mo.
Ano meron dito? Sasayaw pa kayo, ha?
May transaksyon tayo kay Arman. Mag-ayos ka na.
Oh, si Arman na pala, ba't ako mag-aayos?
Edwin, harap tayo sa kliyente. Kaya dapat ang maayos yung tsura natin.
Eh bakit? Anong gagawin mo, ha? Magsusumbong ka kay Angkong Lucio, ha?
Ano na yan? Ano naman, Edwin? Trabaho pa tayo, di ba?
Sige, sige. Mag-aayos ako. Pero ito tandaan mo, Santino. Kahit magkastang leader ka, bubwit ka lang dito. Tandaan mo yan, ha?
Isang ganon. Bakit bigla ka naglago ng araw na wala si Grace? Ano nangyari ba siya? Saka nagpunta?
Isang sagot.
Mina, yun po ang huling kasama ng anak ko, yung video niya.
Kaya pa bang magpalusot?
Wala akong kinalaman sa nangyari kay Grace. Hindi ko alam kung ba't ako nadama sa ganun to eh.
Ito bang sinasabi mo?
Kilala kita. Ikaw ang tinuturo ng ebidensya.
Gusto sana kitang ma-interview. Gusto ko malaman ang katotohanan. Ako ang nagsasabi sa'yo. Kaya hindi lahat ng nanay ko pareho.
Saving Grace, The Untold Story. Nights 9:30 p.m.
Nagbago ako at hindi ko alam kung paano babalik sa dati.
Baka naman hindi mo kailangan bumalik. Hindi mawawala ang kadiliman.
Pinakusahan ka ng iskandal. Ikaw daw ang dahilan. Kaya may pumasok sa bahay niya na walang paalam.
Bakit nandito ka?
Suspendo. Ngayong Miyerkules.
Idadamanda mo ako! Napakasama mo talaga!
Hanggang saan ang kasamaan?
Ilang babae pa, Catherine? Ilang buhay pa ang hayaan mo sirain ng demonyo ko eh?
Makakahinga na ulit ako ng maluwa. Ako na ulit ang may kontrol ngayon. Liar. Weeknights, 10:15 p.m. ngayong Sabado.
Bring it. We're all here expecting the best.
Gagawin ko lahat para manalo sa kompetisyon.
So, nandun talagang may marating sa larangan ng pagsasayaw.
Masasabi ko na, you had that it factor.
Ako yung klase ng performer na hinahanap niya.
Hi, Barbie. Ken.
Pagka umabot ako sa dulo, ang feeling ko ay nagbuto ko talaga sa akin.
You have what it takes to win this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, our Elite Six!
Sabado, 8:30 p.m.
Good day for a date. Bad day for a date. Makadandruff yan. Mag-Head and Shoulders every day. So you're up to 100% dandruff-free every day. Head and Shoulders.
May magic ang kamay ni Mami. Pag hinahaplos ako sa dibdib ko, gumagaan ang pagbubo ko. Dito, mas nakakahinga na po ako. At dito, nababawasan po ang sakit ng ulo ko.
Hindi ito magic. It's Vicks Vapor Hub. May eucalyptus oil. Ang panahon ng plema para gumaan ang upot sipon. At menthol pagpaginhawa sa sakit ng katawan at ulo para sa mahimbing na dulo. Vicks Vapor Hub. And try new Vicks Vapor Hub Extra Strong with 2 times menthol para sa iyong tough cough and cold symptoms. Ganito dapat kasarap ang buhay. Madaming pagkain kasi kayang-kayang bilhin. Iboto natin si Kiko. Titiyakin niyang muli saganang ani at supply ng pagkain sa mababang presyo. Hindi tayo Pilipino kung wala tayong baon. Sino nang ready mag-Sharon? Alutin mo ako ng iwanan ng iyong pagmamahal.
Pag may Kiko,
May Sharon ka. Number 51 sa balota.
kahit lagpas ka na sa kalendaryo, marami ka pang gustong gawin sa buhay. Pero hihina na ang katawan mo. Mag-Bear Brand Adult Plus na. Doble-tibang katawan at resistensya nutrients na tama sa edad mo. Tulog para tuloy ang tibay. Bear Brand Adult Plus.
Superboy is here!
Don't worry, may superhero ang washing machine natin. Breeze, more cleaning power. Mas tanggalan man siya, new fresh fragrance pa. Breeze.
Mang inasal, extra creamy halo-halo. Magpapa-creamiest ka!
Sa numero 22, may seguridad ang Pilipino. May tututok sa problema ng iligal na droga. Tuloy-tuloy ang pagbabago para sa mas ligtas na Pilipinas. Ako, si Bato de la Rosa, at hindi pa ako tapos magsilbi sa inyo. Para sa bayan, para sa kinabukasan. Iboto si Bato. Sa Senado, sagot kayo ni Bato.
Sugar! Eh, may sugar yan! Nescafe Sugar Free to! Nescafe Sugar Free!
Introducing the new Nescafe Sugar Free with Stevia.
Nasa ang sarap ng kape without the sugar. Kaya wag na magtigil. Try it now.
Period threats can't stop a pro because she's an expert. She trusts Skynet Pro, the only gynae prescribed feminine wash with chlorhexidine digluconate for long-hour tri-power protection. Gynae Pro, the pro and period protection.
At first I was afraid, matabang lahat. Kept thinking, cooking's not for me, and just give up. But after spending so many nights, nakuha ko ang ngiti sara dahil sa Tell me once and for all. And now I'm back. Tutulungan. Lagi mo hinahanap sa gatherings, bawat wala. May more ang luto ko. Love me more. Basta
Pagmahal mo, akbayan mo, akbayan mo, tulungan mo.
Akbayan Party List. Mahal ang bayan, hindi mababayaan.
Pagmahal mo ang bayan, akbayan mo.
Akbayan Party List, number 51 sa Maloka.
Nagtiwala ako sa'yo! Umaga pala, pawis ka na.
mag-diet na. Sa iba, tinatakpan lang kasi ng bango ang hindi pa talaga nalilinis. Pero sa diet, agwas ang linis. Diet, agwas linis. Kaya true bango.
Lucky Me Mommy Loca. Ang Lucky Me Mommy. Dagdagan ng nutritious na itlog.
masustansyang recipe na pampainit ng tiyan. Para ganado, mag-Lucky Me Mami Dog.
Tubig? Sakit na di matiis. May bilis relief Dolphinal. Subok na marami, subok for 36 years. Subok nito, bilis relief na subok na. Dolphinal. Hindi lab yan.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Choose your sulit, sana saya, sulit, sana saya, sulit, sana saya. Sa Jollibee, mix and match combos.
Kaya ba ng powers nyo? Pag may disaster, makabayad pa rin ng ilaw at tubig. Ginawa ko po ang litaw. Liwanag, internet at tubig, assistance welfare. Para may powers kayo kahit bagyo, sunod ulit doon. All powers on.
Sakay na! Kasya ba buong pamilya dyan? Bigatin to, tita! Parang surf tap ko mas bigatin pa. Mas bigatin, kaya mas mabango. Surf tap one. Tuwing summer, ang kids mas hyper. Kaya ang favorite nilang fruit juice, lemon juice. Going homemade melon sa Malamig with Alaska, wala nang iba. Ikaw ang sustansya yan. Ikaw ang sustansya yan. Celebrate sustansya yan, guys. Angat sa sarap at sa sustansya. Sa homemade melon sa Malamig with Alaska, angat ang saya ng summer.
Maximum perfect. Alam mo na si ate. Kasi sa isang piso lang, makakalaro ka na sa Bingo Plus. Alay mo, makakalunan mo ang jackpot prize sa first online live streaming bingo sa Pinas. Pag panalo sa bingo,
Yan ang best friend ko, si Sari. Single at sweet. Meron din namang mga meant to be single. Ako na yun.
Sinapakadiba, lahat ng mga halino, kapag hinalitan mo, mapapalasa. Si Joey na nga ba ang puputo ng sumpa?
Kim Chu, Asari, My Love Will Make You Disappear. Directed by Chad Vividanes.
Sunsilk Anti-Dandruff. Ready na? Anong problema? Pagod na pagod na ako. Sa hair problems ko. Pagod na akong magka-dandruff. At pagod na ako sa dry and weak hair. Girl, cut the drama. Use Sunsilk Anti-Dandruff, a 2-in-1 solution with tea tree oil and aloe vera to remove dandruff para healthy, smooth ang hair. Okay? Pagod na akong maging maganda. Ganda, dandruff na, healthy, smooth hair pa with Sunsilk.
Look, my ball is stuck.
What would a Similac Gain School Fast Learner do?
Aha! Bring it down with water. Yay!
Similac Gain School, with added gangliosides, supports faster brain connections for faster learning.
Basketball has always been a big part of my life. To be great, to be good at everything. If you're passionate about something, you really don't like to lose. It's game day with Bet88 Sports.
Bet88.ph. Taas ng lagnat, ingat sa dehydration. Mag-Vivalite. Vivalite is most prescribed to help prevent dehydration. Mag-ingat sa dehydration, mag-Vivalite.
From Taisho.
Sobrang init, mag-ingat sa dehydration. Non-Vivalite. Vivalite is most prescribed to help prevent dehydration. Mag-ingat sa dehydration, mag-Vivalite.
From Taisho.
Uy! Snack na yummy! Gusto ko ng cookie! Soft at chewy! Gusto ko ng pinaliit na cake! Holiday cookie! Din ito! Watch out! Lemon square choo-choo!
Your playground? Now online. Bet88 has over 1,500 games, a secure and fast gameplays. Meron pang play for fun option to try all the games. Ibang swerte to. Bet88.ph.
Kasi ba tayo dito? Oo, huwag kang mag-alala. Mataas ang seguridad dito na Arman. Kaya sigurado ligtas tayo rito. Bakit? Magtuwa ka ba sa Dino? Ha? gusto niya.
Kaya nahingalan ko kaya kinita sa akin. Posible may transaction sila. Wait for my signal, over.
Arman, ganda na itong lugar mo ah. Oo naman. Dugo, pawis, saka good items at patayo na to.
Baka talaga, Arman. Siya nga pala, isang Dino. Bagong kanan kami ng grupo namin.
May gatas pa sa labi yan ah.
Tama ka dyan. May pakakainin bigas yan. Kaya ako naman na bahala sa transaction to. Pag ito umarap sa inyo, baka makaya na kami. Santino, manood ko sa diskarte ko para matuto ka.
Hindi. Patunayan mo sa sarili mo. O, nasa na yung dala nyo? Masubukan yun ng mga parakyano ko.
Para sa Red Chaser, konti pa nga yung kinuha mo. Susunod, damihan mo.
Gusto ng mga parokyano ko yung mga binibenta ko. Kung nagustuhan nila to, kuha pa ako ng marami. Igo, pare, ano mo to?
Mahirap ko yung red cheese kaya ako. Totoo ba itong dala nyo?
Oo naman.
Niloloko mo kami. Red Chaser, report to galing Hong Kong. Hindi naman kayo mga enche. Mukha kayo tambay sa kanto.
Tarantado ka rin ah. Sino ka ba ha? Yabang mo ah.
Eh, yun naman may malulok. Kumakailan dito, Santino! Pagsabihan mo itong bata mo, pati mga parokyano ko, pinapakailaman.
Hindi na, alis na kami.
Ganyan talaga kayo magnegosyo?
Dahil may karapatan kami. O, nagbago na ang presyo. 5 milyon.
2 milyon ang usapan. Ano to, naglolokohan tayo?
Edwin, anong ginagawa mo?
Ganito magnegosyo, Santino. Hindi ka dapat nagpapaapak sa mga katulad ng mga to.
Banyo yung nyo. Banyo.
Ang ginagawa nyo, tutukan nyo! Tutukan nyo!
Parang Arman, para ka namang iba. Baka pwede naman natin pag-usapan to.
Hindi, kidlat eh. Nakipag-transaksyon ako na maayos. Tapos ng bata mo, niloloko ako.
Edwin,
Sundin mo si Santino. Ayaw mo malagot kaya ang ulo siya.
Ano na yan, Edwin?
Marunong ka rin palang sumunod. O tandaan nyo ha, pinakayo ako yung binapastos ako sa teritoryo ko. Baba niyo ba rin yun?
Boss, pasensya na. Hindi kami pumunta dito para manginsulto. May isang salita kami. Doon tayo sa napag-usapan. 2 milyon. At kung gusto nyo, bababa yung presyo para sa bala.
Hindi. May isa akong salita. 2 milyon. Yung nagbabayad ko.
Salamat sa pag-intindi, boss. Hayaan mo. Sa susunod na palitan natin, dadagdagan ko ang kalakal mo. At ako na mismo ang haharap sa'yo. Para may iwasan natin ang problema.
Ang pambansang tagapagtanggol.
Nag-iisa, Tanggol. Tanggol, ikaw ang number 1 sa puso namin. Tanggol, idol ka namin.
Idol ka namin, Tanggol!
I love you, idol.
Inspirasyon ng ating mga kabatang Quiapo.
Bilang isang DPWH maintenance, ang natutunan ko kay Tanggol yung magpursige sa buhay at lumaban lang.
Doon ka sa kanya kukuha ng lakas ng loob.
Bilang isang
Then doon si Tanggol lang nagturo sa akin kung paano makisama, magsikap. Titinda po siya, dumidiskarte. Pares na po kami dumidiskarte sa buhay. Hoy, sa driver, idol ko si Tanggol. Bilang traffic enforcer, idol kita Tanggol, lalo na napakabuti mo.
Hindi siya nakakalimot na kahit ganun lumasenjoy ka.
As a student, ako talent sa Batang Quiapo is maging hanis ka.
Palagi siyang humingi ng tulong sa Panginoon.
Kami mga estudyante sa Dino, idol ng Sanggol.
Ako ang office worker na baroan ko ang Batang Quiapo na tratuwanan akong mga katrabaho bilang pamilya, karangatanan, malipayon.
Ang daycare worker ang Tacloban. Inspirasyon namon ni Tanggol na magtrabaho ng tuhay para mabot diha ang amon ninihinya.
At saka may mga araw to, sinabudon yung pagmamahal sa magulang, kagatang loob sa kapwa.
Makabilin ang imong gukma sa pamilya o mga higala.
Tapos sa siyang mamang, laban pa siyang sanggot siya ka bata na gisalikway sa mga ginikanan. Tungod ang pilit ko ni mo Tanggol, dili siya di kapiyaan.
Walang iwanan. Magkakasangga tayo gabi-gabi.
Opon na mo na mawalang Tanggol. Papakawayan mo ang kapalitbayan. Yes!
Nawa po ay makapagpasaya pa po kayo ng maraming tao.
FPJ's Batang Quiapo.
Lumaki ako at kinikilala ko ngayon na isang maayos at mabuting sundalo ni Siguran. David, sinasabi ko lang kung ano nandyan. Ano ba talaga ang connection mo sa lahat ng ito? I told you, I was a secret detective. Nandiyan po kasi si Calera.
Bakit? Sino ka ba?
May kontrata pa kayo mga sagutin. Hindi na sila bago sa'yo. May kailangan kayo i-trip sa kanila. The Escaleras again.
Simula na ang paghahanap sa Idol Kids Philippines. Kung ang anak mo ay 6 to 13 years old, people with pleasing personality at an idol pagdating sa pagkanta ng kahit na anong musical genre, kumuha na ng video sa isang maliwanag at tahimik na lugar. Ipakilala ang sarili at kumanta ng acapella ng English at Tagalog song. Ipadala ang video sa pwede ring mag-audition ngayon March 22 sa Robinson's Novaliches, March 23 sa Robinson's Malabon, March 29 sa Robinson's Dasmariñas, March 30 sa Robinson's Butuan, April 5 sa Robinson's Gapan, April 6 sa Robinson's Bacolod, April 12 sa Robinson's Lipa, April 13 sa ABS-CBN Center Road from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. See you there! This is the search for the first Idol Kids Philippines.
Germs everywhere. Not to my kid. When you safeguard pure white. Showing germs 24 hours. Protection 24 hours. Para sa pamilya. Safeguard. Mga babad sa pawis. Mga asin yan. Huh?
Pero, dahil may mga 24 hours review. Kahit pausap ka ba?
Mahigit 2 dekada nang namayapa ang idolo ng mga Pilipino. Pero marami pa rin nakakaalala sa pagiging matulungin ni FPJ. Sa FPJ Panday Bayanihan, saludo ko sa kanilang pagbibigay pag-asa at tapat na pagtulong. Patuloy na pagkalinga, patuloy na paninilbihan. Good, progress, justice. Siya ng FPJ Panday Bayanihan Party List. Ganong tatak, FPJ Panday Bayanihan Party List. Number 3 sa balota.
With aging, nagkaka-muscle decay, which can lead to higher risk of illness. Yan ang cycle of weakness. Drink Yield Sure Gold with strength from the by HMB and YBG. Help build the cycle of strength.
Sister Instant Puti. Dami tanaka. Wow. Instant Puti. Dami tanaka. Wow. Instant Puti. Instant Puti in 2 minutes.
Lunch? Budget ko dito lang ha. Pero ang sarap sana apat dito. Got you!
All new Jollibee Chicken Filet.
So meaty! So saucy!
69 lang.
Kung ako'y nakaahon, kaya nyo rin. Kaya natin lahat lumaban.
Atong Unlay. Tatakling kong lapid. Supremo ng Senado. Lito Lapid, number 35 sa balota. Lito, Lito, Lito Lapid!
Dad Connect Dishes Special with Lady's Choice, the #1 mayo with best quality ingredients, 100% farm fresh eggs.
Wow! Special.
Lady's Choice, di may iwasan ang stains at germs every day. Kaya dapat mag-Sunrock sa bawat laban. Up to 2 times ang linis ng stains at germs kaysa detergent lang. Ang natay linis sa Sunrocks. Linis na di kaya ng detergent lang. Decolor na labas sa detergent lang? Baka may maiwan pang germs. Mag-Sunrocks Color Safe. Expert pumatay ng up to 99.9% germs na di kaya ng detergent lang. Kulay at linis, ipat malapit. With Sunrocks Color Safe.
Narito na ang totoong #1.
Ako at ang CDO Fantastic Tocino. Na-serve namin ang #1 Corona dahil gawa ito sa 100% young pork. Kaya may tamang lambot at sarap ng tocino. Fantastic talaga! O diba? The people have spoken. Fantastic ang #1 tocino. Ay! Eksena ka? Dito ka na sa #1. Fantastic!
Ako si David Macro. Level 3 scholar through the doktor para sa bayan act. Gusto ko talagang maging doktor. If it weren't for this law, I won't be able to continue my journey as a medical student. Now, I have the opportunity to become a doctor, stay here in the Philippines, and serve many people. The Doktor para sa Bayan law was authored by Senator Tito Soto, and this law has changed my life forever.
Straightening, color, curling. Is damage building up in your hair? Just pause and reverse the signs of damage. New Dove Ceramide Intense Repair with bioprotein care that penetrates hair strands. Reverses the signs of damage for up to 10 times stronger and smooth hair. Just pause, reverse, and hit play. New Dove Ceramide Intense Repair. Let's get paid.
Patikim! Ang lasa.
Sila sa tulog? Yeah.
Baka naiwan ang face. Mas proud ka sa linis joy. Hanggang sebo, walang pirong sabon ang face. Isang mata, isang kamuta. Sa dala ng maliliit nating kababayan. Tatakbulong po, CIS, tatakbulong po, 6 days sa ang tanging party list na kakampi ng inapi. Saan ka pa? Access party list ka na.
Lahat tayo may kain mag-inasal. Di mamimigil ang kamay para solve ang kain. So to the max. Sa saya. Go na go lang. Pagkilala sa ang sarap. Kung may mama na kain, solve ka dito. Yan ang kain mag-inasal.
Age can't stop me from being my ultimate. Myra Ultimate with astaxanthin, 6,000 times more powerful than vitamin C. Now nothing can hold me back. Myra Ultimate. Ang Myra Ultimate ay hindi ka matatinda magkaming pagdamot sa uri ng sakit. Astaxanthin helps with anti-aging. 6,000 times more powerful than vitamin C. Helps promote youthful-looking skin, reduce wrinkles, and fade age spots. That's the power of astaxanthin. Myra Ultimate. Ang Myra Ultimate ay hindi ka matatinda magkaming pagdamot sa uri ng sakit.
Dream ako sa nanay na smart pumili ng gatas. Birch 3 Fortified. May lakas, depensa plus. Sa brain lakas, bone lakas, at immunity lakas. Triple lakas ng Birch 3. Bilib ako.
Sa Mandaluyong, alagang-alaga ang mga nakayat na. Pwede sa Millennium Baby Project, baka itong baby ko, wala rito sa mundo.
Sino mag-aakala na ang mahirap kagaya namin ay magkakaroon ng sarili bahay at lupa? Natupad to dahil sa programa ni Avalos.
Ang mga batang may kapansanan ay niyayakap ng pagmamahal sa Project Kids ni Mayor Avalos. Hindi lang ang kanilang kapansanan sa isang magandang kinabukasan.
Puti, pawis, at amoy araw. Yan ang mga mansyang inuuwi nila. Buti na lang, may bagong Breeze 3 Wash Pack na. Nagtatagal ng mancha sa unang babad pa lang. Sige sa mancha, new Breeze 3 Wash Pack.
Ano ang tawag sa tropa mong matangkad? Ano? Edi, tola! Ano niya ako eh? Ito ang tol!
Daddy, up here!
Hey, Peng! Sobrang sakit. Flanax na.
Flanax deals with the real cause of pain with care.
Panatag ako.
Sobrang sakit!
Panatag sa Flanax. From Taisho. Sarap mag-road trip. Sobrang sakit. Flanax na.
Flanax deals with the real cause of pain with care.
Kaya panatag ako.
Sobrang sakit. Panatag sa Flanax. From Taisho.
Mula ngayon, with Haji Kinisa, kids will say,
I love the delicious!
kaya mag-Haji Kinisa para more meaty, more kisa. I love the delicious.
Ajinomoto.
This is a burger. And here's one from Food Panda with 100 pesos off. Now that tastes like a good deal.
Ganda ng hair! Mag-long hairstyle tayo for the show. Abot pa ba hair ko? Let's grow it! Sums Up Strong and Long with aloe vera, biotin, and castor oil. For hair that's 3 times stronger and thicker looking as it grows long. How amazing! Sums Up!
Buti pa par. Umay na ako. Tama ka, boss. Pare, umay sa kainan. Bakit doon na yan? Round 2. Mountain Dew. Tikman ang matlacha.
Hair Playground? Now online. Bet88 has over 1,500 games. Secure and fast gameplays. Meron pang play for fun option to try all the games. Ibang swerte to. Bet88.ph.
Okay na kaya mag-shake ko?
Mami, para wala nang hula-hula, mag-Tetra No Shake Formula ka. Laging consistent ang dose, kaya no worries. Most doctor-prescribed paracetamol brand for children. Fast take, no shake, ang galing na ang tempra.
Pagdating sa lagnat, mag-no shake formula, tempra. Laging consistent ang dose, kaya no worries. Dahil 100% dissolved na paracetamol. No shake formula, fast take, no shake. Ang galing ng tempra.
Ang programang ito ay rated SPG. Striktong patnubay at gabay ng magulang ang kailangan. Maaaring may masiselang tema, lengguwahe, karahasan, sexual, horror o droga na hindi angkop sa mga bata.
Oh, makalan niyo sa labas sa mga partyado natin. Tara. O, sa Dino, tabahin niyo. Sa susunod, ayoko makita pagmumukha ng kasama niyo. Salamat kayo. Kailan may ganong item? Hindi ako kuha sa inyo.
Sensya na ulit. Kaya mo din na maulit. Sa susunod, babawi kami.
Kung ganyan kadali kausap, walang problema. Solitin sa Dino.
Sige. Edwin, ingat tayo sa labas.
Oh, mag-enjoy ka sa labas.
Edwin, pinaya mo yung grupo. Bakit mo pinatukan nila pag-usapan?
Dino, ang tawag doon, diskarte. Kung binigay natin ng 2 milyon, okay, pagkawalan kayo. Diba? Dapat maging wise ka ng Dino. Pero may napag-usapan tayo ni Arman.
Kaya sa pinagkagawa mo, masira tayo sa mga kliyente.
May magagawa ba sila? Sino lang ba may hawak ng Red Chaser dito sa Maynila, ha? Tayo lang, di ba?
Pero kahit Edwin, kung hindi tayo mapalaban, nasa pagkikita mo. Nakaumpisa pa nga lang ng 20. Kaya kailangan natin ng mga katulad nila para pumanago yung negosyo.
Tama naman,
naman, Edwin. Saka unang-una, ang Dino naman talaga dapat kausap doon. Dahil sa'yo ka ng kamay. Hindi naman ikaw.
Problema sa inyo yan eh. Nagpapaniwala kayo masyado sa santino nyo. Ha? Huwag kayo na pag-usap doon. Alam bang nagoyo ka? Mga tayo.
Tama na yan. Sayang lang na oras natin kung magpapangayap kayo. Lalakarin pa tayo mamaya. Nag-text sa akin si Kiko. Kukuha rin ng red chaser. Sige, mamaya pa naman yan eh.
Jojo, huwag nga alam.
Papalamig ko na ang ulo. Pino?
Hindi maganda yung patag ko eh. Para kayo na kami nagmamanman.
Dala.
Pagino ko na.
Siguraduhin ninyo hindi sila mawawala sa paningin nyo. Tatawagin ko rin.
Dali nga.
Attention all units. Kumpirmado. May transaksyon ng droga dito. Pasukin niyo na.
Ano?
Bakit? Di ba parang naparating? Mga tao sila dito.
Cheers!
Yes, besta, brother. Huli ka na! Tingnan ka naman! Nakuha natin kailangan natin! Kaya natin mga yan! Ayun kayo lahat! Maghanap na yung tao palabas! Hindi makamatay tayo! Tara! Dito tayo! Tara! Ikaw dito! Tara!
Hindi nila ako pwede makita. Itakas niyo ako!
Di ba marami ang koneksyon? Gawin na pala!
Hindi ako pwede mahuli. Mayayari ako sa pamilya ko!
Hindi ka sasama sa akin! What?
Tulungan niyo ako, please! Please! Wala akong laban!
Dino, kailangan na natin umalis.
its daily dose of provitamin from Pantene. Formula with provitamin B5 strengthens hair and helps build hair fall immunity for 10 times less hair fall. Pantene.
Kung ako'y nakaahon, kaya nyo rin. Kaya natin lahat lumaban at umunlad.
Tatakling kong Lapid. Supremo ng Senado. Lito Lapid, number 35 sa balota. Lito, Lito, Lito Lapid!
Nurture a gifted brain with Promin, with 4 more clinically proven brain nutrients that help support focus, memory, language, and problem solving. Raise a gifted kid only with Promin.
Madating na si Mama. Malinis na ba lahat?
Yung banyo nila mahal.
Ha? Mamamit ko pa sa bleach?
Comex na pa. Tanggal ang stains at germs dahil sa Big Formula.
Linis na. Galing mo talaga, mahal.
Comex Unstoppable.
Hindi mo ibitin?
Hindi ko palangin. Sa extra rice, sarap ulam, daming sauce ng makasavor, sulit po sa meals. 99 pesos lang. Pia, pia, pia, Cayetano. Pia, pia, pia, Cayetano. Pia, pia, pia, Cayetano. Pia, pia, pia, Cayetano.
Amen.
Butang kami pagtanghali, boss.
Coffee.
Sure, but not just any coffee. Dapat yung sobrang sarap na
Nakabathroom na.
Sarap.
Gano'n na. Pansit na lang.
Coffee ko, Brad. Sarap ang paa.
Why change things up? Because I can. With Creamsilk's best ever damage repair. Made with keratin and collagen to deeply repair and renew each strand. So whatever the hairstyle, you have power over damage. With Creamsilk Salon Expert Daily Treatment.
Long day's over. Hello, Choco Mucho. Loud wafer, rich caramel, Rice Krispies, and creamy chocolate. Heaven. Hello, heaven. Choco Mucho, everyday heaven. Dami ni Coco, biktima ng imposibleng mantsa. Hindi kaya ng Frankex, ang Ariel, kaya. Imposibleng mantsa, tanggal yan ang NX Power Cream. Imposible, simple, kaya. Milyon-milyong Pilipino na ang nakatira ng serbisyo at malasakit sa anumang sulok ng bansa, bagyo, sunod, lindol, ano tumal sa kuna. Si Senator Bongo, Mr. Malasakit, bisyo ang more serbisyo.
Nick, sa Senado. Pinakamasarap na joy ng pamilya. Ang aming biggest, crispiest, juiciest, Philippines' best tasting chicken joy.
Super Boy is here!
Don't worry, may superhero ang washing machine natin. Breeze, more cleaning power. Mas tanggalan man siya, new fresh fragrance pa. Breeze.
I have protein fit with century tuna.
Packed with 22 grams of protein.
Fit never tasted this good.
Fit never looked this hot.
Century tuna. Lakas makas sukabat.
Kaya ba ng powers nyo? Pag may disaster, makabayad pa rin ang ilaw at tubig. Ginawa ko po ang litaw. Liwanag, internet at tubig, assistance welfare. Para may powers kayo kahit bagyo, sunod ulit doon. Paul, powers up.
848. Mapakaling Forex B.
Parex B1, mansiya kayo sa bali ha.
Hindi ako pwede huminto sa trabaho.
Daghan na nagsaling na ako. Usa, Forex B.
Buong Pilipinas ay pa-excited. Hindi nagpapahinto sa kalay, tusok, magkit sa tulog ng Parex B. Pa-excited, Parex B. May tamang amount ng B-vitamins pang araw-araw. Parex B,
Dahil silang
B1,
banyo.
B6, B12.
Ganyan na ako.
That's okay.
Ang mga puso, walang pinipiling
kailanman. Kampi tayo. Erwin Tulfo, kampi nyo sa Senado.
Gayon, commute hanggang sundo kahit palis.
Amoy blooming pa rin dahil sa pinakabagay, Surf Passport Fresh and Bloom. May 3 times amoy pawis shield, kaya kahit pawis. Ang new Surf Passport Fresh and Bloom. Your playground? Now online. Bet88 has over 1,500 games. Secure and fast gameplays. Meron pang play for fun option to try all the games. Ibang swerte to. Bet88.ph.
Sobrang init. Mag-ingat sa dehydration. Non-Viva Light. Viva Light is most prescribed to help prevent dehydration. Mag-ingat sa dehydration, mag-Viva Light.
From Taisho.
May diarrhea si baby. Mag-ingat sa dehydration. Non-Viva Light. Viva Light is most prescribed to help prevent dehydration. Mag-ingat sa dehydration, mag-Viva Light.
From Taisho.
Siya si Jolo. Pogi, pero problemado.
You're annoying, you're weird, and you're crazy.
Si Sari na nga ba ang sagot sa mga problema niya?
I deserve to be happy.
Sure, hindi ka naman tayo happy, Jolo. May nakakasya ka naman. Kasi,
Paolo Abilino as Cholo. My love will make you disappear. Directed by Chad A. Bizanes.
Look, my ball is stuck.
What would a Similac Game School Fast Learner do?
Aha! Bring it down with water. Yay!
Similac Game School, with added ganglia science, supports faster brain connections for faster learning.
First day taping. Pero may last name ng buhok. Sunsilk with active infusion. Blend of oils, vitamins, proteins para always smooth and hair na may pulong nakakagigil. Walang makakapigil. Action! Sunsilk with active infusion.
Body pain can stop you from doing your best. Pagod na ako. Buti may salon pass.
With direct penetration of ingredients, relieves pain immediately, gives long-lasting relief that lasts up to 8 hours.
For shoulder, neck, and back pain. Ganda pa rin ang pakiramdam ko. For pain that massage alone can't relieve, use Salon Pass. Relief that sticks for up to 8 hours.
Ano ginagawa mo?
Ito, hindi. Why? Yun yung sinasabi ko sa'yo, bilihan ko ng mga magulit ng doctor.
May something. Wishy crispy patata.
Basketball has always been a big part of my life. To be great, to be good at everything. When you're passionate about something, you really don't like to lose. It's game day with Bet88 Sports.
Bet88.ph.
Buti ba par? Umay na ako. Ano boss?
Umay sa kainan? Bakit ko na yan?
Round 2?
Mountain Dew! Tikman ang matcha!
Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Gusto ko lang po sana humingi ng paumanhin sa nangyari kanina. Sa pamilya Guerrero. Mayor. Kay Congressman Miguelito. Pasensya na po. Marahil hindi pa ho tayo kasi magkakilala kaya nagkaroon po tayo ng hindi pagkakaunawaan. Hindi po ako sanay na umati ng ganito kalaking okasyon at tumarap po sa mga malalaking tao pero nandito po ako ngayon sa inyong harapan para ipakilala po ang aking sarili. Ako po ko si Jesus Nazareno Montenegro. Matagal po kami nagkawalay ng tatay ko. Sa mahabang panahon, hindi ko po kilala ang totoong pagkatao. Lumaki po ako sa Quiapo. Nasanay ako sa magulo, marumi, at delikado buhay. Marami po ako natutunan doon. Ang lahat ng kalokohan, katarantaduhan, ang lahat ng mga madudumi at lahat ng mga iligal na negosyo. Habang lumalaki ako, nararamdaman ko sa aking sarili na merong kulang. Meron akong hinahanap na pagmamahal ng isang magulang, lalo na ng isang ama. Maraming pagkakataon, nakabanggaan ko ang tatay ko dahil hindi ko siya kilala. Dahil sa mahabang panahon, iba ang kinamulatan kong mga magulang. Siguro, pinadyan namin ng Panginoon na mangyari na ako sa buhay ko upang dumating ang tamang pagkakataon na makilala ko kung sino talaga ako. Ngayon, nabigyan ako ng pagkakataon na makilala ko kung sino ang totoo kong pamilya. Kaya masaya po akong umaharap sa inyong lahat. At gusto ko ipagmalaki sa inyo na ngayon ay napabilang na ako sa pamilya Montenegro. At nakilala ko na rin po ang aking tunay na ama na si Ramon Montenegro. Maraming salamat po at pinapangako ko sa inyong lahat na sa pagtutulungan ng aking pamilya, sisiguraduhin ko na mas mapapalaki pa natin ang lahat ng ating mga negosyo. Maraming salamat.
Galing magsalita ito. Ako mo. Teka, gusto ko ipakilala sa iyo ang mga Guerrero. Sila ang pumuprotekta sa ating mga negosyo.
Totoo, magkaibigan naman pala ang pamilya natin. Ang Giorani ng coach.
Ano? Maraming negosyo itong area mo.
Mas mga negosyo po. Ayaw ng mga sakyan sa mga diamante. At sounds interesting. Pwede niyo po puntahan sa lugar ko para makita niyo.
Cheers! Kasi nakita mo ng totoong anak. Saya ako para sa'yo.
Siya nga pala. Anong plano nila na Mayo? Ibig ko rin sabihin niya na si Olivia na papalit. Ang panahon para masabi ko sa mga kaibigan natin kung sino ang atak mo sa negosyo.
Ikaw ang sa Divinito. Paleng, maging kaibigan natin sa mga negosyo natin.
Yung kasama nila, sa susunod nating mga dito.
MPJ's Batang Quiapo.
Nakakating sa akin yung balita that Jake de la Cuesta was murdered.
You have nothing to worry about, sir. I will still be your good soldier, sir.
Alam mo yan si Tom, pagka tinotopak laging nagpupunta doon sa bakery na kapatid niya.
Saan ba yung maker?
Tungkol sa tattoo mo, yan lang ba ang nakuha mong tattoo during your military service?
I took it as part of a covert operation.
Anong operation? At anong grupo yan?
There are protocols of confidentiality that blood can breach.
Ako may info to sa kapatid mo. Nandun yung pangalan ng kapatid mo. Kay Isabel Escalera ako tinutulog. Pero JB, may isa pa akong pangalan na nakita doon. Kanina? Sa tatay mo. Isa siya sa mga nasa listahan na nabibigyan ng pero. Tingnan mo. Nabanggit sa akin ng airpods ko ba? Na may ginagawa siyang covert operations para sa gobyerno. Malamang isa ito sa mga intelligence operations nila para kay Escalera. Covert. Pero totoong pangalan na ginagamit. Ramondes, wala ako alam dito. Gusto ko rin malaman ang katotohanan. Pero ito sinasabi ko sa'yo, lumaki ako at kinikilala ko ang epat ko na isang maayos at mabuting sundalo. Hindi siya corrupt.
General, Greg, may kontrata ba kayo para sa grupo? Oo. Hindi na sila bago sa'yo. Hindi bago? Escalera sa ganito. Yes. Pero ngayon, may kailangan kayong i-retrieve sa kanila. Hard drive. Ang master list. That is now the contract.
JB, sinasabi ko lang kung ano nandiyan. Sige. Pero kailangan ko tulong niya. Para saan? Kung DPA siya dati, tulad ng sinasabi mo, sigurado marami siyang alam tungkol sa mga operasyon ng Escalera. Andres, nakuha mo na ang gusto mo. Nabuksan mo na ang hard drive. Ano ba nang gagawin ko, JB? Laharap ako kay Isabel Escalera. I-expose ko ang sarili ko. Andres, matanda na airpods ko. Wala kang makukuha sa kanya. Kailangan ko subukan. Ako nga mismo hindi ako makalapit sa kanya. Hirap ako. Ikaw ba kaya? Sige. Hindi ko niya pipilit. Delikado na hawak mo ang hard drive na yan. Mag-iingat ka. impormasyon ang nasa master list. Mga listahan ng payola ng mga eskalera, ng mga politiko, pulis, militar, negosyante, at ilang sibilyan na kasabot nila sa mga iligan. Nandun.
At hindi niyo pwede ipagawa yung trabaho niya sa military. Kaya binibigay niyo sa grupo ko. Tama po ba?
Parehas nating alam na may mole ang eskalera sa ranks namin. Ang layunin namin, linisin ang militar at gobyerno. Malaki ang may tutulong ng hard drive na yan.
Nagbago ako at hindi ko alam kung paano babalik sa dati.
Baka naman hindi mo kailangan bumalik. Hindi mawawala ang kadiliman.
Pinakusahan ka ng iskandal. Ikaw daw ang dahilan, kaya may pumasok sa bahay niya ng walang paalam.
Bakit nandito ka?
Suspend ako.
Ngayong Miyerkules,
Dadamanda mo ako na pakasama mo talaga!
hanggang saan ang kasamaan?
Ilang babae ba, Catherine? Ilang buhay pa ang hahayaan mo sirain ng demonyo ko eh?
Makakahinga na ulit ako na maluwa. Ako na ulit ang may kontrol ngayon.
Liar, weeknights, 10:15 p.m. Ngayong Sabado.
Bring it. We're all here expecting the best. Gagawin ko lahat na manalo sa kompetisyon.
So, nandun talagang may marating sa larangan ng pagsasayaw.
Masasabi ko na, you had that it factor.
Ako yung klase ng performer na hinahanap niya.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Ken.
Pagka umabot ako sa dulo, parang feeling ko ay nag-work talaga sa akin.
You have what it takes to win this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, our Elite Six!
Sabado, 8:30 p.m.
Imbis germs at lagkit, feel aircon cool. Safeguard extra strong cool. Germs off, aircon cool on.
Tagal ni Mama.
Hugas pa.
Hugas na hugas sa face. Hulas pa.
Kailan ba ito natatapos sa pace? John! Maghugas? Linis agad?
Kiss, kiss.
Hindi ba enjoy? Sa Linis Joy!
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Choose your sulit, sarap saya. Sulit, sarap saya. Sulit, sarap saya. Sa Jollibee, mix and match combo. Ngayon, commute hanggang sundo kahit pawis.
Amoy blooming pa rin.
Dahil sa pinakabago, Surf Fashion Fresh and Glow. May 3 times amoy pawis shield, kaya kahit pawis. All new Surf Fashion Fresh and Glow. Jay!
Eh, may sugar yan! Nescafe sugar-free to! Nescafe sugar-free! Introducing the new Nescafe sugar-free with stevia. Lasap ang sarap ng kape without the sugar. Kaya huwag na magpigil. Try it now.
Tubig? Sakit na di matiis? May Bilis Relief Dolphinal. Subok pa marami, subok for 36 years, subok nito. Bilis Relief na subok na. Dolphinal. Yung lab yan.
Silver Bling's here!
Don't worry, may superhero ang washing machine natin. Breeze, more cleaning power. Mas tanggalan man siya, new fresh fragrance pa. Breeze.
With aging, nagkaka-muscle decay, which could lead to higher risk of illness. Yan ang cycle of weakness. Drink new Sure Gold with strength from the by HMB and YBG.
Gold dito! Help build the cycle of strength.
First day taping! Pero may lasting ng buhok. Sunsilk with active infusion. Blend of oils, vitamins, proteins, and all-day smoothing hair na may balong nakakagigil. Walang makakapigil. Action! Sunsilk with active infusion.
Putri Papar, umay na ako. Tamang mabos.
Isang citrus ang kailangan! Ingay sa kainan? Protein ko na yan!
Round 2.
Mountain Dew! Tikman ang masarap!
Your playground? Now online. Bet88 has over 1,500 games. Secure and fast gameplays. Meron pang pay for fun option to try all the games. Ibang swerte to. Bet88.ph.
Naulitin yun na.
Weird talaga ng lalaki. Kanina pa tingin ng tingin sa kuya niya, ayaw naman nga. Hey, saan ka?
Nasa mall, nagpapalamig.
Gusto mo tinapay?
Tinapay. Weirdo talaga nitong babae. Meron ako dito.
Dito ako bumibili ng
Ako
tinapay.
bibili na tinapay.
Oo.
Ikaw, anong ginagawa mo dito?
Hindi ko basta ano kasi.
Ano, kailangan mo ng pera? Wala akong pera, nakita mo, nagtitinda ako, di ba? Ha?
Wait.
Ang hirap ng buhay ngayon, Tomas. Ang dami kong bayarin. Kuryente, ilaw, tubig.
Wait lang. Ano? Gusto ko lang niya makita. Di ba, kuya ka niya?
Nakita?
Oo.
Miss, alam mo ba nung huling pumunta dito, anong ginawa? Nakadismal ko ng pera yan. Di ba? Humingi pa sa akin. Hindi ko alam anong ginawa. Pinangsugal siguro. Ano? Di ba binigyan kita? Hindi mo pa ako nababayaran eh.
Tama na. Grabe ka naman makapagsalita. Ano, kuya ka ba talaga? Hindi mo pa kilala yung kapatid mo. Maraming pera na yan ngayon. Kaya niya bilhin lahat, pati buong bakery mo. Uy! Tomas! Tomas, saan ka pupunta?
We'll have the best wedding dahil nandiyan ka. I miss you, and I can't wait to start a life with you. I love you, mahal. To the heavens.
Nung mawala yung sing-sing, I thought it was the end of us. Pero gano'n nga ba katagal ko nararamdaman to? For a while, I thought you let me go. Pero kung hindi ko hinanap, pinapakalam mo na nga ba talaga ako? Yes, contractor. Okay, I'll be there.
Hoy! Mas! Saan ka nag-walk out? Ang OA mo! Hoy! Tomas! Bumalik ka nga doon. Harapin mo yung kuya mo. Napaka-toxic pala. Sabihin mo sa kanya, mali siya at dapat
Nangyayala ka. Sino ba nagsabi sa'yo kausapin mo yung kapatid ko?
Gusto ko lang mapadali yung buhay mo, okay? Kesa sa tingin ka ng tingin doon sa labas para ka nag-window shopping. So nag-decide ako parang, it's time for you to buy.
Anong window shopping? Hindi ako may mag-shopping. Ayoko ng shopping.
Diyos ko, metaphor kasi yun, okay? Gusto ko lang magkaayos kayo magkapatid. Ganun.
New contract. Report to HQ.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Pwede ba agad masyado ng pakilamera eh?
Wow, okay. Pakialamera. Sorry Sorry na kialam ko dahil akala ko nahihiya ka lang. Akala ko magiging happy reunion siya at hindi ko alam na ganun pala yung kuya mo. Tsaka gusto ko lang maging quits tayo dahil doon sa nangyari kay Buddy.
Quits? Wala akong pakialam kung maging quits tayo o hindi. Okay lang ako.
Okay. Okay, hindi tapos na. Hoy, hindi ko kasalanan kung masama ang ugali ng kuya mo, okay? At nagmana ka sa kanya, by the way. Sulit ka lang.
Adel, nainom ko na yung mga gamot ko.
Dad, yung tattoo mo at ang insignia sa master list ng mga eskalera ay iisa. Sino bang sinusundan nila? Ako o ikaw?
Master list. Nasa iyo.
Tungkol ba ito sa mga covert operations mo noon? Kaya ang pangalan mo nasa payola nila.
Nagsimula na ang paghahanap sa Idol Kids Philippines. Kung ang anak mo ay 6 to 13 years old, people with pleasing personality at idol pagdating sa pagkanta ng kahit na anong musical genre, kumuha na ng video sa isang maliwanag at tahimik na lugar. Ipakilala ang sarili at kumanta ng acapella ng English at Tagalog song. Ipadala ang video sa pwede ring mag-audition ngayon March 22 sa Robinson's Novaliches, March 23 sa Robinson's Malabon, March 29 sa Robinson's Dasmariñas, March 30 sa Robinson's Butuan, April 5 sa Robinson's Gapan, April 6 sa Robinson's Bacolod, April 12 sa Robinson's Lipa, April 13 sa ABS-CBN Center Road from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. See you there! This is the search for the first Idol Kids Philippines.
Tipid-tip, may murang pampabango ng damit. Dapat isa, dalawan. Mura nga, gastos naman sa dami. Ang isang Downy effective, kaya matipid. Mabango na, may savings ka pa. Downy, effective it.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing nga kasi. Baka dandruff yan. Use Head and Shoulders. Tanggal ang dandruff that causes kape. Katigawan for good dahil 100% dandruff-free ka. Iboto natin si Kiko. Titiyakin niyang muli saganang ani at supply ng pagkain sa mababang presyo. Hindi tayo Pilipino kung wala tayong baon.
Pag may Kiko,
May Sharon ka. Number 51 sa balota.
Bilhin ba ko? Sa nanay na smart pumili ng gatas? Birch 345. May lakas, depensa plus. Sa brain lakas, bone lakas, at immunity lakas. Triple lakas ng Birch 3. Bilhin ba ko?
Sakay na! Kasya ba buong pamilya dyan? Bigatin to, tita! Parang surf na kung mas bigatin pa. Mas bigatin, kaya mas mabango. Surf taco.
I love
Extra rice! Ngayon, may extra rice na. Sarap ulam, daming sauce, ang mag-savor, sulit busog meals. 99 pesos lang.
Kung ako'y nakaahon, kaya nyo rin. Kaya natin lahat lumaban at umunlad.
Tatakling kong lapid. Supremo ng Senado. Lito Lapid, number 35 sa Manota. Lito, Lito, Lito Lapid!
May magic sa wallet mo. Pagbili mo ng Maggie Magic Sarap Triple Pack, 4 pesos ang savings mo. Dahil more magic sa budget, more magic sa lutuin. Maggie Magic Sarap Triple Pack. Pili na!
Padating na si Mama. Malinis na ba lahat?
Yung banyo nila mahal.
At mababad ko pa sa bleach?
Comex dapat. Tanggalan stains at germs dahil sa Big Four.
Linis na. Galing mo talaga, mahal.
Comex Unstoppable.
Manginasal, extra creamy halo-halo. Magpapa-creamyas ka!
Sandala ng maliliit nating kababayan. Tatakbong po, CIS, tatakbong po, 6 days. Ang tanging party list, nakakampi ng inapi. Saan ka pa? Access party list ka na.
From one version to another, we can become greater. Like the new Great Taste White. Ngayon mas creamy at mas makape. Tamang timplang mas pinasarap. Lipat na sa mas pinasarap na Great Taste White. Sa Surf Instant Puti, Ramita wow! Instant Puti! Ramita wow! Instant Puti! Surf Instant Puti in 2 minutes.
Last time, guys! Masarap din ang kainan with Nesty.
Mom, yung coconut dish, right?
Rice Krispies!
Feel sigana, basta may Nesty.
You want great hair? Pero tutuchang-tuchang, may sagot right here. New Pantene Supplement Conditioner with provitamin and collagen. Smooths out the chunk easily for smoothness. It's not luck, it's Pantene.
At first I was afraid, matabang lahat. Kept thinking, cooking's not for me, and just give up. But after spending so many nights na kuha ko, umiti sarada inside. They'll be wanting for more. batang matibay.
Mag-bear brand ka muna.
Di susuko. Ang batang matibay. Tuloy ang tibay mangarap. Bear Brand.
Superboy is here!
Don't worry, may superhero ang washing machine natin. Breeze, more cleaning power. Mas tanggalan man siya, new fresh fragrance pa. Breeze.
Tanay, mabakal ning Farex B.
Parex B1, mansiyak na yan sa Bali ah.
Hindi ako pwede huminto sa trabaho.
Daghan na nagsaling ako. Busa, Farex B.
Buong Pilipinas ay excited. Hindi nagpapahindusan nalay, tusok, manhid sa tulong ng Farex B.
excited with Farex B.
May tamang amount ng B vitamins pang araw-araw. Farex Vitamin B1, B6, B12.
Pinakamasarap na joy ng pamilya ang aming biggest, crispiest, juiciest, Philippines' best tasting chicken joy.
Gayon, commute hanggang sundo. Kahit pawis.
Amoy blooming pa rin!
Dahil sa pinakabago, Surf Fabcon Fresh and Glow. May 3 times amoy pawis shield, kaya kahit pawis. All new Surf Fabcon Fresh and Glow.
Basketball has always been a big part of my life. To be great, to be good at everything. When you're passionate about something, you really don't like to lose. It's game day with Bet88 Sports.
Bet88.ph. Ganda ng hair! Mag-long hairstyle tayo for the show. Abot pa ba hair ko? Let's grow it! Sums up strong and long with aloe vera, biotin, and castor oil for hair that's 3 times stronger and thicker looking as it grows long. How amazing! Sums up!
Siya si Jolo. Pogi, pero problemado.
You're annoying, you're weird, and you're crazy.
Si Sari na nga ba ang sagot sa mga problema niya?
I deserve to be happy.
Oh, sure. Buti ko man naging happy, Jolo eh. Wait, tapos kaya manuloy ko ito.
Sarah.
Ang sira.
Paolo Abilino as Cholo. My Love Will Make You Disappear. Directed by Chad V. Vidales.
Look! My ball is stuck!
What would a Similac Gain School Fast Learner do?
Aha! Bring it down with water! Yay!
Similac Gain School, with added gangliosides, supports faster brain connections for faster learning.
Does damage build up in your hair? Say no more. New Dove Hyacceramide Treatment Mask with Hyaluron Ceramide penetrates hair strand to reverse 10 signs of damage buildup. Stronger, smoother hair.
I love it.
New Dove.
Ano ba talaga ang kinalaman mo sa lahat ng ito, Dad? I told you, I was a secret operative. At sinasabi ko ngayon, kung nasaan ang master list na yan, hindi dapat makalabas. Delikado. Ibigay mo sa akin. JB, kung alam mo kung nasaan, kunin mo. Hindi pwedeng makalabas yan. Maraming mapapahamak.
Sige, dalhin nyo na yun doon. Ingatan nyo na lang, ha? Pakiingatan na lang. Ano kailangan mo?
Nandiyan po ba si Mrs. Calera?
Wala na si Ma'am dito sa isla.
Ganun. Saan ka kaya?
Bakit? Sino ka ba?
Oh, ingatan niya yan, ha? Gawa pa ni Sir Donato yan. Hinihintay ni Mrs. Escalera. Malalagot talaga ako kapag nasira yan. Oh, ingatan niyo.
Ano? Nagkailangan ko pa?
Sige. Thank you.
Hindi ko nila, sir, korektado yan sa kumuha sa kapatid ko eh. Kaya naman ako sumali sa grupo niyo eh. Para hanapin ko yung utol ko.
Sir,
Andres, nasaan ka?
may inaasikaso lang ng personal, sir.
I need to talk to you in person.
Sige po, sir. Pwede po ba bukas?
Sure.
Tungkol saan po ba?
I'd rather not discuss it over the phone. I'll just see you tomorrow.
Sige pa. Ito ba yung kay Ma'am Isabel?
At wala ka ba din ni Mrs. Calera?
Yes po.
Maraming nga ito. Maraming salamat sa tulong.
Salamat po. Anos? Okay. Hindi na naman natin ito.
Isang tanong, bakit bigla ka naglako nung araw na wala si Grace? Ano nangyari ba sa akin? Saan ka nagpunta? Sasagot.
Mila, yun po ang huling kasama ng anak ko, yung teacher niya.
Kaya pa bang magpalusot?
Wala akong kinalaman sa nangyari kay Grace. Hindi ko alam kung ba't ako nagtapis sa gulo ko.
Ito bang sinasabi mo?
Kilala kita. Ikaw ang tinuturo ng ebidensya.
Gusto sana kitang ma-interview. Gusto ko malaman ang katotohanan. Ako ang nagsasabi sa'yo. Hindi lahat ng nanay ko pareho.
Saving Grace, the untold story. Susunod na.
Huwag ka magmalinis! Nagkulang ba ako sa puson? Hindi lang! Nakakahiya!
Gulat ka? Mag-dive ka! Meron mang paninilaw sa dive. Ang kuslinis, patikwelyo at kilikili.
Ang puti!
Aray, sa kuslinis, laban sa paninilaw.
Good day for a date. Bad day for a date. Makadandruff yan. Mag-Head and Shoulders every day. So you're up to 100% dandruff-free every day. Head and Shoulders.
This is a burger. And here's one from Food Panda with 100 pesos off. Now that tastes like a good deal.
Ang nangabuso, walang pinipiling biktima. Ako, walang pinipiling ipagtanggol. Saan man, kailanman, kampi tayo. Erwin Tulfo, kakampi nyo sa Senado.
Nanood naman siya. Pinashing na, kinuskus mo pa. Switch to New Ariel Power Liquid. 15 minutes lang. Bilis-bilis ang tansya. No may kuskus sa washing machine. 750 lang per wash ang New Ariel Liquid.
Dad Connect Dishes Special with Lady's Choice. The #1 mayo with best quality ingredients, 100% farm fresh eggs.
Wow! Special.
Lady's Choice.
Period threats can't stop a pro because she's an expert. She trusts Gyne Pro, the OB-GYN prescribed feminine wash with chlorhexidine digluconate for long-hour tri-power protection. Gyne Pro, the pro in period protection.
Nurture a gifted brain with Promil, with 4 more clinically proven brain nutrients that help support focus, memory, language, and problem solving. Raise a gifted kid only with Promil.
Instant pati in 2 minutes. Lunch? Budget ko dito lang ha. Pero ang sarap sa salamat dito. Got you!
All new Jollibee Chicken Filet.
So meaty! So saucy!
69 lang.
Pagmahal mo, akbayan mo, tulungan mo.
Akbayan Party List. Mga lambayan, hindi pababayaan.
Pagmahal mo ang bayan, akbayan mo.
Akbayan Party List, number 51 sa Manoka.
I have protein pin with century tuna.
Packed with 22 grams of protein.
Fit never tasted this good.
Fit never looked this hot.
Century tuna. Lakas makas ko ba?
Pagdating na si Mama, malinis na ba lahat?
Yung banyo nila mahal.
Ha? Mababad ko pa sa blink?
Lumix naman. Tanggal ang stains at germs dahil sa big formula.
Linis na? Galing ba talaga mahal?
Lumix, unstoppable.
Kaya ba ng powers nyo? Pag may disaster, makabayad pa rin ng ilaw at tubig. Ginawa ko po ang litaw. Liwanag, internet at tubig, assistance welfare. Para may powers kayo kahit bagyo, sunog ulit doon. On, powers on.
Bawang tayo, gisingin ang mundo. Walang simulan ng may ngiti. Shadow inspiration. Gisingin ang mundo.
Nescafe.
Ang dami, may bonus 30% more na.
Kahit sa pawis may kabahan. Kahit kung ano gagawin. Sa oras ng walang downy.
At first I was afraid, matabang lahat. Kept thinking, cooking's not for me, and just give up. But after spending so many nights, nakuha ko ang ngiti sa dahil sa felt me wanting for more. And now, gusto mo yan. Lagi akong hinahanap sa gatherings, bawal wala. May more ang luto ko, they love me more. Basta more luto yan.
Hindi ko kaya magpagagot. Pero hindi ko akalain. Ito nadugtungan ko talaga ang buhay ko. Kahit sabihin mong hirap kami, magagawa ng paraan kasi may umaalalay. Maraming salamat po, Mayor Abby.
Kung pwede mong pahabain ang buhay, bakit hindi? The access to healthcare and the quality of healthcare should always be better.
Number 9 sa Balota.
Putik, pawis, at amoy araw. Yan ang mga mansyang inuuwi nila. Buti na lang, may bagong Breeze 3 Wash Pack na. Nagtatanggal ng mansya sa unang babad pa lang. Sige sa mansya. New Breeze 3 Wash Pack.
Lahat tayo, may kain bang inasal? Di mamimigil ang kamay para sa mga kain. Sausaw to the max. Sa saya. Go na go lang. Pagkilala sa ang sarap. May mama na kain, solve ka dito. Yan ang kain ng inasal.
Sakay na! Kasya ba buong pamilya dyan? Bigatin kulitan! Parang surf na kung mas bigatin pa. Mas bigatin, kaya mas mabango. Surf that one.
Look, my ball is stuck.
What would a Similac Gain School Fast Learner do?
Aha! Bring it down with water. Yay!
Similac Gain School, with added gangliosides, supports faster brain connections for faster learning.
Sunsilk Anti-Dandruff. Ready na? Anong problema? Pagod na ako. Sa hair problems ko. Pagod na akong magka-dandruff. At pagod na ako sa dry and weak hair. Girl, cut the drama. Use
Sunsilk Anti-Dandruff, a 2-in-1 solution with tea tree oil and aloe vera to remove dandruff para healthy, smooth ang hair. All game? Pagod na akong maging maganda. Tanggal dandruff na, healthy, smooth hair pa with Sunsilk.
Yan ang best friend kong si Sari. Single at sweet. Meron din namang mga mentally single at ako yun.
Sino ka, diba? Lahat ng mahal mo, kapag hinalikan mo, mapapala.
Si Joey na nga ba ang puputo ng sumpa?
Good morning.
Kim Chu, Asari, My Love Will Make You Disappear. Directed by Chad B. Adonis.
Mula ngayon, with Haji Kinisa, kids will say, I love the delicious. Kaya mag-Haji Kinisa para more meaty, more kisa. I love the delicious. Ajinomoto.
Does your anti-dandruff shampoo leave your hair dry and weak? Dove Dermacare Scalp with Scalp Care Actives removes dandruff and moisturizes hair for 100% dandruff-free and smoother hair with zero compromise. Available in hair fall recovery.
Basketball has always been a big part of my life. To be great, to be good at everything. When you're passionate about something, you really don't like to lose. It's game day with Bet88 Sports.
Bet88.ph.
Contractor. JB. Kumusta?
Ito. Okay pa. Isang beer.
How's everything with the family?
Ganun pa rin. Wala pa rin pinagbago.
Mukhang may laman yun.
Hindi naman yan ang pinunta ko dito. Anong bago natin kontrata? Escalera.
Yes, somehow, bumabalik-balik tayo sa kanila. We need to retrieve a master list.
Master list.
It's in hard drive. Nakita ko sa hotel ang mga escalera. Are you trying to say that you've been compromised?
Tawagan ko na ng kontrato. Ito sa bagong kontrato. It's about the Escalera hard drive.
JP, problema to. You have to think of something.
Dress code ka. Mrs. Isabel Escalera.
Pasok na kayo. Oh, my son's painting. Pakiingatan, please.
Hindi ka sa taas. Isabel Escalera. Kailangan ko kayo may kausap.
Naghahanap po kayo ng head. Anong experience mo? Teacher ako dati. Pero huwag ko kayo mag-alala kasi dati naman po kami ulit na kahit pa paano sanay ako sa mga negosyo.
Kumusta naman po si Grace at yung relasyon niya sa pamilya niya?
Itong si Sarah, napakapabayang nanay po niya.
Eh, yung sinasaktan po yung bata, ito po.
Ako, madalas pagalitan yung bata.
Sabi po ni Mama sa akin, dito daw siya sa ampunan niya galing.
Ano bang buong pangalan ng mama?
Honor Sarmiento po.
May kilala ba kayo, Mila?
Mila, wala ho.
May kilala ba kayo na pwedeng kumuha kay Grace?
So, yun ang pangalan? Ha? Yun ang pangalan ng kuha ng anak ko? So, kinita pa ang anak ko?
Meron ka bang nilang alam?
Ay, hinaharap kasi ako na may connection kay Grace. Eh, nawala rin siya nung araw na nawala si Grace.
Sino?
Si Ana Sarmiento.
Eh, kilala ba kayo, Mila?
Yung teacher, kalimutan mo.
Ako hindi Mila pangalan noon, Ana.
Wala ko kilang Ana.
Di ba dalawang teacher yung nagpunta sa inyo noon? Nireklamo kayo.
Ba't mo ba kasi hinahanap ni Mila? Ano ba kailangan mo doon?
Yun yung dumukot sa anak ko.
Hindi kayo pinaalis dito, ha? Hindi ko kayo pinaalis dito. Dumito kayo ni Pride hanggang gusto nyo. Ang nang pahirapan ng sarili mo, ha? Eto, gamitin mo na ito. Umanap ka na ng bagong trabaho.
Salamat to. Sige, kumain na kayo.
Gamitin mo na yan. Sa'yo na muna yan. Huwag mong ginagamit yan. Wala namang nakakaalala sa akin eh.
Sige, ho.
May relief operations ka bang nakaschedule ngayon? Bumagyo ba? Lumindol?
Wala. Para sana kay Sarah yan.
Sarah who?
Banaag yung nanay yung nawawalang bata. Nakita kong buhay nila. There's something that makes me want to help her. Nakikita ko ang sarili ko sa kanya.
Anong angulo? Left or right? Wala akong nakikitang pagkakapareho niyo, no?
Breadwinner. Nabuntis ng maaga. Naging single mother. Should I go on?
Ay, Miranda. Ikaw may pangarap. Nagsumikap. Kaya ka nga nakarating kung nasan ka ngayon. Unlike Sarah
na ano?
Di ba, ang alingas-ngas ng mga netizens na yun, dati siya nagtatrabaho sa bar. At ngayon, ang kasama naman niya ay mukhang sanggano.
Ma'am, excuse me po. Kailangan na po kayo. Okay, thank you. Di lalo ko siyang gustong tulungan. All the more, di ba? She's been through a lot in life, Carmen. Mag-isa lang siya, walang pamilya, walang support system. Nawawala pa anak niya ngayon. Baka lalong mapariwara. Kaya she needs someone who will guide her.
Just like gusto mong may mag-guide sa anak mo.
Sarah? Miss Miranda, anong ginagawa mo dito? Pwede ko ba kayo makausap? Meron ko kasi akong naisip. Tungkol kay Mila. Mila? Yun mo ang huling kasama ng anak ko. Napag-alaman ko ho na bago pala mawala si Grace, yun ang palagi niyang kasama. Yun yung teacher ho niya. Hindi na rin kasi ho makita yung teacher ngayon. Anong pangalan ng teacher? Ana ho. Sino po nakakalam nito? Kayo lang po. Kayo po una kong sinabihan eh.
Oo, Pulse.
O, Vincent.
Alis na po kayo pa?
Oo, anak. Ikaw kung ano nang lumalabas sa bibig mo,
Ganyan talaga sa games pa. Para siya akin. Laro lang naman yun eh.
Kahit na. Teka, di ba finals yung mamaya? Ba't di ka nag-aaral?
Kailan ba ako bumagsak? At tinuwa ko pa. Siyempre, mana ka sa'yo eh.
Mana ka sa akin.
Opo. Di ba kayo po yung may hawak ng kaso na ng batang nawawala? Eh, lagi nasa palabas ni Miranda Valdez. Pinag-uusapan lagi ng mga klase ko. Siyempre, pinagmamalaki ko na tatay ko yung may hawak noon.
Huwag mo iba yung usapan, anak, ha?
Proud lang ako sa'yo, pa. Sigurado mapopromote kayo pagkatapos niyan.
Wala pa namang promotion, pero nabigyan lang ako ng pagkakataon na hawakan yung kaso.
Sure na yun, pa. Naniniwala ako masasolve niyo yung kaso. Ang galing-galing mo kaya. Para pag na-promote na kayo, hindi na mangungulit si mama na sumama ako sa kanya sa Australia. Makakuha na kayo ng abogado laban sa kanya. Di ba?
Di bali, anak. Sigurado ikaw tatapusin ko lang tong kaso na to. Tsaka promise, hindi na tayo maghihiwalay.
Mangako yan pa, ah.
Ako.
Pa, next week break na namin.
O yun. Inisyo mo yung kotse ko.
Papa naman. Bakasyon nga eh.
Walang bakasyon sa pagiging anak ko.
Siyempre po. Pero, nagaya po kasi yung mga friends ko sa Palawan. Kasama po ako, ah.
Palawan?
Opo.
O sige.
Thank you.
Sige, anak. Tuloy ko na ako, ha?
Sige po. Ingat.
Hello? Sino to?
Lea. Ako si Ana Sarmiento. Natanggap ko yung email niya.
Pwede ka pumunta sa presinto ngayon? May mga ilang katanungan lang ako tungkol kay Grace Banahag. Kanina ko pa kayo nantay. Halika, pasok kayo sa loob. Nasaan si Miss Manada? Kanina pa kami nag-iintay sa studio.
Hindi mo alam?
Alam ng ano?
Umalis siya. Sinamahan si Sarah. Nagpasunod pa nga ng crew para kunan sila.
Saan sila pupunta?
Sa presinto.
Kasama ka raw sa nag-report na inaabuso siya. Ano naging basihan mo para sabihin niya?
Nakakita po namin yung katawan ng bata. Puro basahan.
May napansin ka pa sa ugali niya. May kinakatakutan pa siya para matamlay siya.
Sa klase ho namin, madalas ho siyang tulog. Hindi ho siya nakakagawa ng gawain.
Nagtanong-tanong ako bago ka dumating dito eh. May nakakita raw na lagi kayo magkasama.
Magkasama ko saan?
Sa restaurant.
Hindi ko nga ho alam kung bakit lapit na lapit sa akin yung bata eh. Ngayon ho, naisip ko baka dahil nanghihingi siya ng tulong.
Kaya mo siya tinulungan.
Nagsumbong ako sa kinauukulan.
Yan lang? Sabi sa dati mo eskwelahan, nakatanggap ka raw ng grant kaya ka nag-resign. Pero nandito ka pa rin. Ano nangyari?
Kaya niyo ho ba ako pinapunta dito? Pinagbibintahan niyo ho ba ako?
Sagutin mo na yung tanong ko. Bakit bigla ka naglako nung araw nung wala si Grace? Ano nangyari with Sarmiento? Saan ka nagpunta? Sandali lang. Esmeralda, ano ginagawa niyo rito?
Sinamahan ko lang si Sarah. May hinala siya kung sino si Mila. Siya ho! Esperando siya si Mila.
Araw-araw. Dahil awa is the best medicine. Tawa araw-araw sa very bulilit. Araw-araw.
Parang tayo ng favorite. Nagreklamo ba ako?
Very bulilit. Lumas ang lamietes, paitulog. Ilaw ng mga tahanan. Maningning na bituin sa iba't ibang larangan. Nagliliwanag ang inyong husay at ganda anuman ang pagdaanan. Mabuhay po kayo, mga kababaihan. Your stories will always shine, kapamilya. Happy Women's Month.
Germs everywhere! No to my kid! My new Safeguard Pure White. Show, show, show, wait, 24 hours. Protection 24 hours. Para sa pamilya. Safeguard. Good day for a date. Bad day for a date. Makadandruff yan. Mag-Head and Shoulders every day. So you're up to 100% dandruff-free every day. Head and Shoulders. Sakay na! Kasya ba buong pamilya dyan? Bigatin tulita! Parang surf sample, mas bigatin pa. Mas bigatin, kaya mas lumago. Surf sample.
Look, my ball is stuck.
What would a Similac Gain School Fast Learner do?
Aha! Bring it down with water.
Similac Gate School with added gangliosides supports faster brain connections for faster learning.
Yan ang best friend kong si Sari. Single at sweet. Meron din naman mga meant to be single. Ako yun.
Sumba ka, di ba? Lahat ng mahal mo, kapag hinalikan mo, mawawala. Si Joe na nga ba ang puputol ng sumpa?
Q, Asari, My Love Will Make You Disappear. Directed by Chad B. Vidanes.
Show how much you care every day.
Green Cross Daily Care. Germ protection na may skin vitamins and up to 5 hours na moisture lock.
Green Cross Daily Care every day.
Lunch? Budget ko dito lang ha. Pero ang sarap sana apat dito. Got you!
All new Jollibee Chicken Filet.
So meaty! So saucy!
69 lang.
Nanood naman siya. Winashing na. Kinuskus mo pa. Switch to New IL Power Liquid. 15 minutes lang. Bilis-bilis ang kantsa. No more kuskus sa washing machine. $7.50 lang per wash ang New IL Liquid.
At first I was afraid, matabang lahat. Kept thinking, cooking's not for me, and just give up. But after spending so many nights na kumako, hindi sarada dahil sa they'll be wanting for more. And now I'm back, tutubugan. Lagi akong hinahanap sa gatherings, bawal wala. May more ang luto ko, they love me more. Basta Wait! Sakit na iwanis.
May bilis na Leaf Dolphinal. Subok na marami, subok for 36 years, subok nito. Bilis na Leaf na subok na. Dolphinal. Unilab yan.
Bawang tayo, gisingin ng mundo. Simula ng may ngiti, siya ang inspirasyon. Gisingin ang mundo.
Let's get paid.
Super Boy is here!
Don't worry, may superhero ang washing machine natin. Breeze, more cleaning power. Mas tanggalan man siya, new fresh fragrance pa. Breeze.
May magic sa wallet mo. Pagbili mo ng Magic Sarap Triple Pack, more pesos ang savings mo. Dahil more magic sa budget, more magic sa lutuin. Magic Sarap Triple Pack. Bili na!
Nanay, mabakal ning Farex B?
Para XP1, madyak kaya't isabali ha.
Hindi ako pwede huminto sa trabaho.
Daghan na nagsaling ako. Busa, Farex B.
Buong Pilipinas ay par-excited. Hindi nagpapahinto sa nalay, tusok, manhid sa tulong ng
Farex B, very excited with Farex B.
may tamang amount ng B vitamins pang araw-araw. Farex Vitamin B1, B6, B12.
Ngayon, commute hanggang sundo kahit pawis. Amoy blooming pa rin dahil sa pinakabago, Surf Pack Compression Glow. May 3 times amoy pawis shield, kaya kahit pawis. Ang new Surf Pack Compression Glow.
Basketball has always been a big part of my life. To be great, to be good at everything. When you're passionate about something, you really don't like to lose. It's game day with Bet88 Sports.
Bet88.ph. Mula ngayon, with the Haji Kinisa, kids will say, I love the delicious. Kaya mag-Haji Kinisa para more meaty, more kisa. I love the delicious. Ajinomoto.
Welcome to season 7!
This is very refreshing. Say yes.
Pilipinas. Got to prepare para sa biggest power comeback season ng
Pilipinas Got Talent!
magpasalamat sa mga parents niyo?
Yung sumasali sa PBB, hindi lamang po ma-share ang aming talento, kundi para rin ma-inspire po yung ibang tao.
Parang gusto namin sumali. Wala na sabi ko yan. Yes.
Totally amazing.
Naiisak sa'yo.
Ayun po kayo sa tuwa. Parang may naisip.
Ito po, wala kang papakita sa akin dahil nabubula, di ba?
Mahirap pa rin yun, FMG ha.
Live niya ginagawa yun. Ibig sabihin, rare yun. Kasi nawawala.
Lalo niya ipapakita namin pang world class.
Ready? Eddie ka na.
Yes, a big yes. Pinatalo niyo kami sa saya.
Oh my, yes. Congratulations. That's a yes for you.
Pilipinas Got Talent mula ngayong March 29 and 37:15 p.m. sa Kapamilya Channel at Kapamilya Online Live.
Ikaw yun, di ba? Pumunta ka sa bahay namin dati, ikaw ang teacher ng anak ko. Oo, ako yung teacher ng bata. Pero hindi nila yung pangalan ko, Ana. Isa ako doon sa nag-report sa nangyayari to sa bata. Kita mo na? Umpisa pa lang, nagsisinungaling ka na. Kung ano-anong binibintak mo. Sarah, hindi ako mo. Sandali nga lang ko. Wala akong kinalaman sa nangyari kay Grace. Hindi ko alam kung ba't ako nagdami sa gulang to eh. Isa pa kung may kinalaman man ako, hindi naman ako siguro maglalak sa loob na pumunta dito.
Sandali lang. I assume iniimpistagan niyo na siya kaya siya nandito.
Tama ko kayo. Nasa gitna ako ng pagtatanong kung nasan si Mr. Sarmiento ng araw na wala si Grace. Pupunta dapat siya ng Hong Kong, pero nalaman namin hindi siya tumuloy.
And what did she say?
Ito ho. Ayan. Ikakasal yung kapatid ko, inibitahan ako ng nanay ko. Pinipilit niya ako. Yun ang dahilan kung ba't hindi ako natuloy umalis.
Totoo bang sinasabi mo? Ito. Nakuha namin doon sa pastor na papunta Quezon. Hindi ikaw yan.
Native ka kaya pahirap.
May kliyente ko na babae na kabawi ko.
Miss, ganito na lang ha. Meron ka bang idea kung saan pwedeng pumunta yung bata? O kung sino yung mga tao
Wala na,
sa kanya
power.
pwedeng kumuha sa kanya?
Bago niyo sa akin itanongin, baka dapat ang tinatanong. Kung ano yung naging buhay ng bata. Kung bakit siya laging gustusin, kung bakit siya payat. Kung bakit siya laging distracted sa school. Kung bakit puro pasa yung katawan niya. Yun. Baka umasagot yung mga tanongin niyo. Ako ba sinisisi mo? Wala. Wala akong sinisisi. Lahat tayo may kinalaman sa nangyari sa bata. Ni isa ba sa atin may nagtanong, kamusta siya? Kung anong nararamdaman ng bata, bakit? Dahil mukha siyang okay, nakangiti siya, masaya siya. Ngayon iniisip natin kung sino gumawa ng masama sa kanya. Tayo. Tayong lahat ang pinabayaan natin siya.
Mr. Sarmiento,
Akala ko ba pwede na ako umalis?
kunin ko lang yung contact ng number.
Same number naman ho.
Wala ka ba iba? Via address? Para mapunta na lang kita. Saan ka ba nakatira?
Sa ngayon ho, wala akong permanenteng address eh. Luluwas ho ako sa Palawan para sa kasal ng kapatid ko. Pagkatapos ho nun, diretso na ako sa abroad. Pinagsususpetsyahan niyo pa rin po ba ako?
For follow-up questions lang. Hindi ka kasi makontak, mahirap kang hagilapin. Tsaka huwag ka muna umalis ng bansa hanggat di pa tapos yung investigasyon.
Sa tingin niyo, nagsisinungaling ako sa inyo?
Sana hindi. Kasi kawawa ka naman. Pwede ka makatulong na habang buhay na pagkabilanggo. Sayang mo pagiging teacher mo. Laki kahihiyan sa pamilya mo yun.
Huwag ko kayo mag-alala kasi hindi naman ho mangyayari yun. Wala akong kinalaman doon sa bata. Lahat naman ho ng mga tanong ninyo sinasagot ko, di ba? Kung pinagbibintangan niyo pa rin ako, magsabi lang po kayo para makakuha ko ng abogado ko. Sige.
Ana, can I talk to you for a second?
Pasensya na ako, nagmamadali kasi ako eh.
Gusto sana kitang ma-interview, to get your side of the story.
Pasensya na, hindi kasi ako komportable sa ganyan eh. Wala rin ako yung makukuha sa akin.
Naiintindihan ko. Pero alam ko na bilang teacher, syempre, concerned ka rin sa nangyayari kay Grace, di ba? Kaya ka nga nandito para makapagkwento ka sa mga pulis ng kung anong alam mo. Well, the interview will be just like that. Para ka nagkikwento sa pulis o kaya sa kapitbahay mo o sa nanay mo.
Hindi ako dapat na tinatanong ninyo. Nag-substitute lang po ako sa klase ni Grace. May mga teacher ko doon, mas matagal na kasama yung bata. Sila ko yung dapat kinakausap ninyo.
Ana, please. Gusto ko malaman ang katotohanan.
Kilala ko kayo. Alam ko na kayo yung tumuturo sa mga nanay na naagrabyado. Pero ako nga nagsasabi sa iyo, hindi lahat ng nanay pare-pareho.
Nagbago ako at hindi ko alam kung paano babalik sa dati.
Baka naman hindi mo kailangan bumalik. Hindi mawawala ang kadiliman.
Pinakusahan ka ng iskanda. Ikaw daw ang dahilan kaya may pumasok sa bahay niya na walang paalam.
Bakit nandito ka?
Suspend ako. Ngayong Miyerkules.
Idadamanda mo ako! Napakasama mo talaga!
Hanggang saan ang kasamaan?
Ilang babae pa, Catherine? Ilang buhay pa ang hahayaan mo sirain ng demonyo mo?
Makakahinga na ulit ako ng maluwa. Ako na ulit ang may kontrol ngayon. Liar. Weeknights, 10:15 p.m.
Sikat ka pa rin! Super okay! Pero what if hindi na-lista?
Yung sobrang nakila mo na, Ben!
Single! Tapusin na natin ang hashtag Sana All Era mo! Una and be a proud single na ready to mingle! Mag-audition na kung ikaw ay 18 years old or above at single. Isama ang iyong bestie at pumunta sa ABS-CBN Audits Edward Suite, Miyerkules at Sabado, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Kita single, ikwento mo na yan sa It's Showtime!
Sa Surf Instant Boutique, gamit ang wow! Instant Boutique! Gamit ang wow! Instant Boutique! Surf Instant Boutique in 2 minutes.
Sa Talinong Nutroplex?
Yes, Kuya!
May Talino Booster Formula that helps activate the nerves para may tulong sa concentration, kaya gets na ang lessons, madiskarte pa. Talinong Nutroplex.
Hindi lang yan. At first I was afraid. Matabang lahat. Kept thinking, cooking's not for me. And just give up. But after spending so many nights, nakuha ko ang ngiti sarap dahil sa they'll be wanting for more. And now I'm back. Tutulungan. Lagi akong hinahanap sa gatherings. Bawal wala. May more ang luto ko. They love me more. Basta more luluyan.
Super Boy is here!
Don't worry, may superhero ang washing machine natin. Breeze, more cleaning power. Mas tanggalan mo siya, new fresh fragrance pa. Breeze.
Sobrang sakit.
Flanax na.
Flanax deals with the real cause of pain with care.
Panatag ko.
Sobrang sakit.
Panatag sa Flanax.
From Tyson. Whew, sarap pag road trip.
Back pain!
Sobrang sakit.
Flanax na.
Flanax deals with the real cause of pain with care.
Kaya panatag ako.
Sobrang sakit.
Panatag sa Flanax.
From Tyson. Pagdating na si Mama, malinis na ba lahat?
Yung banyo nila mahal.
Ha? Mababad ko pa sa bleach.
Lumix dapat. Tanggalan stains at germs dahil sa big formula.
Linis na. Galing mo talaga, mahal.
Donuts, unstoppable. Lunch?
Budget ko dito lang ha. Pero ang sarap sana apat dito.
Got you.
All new Jollibee Chicken Filet.
So meaty.
So saucy.
69 lang.
Look, my ball is stuck.
What would a Similac Gain School Fast Learner do?
Aha! Bring it down with water. Yay!
Similac Gain School, with added gangliosides, supports faster brain connections for faster learning.
Puti, pawis, at amoy araw. Yan ang mga mansyang inuuwi nila. Buti na lang, may bagong Breeze 3-wash pack na. Nagtatagal ng mansya sa unang babad pa lang. Sige sa mansya. New Breeze 3-wash pack. Bangon tayo, gisingin ang mundo. Simulan ng may ngiti. Siya ang inspirasyon. Gisingin ang mundo.
Let's get paid. Period threats can't stop a pro because she's an expert. She trusts Skynet Pro, the OB-GYN prescribed feminine wash with chlorhexidine digluconate for long-hour tri-power protection. Gynet Pro, the pro in period protection.
Dad Connect Dishes Special with Ladies' Choice, the #1 mayo with best quality ingredients, 100% farm fresh eggs.
Wow!
Special. Ladies' Choice.
Good morning.
Stop being bloated. Stop being gassy. Stop being heavy with Dopalax. Get overnight constipation relief that works naturally with your body.
Feel like after a go, take the day just like a pro. Nothing's gonna stop you no more.
Have a good morning with Dopalax.
Sakay na! Kasya ba buong pamilya dyan? Bigatin tulitan! Parang surf sapon mas bigatin pa. Mas bigatin, kaya mas mabango. Surf sapon. Makinasal, extra creamy, halo-halo. Sarap na Pinang Creamy, yes. May creamy milk pa. Inasal, extra creamy, halo-halo. Creamy, yes, yes. Pinang Creamy, yes, yes, yes. Sarap na Pinang Creamy, yes. May creamy milk pa. Inasal, extra creamy, halo-halo. Creamy, yes, yes. Creamy, yes, yes, yes, yes.
Mang inasal, extra creamy, halo-halo. Magpapa-creamy yes ka.
Creamy, yes, yes, yes, yes.
Yan ang best friend kong si Sari. Single at sawi. Meron din namang mga meant to be single. Ako yun.
Sino ka diba? Lahat ng mahal mo, kapag hinalitan mo, mapapala. Si Joey na nga ba ang puputo ng salita?
Good morning. Kim Chu, Asari, My Love Will Make You Disappear. Directed by Chad B. Lidanes.
Discover beautiful hair like never before. Introducing all-new Creative Triple Keratin Serum Conditioner with 30x keratin serum for ultimately perfect straight hair. Try all-new Creative.
Basketball has always been a big part of my life. To be great, to be good at everything. When you're passionate about something, you really don't like to lose. It's game day with Bet88 Sports.
Bet88.ph.
You're so good at telling lies. Ang galing-galing mong paniwala ng tao.
Hindi ako akalain na dito pa tayo magkikita ulit.
Change the subject. Nasaan si Grace?
Sinabi ko na sa inyo, hindi ko alam.
Hindi ko naniniwala. Kilala kita.
Galit ka pa rin ba sa ginawa ko sa'yo, no? Kaya mo ba ako pinagbibintangan?
Flatter yourself.
Pero baka kung alamin kung ano nangyari kay Grace. At pinaghihinalaan kita dahil ikaw ang tinuturo ng ebidensya.
Bakit ka maniniwala sa ebidensya? Julius, kilala mo ko. Base sa pagkakakilala mo sa akin, tingin mo ba mag-aalaga ako ng bata? Matagal na tayong hindi nagkita. Tama ka. Hindi pa rin ako nagbabago. Sa tingin mo ba mag-aalaga ako ng bata na hindi ko naman kaano-ano?
Estudyante mo siya.
Na wala pang isang buwan. Kung ano man yung nangyari kay Grace, sana makita niyo na siya. Pero wala akong kinalaman doon. Huwag niyo na ako idamay.
Mama Lucy, paano po ba maghanap ng trabaho?
Oh, bakit mo naman naitanong yan?
Kasi po gusto ko tulungan si Mama magtrabaho.
Responsibilidad ng magulang na buhayin ang anak nila.
Pero gusto ko po tulungan siya.
Paano, magtatrabaho ka na rin?
Magaling ako maglinis ng bahay. Marunong ako maglaba. Marunong ako maghugas ng pinggan. Kung sa inyo na lang po kaya kung magtrabaho.
Naku, sa akin ka pa nag-apply. Wala akong maisusweldo sa'yo.
Sige na po, please.
Ang kailangan mo, maging bata. Tulungan mo na lang ako. Dahil meron akong kayamanan.
Kayamanan?
Gusto mong tumulong sa mama mo, hindi ba?
Saan po nakalagay?
Kailangan muna natin mahanap ang susi.
Lagi na lang ako nang hihingi ng pasensya sa inyo. Nasayang ang punta niyo dito.
Oh, huwag kang masalita ng tapos. Hindi pa tapos ang investigasyon ng mga pulis.
Duda rin mo ba kayo kay Anon?
Hindi ko masabi, Sarah. Tingnan din natin ang ibang anggulo sa pagkawala ni Grace. Baka meron pa tayong hindi nakita. We need more evidence kung siya talaga.
Tama mo ba yun?
Ako nga pala, nagpadala ko ng groceries sa bahay ko kanina. Ha?
Naku ma'am, sana hindi na lang po nakakahiyan.
Maliit na tulog lang.
Naku, kahit naman kung maliit na tulong. Alam niyo naman yung mga kapitbahay ko. Mamaya kung ano na naman sabihin ng mga yung kesyo, inaabuso mo kayo.
Sarah, kung mapapa-apekto sa mga yun?
Paano mo kaya, no? Bawat sulok kasi ng bahay namin, puro marites. Kahit saan ka mapadpad, wala kang magagawa kundi maging agahan, chismis.
Then yun ang gawin mong goal sa buhay. Ang makaalis ka sa lugar na yun at ang malayo sa kanila. Pag sumikap ka, kasi sure ako, pag nag-iba ang environment mo, mag-iiba rin ang outlook mo sa buhay. At hindi magtatagal, magbabago na rin ang buhay mo.
Ganun mo ba yun?
All you have to do is act. Kahit one step at a time. Isipin mo na lang hindi lang para sa iyo yun, kundi para kay Grace na rin. Kasi para pag nahanap na natin siya, makakalimutan na niya lahat ng masamang nangyari. Maayos na din ang buhay niya. At magiging proud siya sa babalikan niyang nanay.
Salamat po.
Saan po dito, Mama Lucy?
Ayun, nakikita mo? Ayun, nakadikit sa pader, ayun.
Saan po?
Ayun, nakasabay pader, yung pinakakalim. Yan. Nakikita mo na. Ha?
Paano ko po kukunin? Nakalak yung pinto.
Teka, ito.
Nananakawin ko po.
Hindi ka magnanakaw. Bahay ko ito eh.
Ba't di nyo nalang buksan yung pinto?
Dami mo namang sinasabi pa, ang dami mong tanong. Gusto ba ng kayamanan o ayaw mo? Ha?
Sige na nga.
Dali. Oo. Sige, kapit. Dali, anak, kapit. Dali.
Ito na po.
Ayan na. Very good. Sige, go. Kunin mo na. Bilisan mo, Bri. Sige, talunin mo yan, kunin mo, dali. Yan, sige pa. Talon ng konti. Ay, bilisan mo. Sige, ayan na. Ay, naku, Bright, halikan mo. Bilisan mo, Bright. Bilisan mo.
Ito na po. Ganun na po. Dali.
Bilisan mo dahil ayan
Ito na, Mama Lucy. Masusuko ako dito.
Hindi
Ang Downy effective, kaya matipid. Mabango na, may savings ka pa. Downy, effective it!
At first I was afraid, matabang lahat. Kept thinking, cooking's not for me, and just give up. But after spending so many nights, nakuha ko ang ngiti sarada dahil sa feel me wanting for more. And now, tutuluyan. Lagi mo hinahanap sa gatherings, bawat wala. More ang luto ko, love me more. Basta more ang luto
Putik, pawis, at amoy araw. Yan ang mga mansyang inuuwi nila. Buti na lang, may bagong Breeze 3 Wash Pack na. Nagtatanggal ng mansya sa unang babad pa lang. Sige sa mansya, new Breeze 3 Wash Pack.
With aging, nagkaka-muscle decay, which could lead to higher risk of illness. Yan ang cycle of weakness. Drink new Sure Gold with Strength Pro na by HMB and YBG. Help you the cycle of strength.
Tayo, commute hanggang subo kahit pawis.
Amoy blooming pa rin.
Tayo sa pinakabago, Surf Paso Fresh and Glow. May 3 times amoy pawis shield, kaya kahit pawis. Ito ang new Surf Triathlon Fresh and Glow.
Ay, bitin.
Buti pang jogging halo-halo sa breed. Super sakap. Kompletong lamig sarap.
Sarap na summer. Jogging, halo-halo sa Breeze.
Pagdating na si Mama, malinis na ba lahat?
Yung banyo nila mahal.
Ha? Mababad ko ba sa bleach?
Lumix na pa. Tanggalan stains at germs dahil sa thick formula.
Linis na. Galing mo talaga, mahal.
Lumix, unstoppable. Check the label, mommies. You check the label, mommies. Check Nido 3 Plus. Check ang up to 1 billion probiotics. Check ang DHA. Check din ang no added table sugar. Tulong para protected to learn. Check the label, mommies.
Super Boy is here!
Don't worry, may superhero ang washing machine natin. Breeze, more cleaning power. Mas tanggalan man siya, new fresh fragrance pa. Breeze.
At first I was afraid, matabang lahat. Kept thinking, cooking's not for me, and just give up. But after spending so many nights, nakuha ko ang ngiti sarada dahil sa feel me wanting for more. And now, tutuluyan. Lagi mo hinahanap sa gatherings, bawat wala. May more ang luto ko, love me more. Basta more ang luto ko.
Sa serving step with me, dami tanaka, wow, instant puti. Sa serving dami tanaka, wow, instant puti. Instant puti in 2 minutes.
Your playground? Now online. Bet88 has over 1,500 games, secure and fast gameplays. Meron kang play for fun option to try all the games. Ibang swerte to. Bet88.ph. Look! My ball is stuck!
What would a Similac Gain School Fast Learner do?
Aha! Bring it down with water! Yay!
Similac Gain School, with added ganglia science, supports faster brain connections for faster learning.
Siya si Jolo. Pogi, pero problemado.
You're annoying, you're weird, and you're crazy.
Si Sari na nga ba ang sagot sa mga problema niya?
I deserve to be happy.
Deserve ko din naman maging happy, Jolo. Wait, masaya ka na ba
Zero.
Paolo Avellino as Cholo, My Love Will Make You Disappear. Directed by Chad V. Vidanes.
picture na pinaghihinalaan sa parang wala talaga siyang kinalaman sa pagkawala ni Grace.
Kung ganun, bakit kailangan mo pa siyang hanapin?
Wala akong tiwala sa kanya.
Yun lang ba talaga ano?
Ako nga walang kung tama ko wala itong ginagawa ko. Desisyon magiging ina.
Hindi ka na anak na mamalis yung mapapayos tayo dito. Hindi kita dapat kago, pero lahat yung tiniis ko para sa kapakanan mo. Sana naman maisip mo yun. Nasa bahay ko siya. Iniwan niya yung hikaw ko para lang patunayan kaya niya yun. Ano bang plano mong gawin? Kayo ba si Mrs. Cassie, ang mom ni Mary Erland? Oo. Chef po siya, hindi ba? Si Catherine yon, yung partner niya, yung katabi niya sa litrato. Bago nagpakamatay si Mary, may nangyari sa amin ni Andrew. Akala ko lasing lang ako. Kaya siguro wala akong maalala, alam mo yun. Ang feeling ko, nangyari din yun sa iba. At hinayaan ko lang siya.
Pinakusahan ka ng miskanda. Ang kaso, patuloy na pang-aaras laban kay Mr. Andrew Erlang. Ikaw daw ang dahilan, kaya may pumasok sa bahay niya na walang paalam. Itatanggi mo ba ang akusasyon na yun?
Opo.
May ebidensya ng ibang detective na nagpapatunay na iniimbestigahan mo si Andrew Erlang. Ayaw nilang pakialaman mo ang kasong hindi sa'yo. Alam na ni Detective Nigel Wilson ang role niya sa pakikialam mo. Itatanggi mo pa rin ba ang tinakaso sa'yo?
Pasok ka.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Bakit biglang...
I'm sorry. Alam ko, dapat tumawag ako. Anyway, dadaan din naman ako rito para kumustahin ang registers. Hindi ko ginawang madali ang buhay ng sino man. Hinayaan mo ako maging consultant.
Ayos lang. Naiintindihan ko.
Well, pwede mo na ako ibalik sa rota.
Pabalik ka na sa trabaho.
Malaking tulong yun para umayos ang takbo ng utak ko. Yung akusasyon, kinalo ako nun. Yung mga ganung bagay yan, hindi mo magagawang kontrolin, di ba? At ayoko ng ganung pakiramdam. Yung hindi ako may control sa sarili kong kapalaran. Na parang bang sinasamantala ako. Pero nakalipas na yun.
Tapos na ang kaso mo?
Tapos na. Makakahinga na ulit ako na maluwag. Ako na ulit ang may control ngayon. Babalik ako rito na parang hindi ako umalis. Na mas matibay. Nalagpasan ko ang pagsubok na to at nagawa ako makawala.
Sigurado ka ba?
Importante ang trabaho. At kilala mo ako, Margaret. Kapag may gusto ako, walang sino man ang makakapigil sa akin. Hi.
Hi, hindi ko ito matatanggap.
I'm sorry, wala naman ako ibang ibig. Alam mo na, pasensya na. Gusto ko lang itanong, may boyfriend ka na ba o ayaw mo lang sa akin?
Wala lang akong panahon ngayon sa mga ganyang bagay.
Okay lang.
Kaya di ko matatanggap yan. I'm sorry.
Okay lang, wala problema.
Okay ka ng okay.
Ayos lang.
Pareho lang yon.
Ayos lang talaga. At sorry ulit kung parang naging presko ang dating ko sa'yo. Hindi ko galing magpadala ng flowers sa bagong kakilala.
Wala kang kasalanan.
Anyway, mag-e-empake na ako. Late flight ako para makapagpahinga pa. Huwag ka magsusubok sa office. Wala naman silang pake. Pero pasensya na salita ako ng salita. Na-awkward kasi ako at hindi kasi ako sanay sa ganito. Kaya may pointers ka ba kung may mali akong ginagawa?
Hindi ikaw ang may mali. Ako ang... Sana months ago pa tayo nagkakilala. Well, ngayon kasi may problema ako. Masyado ako wasak.
Sana naman mahanap muli ang sarili mo, Laura.
Sana nga.
Hi, si Laura to. Mag-message ka lang.
Balita ko, hindi ka pumasok ngayon. Nag-aalala ako sa'yo. Pwedeng tumawag ka, please? Tom, bakit nandito ka?
Bawal lang. Nasa parents sa Sicilian, di ba? Kasama niya mga bata.
Tom, umalis ka na.
Kakausapin lang kita.
Nakainom ka ba?
Nasuspend ako. Ngayon ko lang nalaman na bagay pa ng suspension sa anak.
Bakit ka nandito?
Bakit nga ba?
Umalis ka na.
Gusto ko ba talaga?
Oo.
Alam ko, miss mo na ako.
Tom, wag. Wag, Tom. Tama ng pagsisinungaling.
Ito naman ang gusto ko eh, di ba? Ano?
Lumayo ka nga.
Sasabihin ko na kay Liam. Para mag-aalam mo na.
Subukan mo lang.
Wala namang mawawala sa akin.
Sa akin meron. Paano ang mga anak ko niyan? Hindi ko kayang mawala sila sa akin.
Dito na kami. Nakatakas kami. Napagod si Mami, so iniwan na natin siya. Uy.
Hi!
Tom? Okay lang ba kayo?
Oh,
Hindi kami okay.
Tom.
Bakit? Anong problema? Tom?
Anak! Hi, na-miss kita.
Max, iwan mo muna kami. Sige na. Okay lang. Update ko lang naman si Katie tungkol kay Laura. Malalaman mo rin ang lahat.
Success ka sa chika!
May sarili silang lingwahe.
Ay, gumalas ka pa.
Walang effect yung pagkachismosa ko, hindi ko naiintindihan eh.
Success ka sa good vibes!
Eh, may bad mommy. Ano, ma'am yun, oh. I-reverse psychology ko din sila. Ay, nasira. Hindi ka na pagsira ito.
Paano sila ulit magiging excited sa isa't isa?
Don't have the mindset of giving up. Talagang makikita mong success ka sa saya kasama ang mga Marshi.
Kung noon,
Hindi talaga ako magaling sa small talk. Paano na ngayon? Hindi na makapag-usap lalo.
Bakit ako na pinapatong ulo?
Baka mo kasi mahina yung papa.
Baka ka rin naman.
Magandang buhay! Movies to watch this amazing Saturday sa KB Family Weekend. Kapamilya Action Sabado Mega Blockbusters. At sa Super Kapamilya Blockbusters sa ating Kapamilya Channel.
Patikim! Ang lasa.
Kinasabong kaya?
Baka naiwan ng face. Mas proud ka sa linis joy. Kasi mo, walang birang sa mo ng face. Isang kata, isang kata.
Lunch? Budget ko dito lang ha. Pero ang sarap sana apat dito. Got you!
All new Jollibee Chicken Filet.
So meaty! So saucy!
69 lang.
Si Francis, hindi po yan humingiti dahil sa bungin niya.
kaya sobrang tuwa ni Papa sa libreng papustiso ng Poliden. Puro selfie siya kaagad.
Ngayon, level up na siya sa trabaho at confident na siya. Siya na ang nag-aayang mag-banding kami sa labas.
lalaki dahil makapit at komportable ang pustiso ko. Salamat po sa pole din.
From one version to another, we can become greater. Like the new Great Taste White. Ngayon mas creamy at mas makape. Tamang timplang mas pinasarap. Lipat na sa mas pinasarap na Great Taste White.
Mang Inasal Extra Creamy Halo-Halo. Magpapa-creaminess ka!
With aging, nagkaka-muscle decay, which could lead to higher risk of illness. Yan ang cycle of weakness. Drink new Sure Gold with Strength Pro na may HMB and YBG. Dino, build the cycle of strength.
Sa Unilag, bawat gamot, pampaganda, bitamina at serbisyo, buong puso ang nilalaan. Mula sa simpleng alaga, makakapag-iwan ng marka sa iba. Ito ang alagang Unilag para sa'yo.
Nung nilikha ka ng Panginoon Diyos, maga ka muna bago ka naging tao.
May texture siya na nagpapaganda ng quality ng boses ko.
Such a future there.
Julis ay karnada ng pagkakalot! Mga ginahamok kay mo nga anong ginawa ng bamboo nang nakita niya isa pang bamboo?
Ginawa yan. Nabebe ka na naman sa...
Kaya taga-ano sa It's showtime!
Today, sakit na tiwanis.
May bilis relief Dolphinal. Subok na marami, subok for 36 years, subok nito. Bilis relief na subok na. Dolphinal.
Unilab yan.
Tanong, paano ang mukha na? Tama ang sagot. Correct! Sa tingin ko tama naman. Paano naman? Ang mali. Ito ang pinakamalaking huli na. Pusa. Garfield. Ilan ang kapatid ng bugtong na anak? Bugtong na anak? Tama man o hindi, lahat happy dahil sa pinakamakulay na game show, masayang matuto at masayang tumawa. Yes, ito naman ay si Sandara Park. Anong tanong?
Ang sunod ng
Pangalawa sa pinakagwapo. Ang pantano! Pangalawa. Rainbow na! Rainbow Rumble, Sabado Linggo, 7:15 p.m.
Bakit kahit quality, abot kaya pa rin ang right mate? Dahil gusto ng right mate na kayo'y makibahagi ng gusto sa buhay. Para sa pamilya, para sa bayan.
Laura,
Hi, Catherine. Ano, ready ka na ba?
may nangyari kasi hindi ako makakasama.
Oh, okay. Sige, biglaan din kasi to. I-reschedule na lang natin sa ibang araw. I'm sure okay lang sa kanilang sa phone muna mag-usap. Naiintindihan ko.
I'm sorry. Sa lahat ng pinagdaanan mo, yun ang katotohanan. Pero magkaiba tayo.
Anong nangyayari?
Alam mo kung anong ginawa niya sa'yo. Ako? Hindi ko alam. Basta nagising na lang akong may lalaki. At nung nabasa ko ang post mo, siguro pinaniwala ko na lang ng sarili ko na yun ang totoo. Dahil nabawasan ang guilt ko. At gusto ko na lang mag-move on sa buhay. Yun naman ang gusto ng lahat, di ba?
Ibang-iba ang gusto natin sa kung ano ang nararapat. Sabi mo sa akin sigurado ka na nabasa mo ang pinost ko. Alam mo, kita ko sa mata mo. Alam mo kung anong kaya niya, so bakit nagbago ka? Pinuntahan ka niya rito, no? Yung mom ni Mary. Ano mang sinabi niya, hindi mo gusto yung nangyari. Wala kang kasalanan.
Kulang pa ba yung paghihirap niya? Nawala na nga yung anak niya, pati ba naman ako niya, ilalayo ko ba?
Natatakot siya, yun lang. Ang gusto niya makita si Luke at magpanggap na hindi nagbago ang buhay niya. Na masaya ang marriage ng anak niya dahil mas madali yun kaysa aminin wala siyang ginawa para tulungan si Mary. At habang lumulubog siya sa lupa, gaya ng ginagawa mo sa buhay, yung lalaking ng rape sa ating dalawa nasa paligid lang at malaya. Successful, masaya. Kahit 2 beses siyang nagkasala, baka nga ilang beses pa pero nagawa niya yung takasan. Ilang babae pa, Catherine? Ilang buhay pa nga hayaan mo sirain ng demonyo?
Sorry. Patawarin mo ko.
Sigurado ka ba talaga ayaw mo uminom?
Ayoko, makakatulog lang ako sa mesa.
Okay lang. Para ka lang yung asawa ko pag dinner.
At saka nakalimutan mo na ba?
Sus, wala kang lusog sa akin. Si Natalie nakakadalawang baso ng wine gabi-gabi nung pinagbubuntis niya si Hana. Wala naman nangyari. 3 nga lang ang kamay.
At nagtataka ka pa kung bakit tinutulugan ka ng asawa mo.
Yan, di nakikipagbiruan ka na.
Sorry, Rory. Ilang beses ko na itong pinag-isip.
Hindi tama yan. Huwag mong hayaang manalo ang mga taong gaya ni
Rory,
Andrew.
hindi lang naman to dahil kay Andrew Erlang. Ang gusto ko lang umuwi sa bahay ko at sabihin sa asawa ko na sobrang saya ng araw ko. Gusto ko makita yun ng anak ko at sana maging masaya kaming lahat.
May mga araw naman masaya, hindi ba?
Minsan na lang tayo maging masaya at alam mo yan.
So, crime training.
Crime training.
Bahala ka naman.
Hindi mo babaguhin ang isip ko?
Babaguhin ko pa rin at hindi kita titigilan hanggang sa umalis ka. Pero kota na ako ngayon. Pumapa ka na nga dyan.
See you.
See ya.
Returning here to nest on the rocky outposts of Albany. These rock formations are home to thousands of cannons, freshly settled from their winter migration. Their elaborate courting rituals are the most pale and painting elephants have seen. The first rivals is in the center. The rocks are all down, let's attack, fully blurred
Sexy rounds this currently sweeping the board across university campuses nationwide. But tonight we are going to play, I assure you, a very clean version of that game. Our celebrity guests. Our guests will have to answer truthfully, and you, the audience, will be asked to cheer. Your eyes are sort of telling me you don't really want to answer that.
Look, my ball is stuck.
What would a Similac Gain School Fast Learner do?
Aha! Bring it down with water. Yay!
a Malacane school with added ganglia science. Supports faster brain connections for faster learning.
Lunch? Budget ko dito lang pero ang sarap sana apat dito. Got you!
All new Jollibee Chicken Fillet.
So meaty! So saucy!
69 lang. With aging, nagkaka-muscle decay, which could lead to higher risk of illness. Yan ang cycle of weakness. Drink New Sure Gold with Strength Pro na by HMB and YBG. Help build the cycle of strength.
At first I was afraid, matabang lahat. Kept thinking, it's not for me, and just give up. But after spending so many nights, nakuha ko ang ngiti sarada dahil sa everyone's in for more. And now that kukuyan, lagi mo hinahanap sa gatherings, bawat wala. May more ang luto ko, basta more.
New Energon Z Plus helps get more healthy energy. More layers of defense. Kulang pa laban sa sakit. Hindi lang better. All new, best ever Energon Z Plus.
Hindi lang yan. Ngayong Sabado.
Bring it. We're all here expecting the best.
Gagawin ko lahat na manalo sa kompetisyon. So, nandiyan talagang may marating sa larangan ng pagsasayaw.
Masasabi ko na, you had that it factor.
Ako yung klase ng performer na hinahanap niya.
Hi, Barbie. Hi, Ken.
Pagka umabot ako sa dulo, parang feeling ko ay nagdudulo talaga sa akin.
You have what it takes to win this competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, our elite
Sabado, 8:30 p.m.
Sa talinong Nutroflex,
Yes, Kuya!
may talino booster formula that helps activate the nerves para may tulong sa concentration, kaya gets ng lessons, madiskarte pa. Talinong Nutroflex.
Hindi lang yan.
May alaga na kahit simple man, nag-iiwan ng malaking marka sa buhay. Ganyan ang markang gustong iwan ng Unilab para sa'yo.
Hi.
Hi.
Sinusundan mo ba ako?
Ang weird nito. Hindi pala, since pareho tayo pauwi na, pero... I'm sorry, lilipat na lang ako.
Okay lang, dito ka na maupo.
Sure ka?
Oo naman. Totoo ba talaga? Late flight ang kinuha mo para makapagpahinga ka?
Oo, tawad kasi ang tao eh.
Sorry sa ginawa ko sa hotel.
Okay lang yan.
Hindi okay yun. May nangyari na ba sa'yong kakaiba? At bigla mong naisip na napaka-unfair ng mundo at pagkatapos may nangyaring hindi mo nagustuhan at pagising mo iba ka na at biglang hindi mo na alam kung anong importante sa buhay mo. Tapos magtataka ka kung bakit kailangan mo gumising, magbihis at gawin yung mga lagi mo ginagawa araw-araw. Sorry. Wala akong sense kausap.
Okay lang.
Natatakot ako. Takot ako sa lahat ng oras. Nagbago ako at hindi ko alam kung paano babalik sa dati.
Baka naman hindi mo kailangan bumalik. Baka kailangan mo lang matutunang tanggapin kung sino ka na ngayon. Masabi ng tao hindi mo kilala. I'm sorry, makatulong sana yung sinabi ko.
Actually, oo.
Para sa mga pasahero ng British Airways Flight 105, pinapaalala na magsasara na ang check-in sa loob ng 15 minutes. Mangyari po lahat
Check-in na raw ako. Good luck sa'yo.
Salamat. Bye.
Bakit ka?
Natanggap ko ang letter mo. Yung pinadala ng lawyer mo.
Huwag ka dito kung wala ako eh.
Idademanda mo ako! Idademanda mo ako! Hayop ka! Napakasama mo talaga!
Paninirang puli ang akusasyong binabato mo laban sa akin. Napasa ng lahat ng post mo. Mga friends ko, teachers, pati yung mga kaklase nilo.
Hindi ako papayag na makadalawa ka sa akin. Ni-rape mo ako, Andrew! At ngayon naman panatahimikin mo ako. Ayoko! Hindi ako papayag. Ilalagtad ko ang ayaw pag ginawa mo sa akin.
Laura, malinaw na nakasulat sa letter of terms. Aminin mo sa post na nakagawa ka ng pagkakamali o itidemanda kita. Hindi naman lahat to kailangan lumalaba, Laura. Sundin mo yung terms na nilagay namin sa sulat. O gagawa ko ng action.
Alam ko na ngayon kung bakit nagpakamatay ang asawa mo. Natuklasan ni Mary ang ginawa mo kay Catherine McPauley, hindi ba? Hindi na makakaya na mabuhay kasamang isang kaya mo lang ng kaluluwa.
Mabuti pa umuwi ka na sa bahay mo. Masyado ng late. Hindi dapat nag-iisa ang isang babaeng kasing ganda mo. Obligado lumabas agad. Sigurado ka ba rito?
Hindi ko yan ipapadala kung hindi.
Bumili ako ng party drug. Kaya damay na ako rito. Sabihin mo na.
Naisip mo ba kung saan galing yung mga sugat? Pag nangyari yung ganitong klase ng damage habang nagtatali, karaniwang hindi sinasadya. Miss Harmon, ipa-test mo ako for GHB. Ang galing naman. Hindi ko alam kung saan ito napunta. Sa kotse nito. Ba't ka nagsisinungaling, Katie? Sabihin mo ang totoo! Tapos na kaya hindi na mahalaga, di ba? Bitawan ako, Katie! Iwasan!
Ano nangyari?
Yung asawa mo, dapat mong tanungin. Alam ko na yun sa inyo ni Katie.
Laura, hindi kita.
Talaga, pero nangyayari talaga eh. Bye, Tom.
Tonight, foreign lawyers will defend former President Rodrigo Duterte at the Hague Tribunal after Vice President Sara Duterte ruled out the participation of two close allies. House prosecutors are holding mock trials to sharpen their strategies ahead of the impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte. The chief implementer of Duterte's drug war, Senator Ronald De La Rosa, bears his plan to go into hiding if the Hague Tribunal issues a warrant of arrest against him. And the Philippine Justice Department challenges Attorney Harry Roque to return home and face the complaints against him. Good evening, I'm Stanley Palisada on our broadcast tonight. The legal team of former President Rodrigo Duterte at the Netherlands is slowly taking shape as the International Criminal Court announces the appointment of Attorney Nicholas Kaufman as counsel for the defense. This comes as Malacanang calls on Vice President Sara Duterte to return home and answer questions over her confidential funds. Sen Hernandez has tonight's top story.
Two trusted aides of detained former President Rodrigo Duterte will no longer be part of his defense team. His daughter, Vice President Sara Duterte, said former Executive Secretary Salvador Medialdea will withdraw once his father's legal team is finalized. Medialdea is now being treated at a hospital in The Hague after falling ill on Tuesday.
Unang-una, his team is headed by Attorney Nicholas Kaufman. And then, meron pa akong mga kakausapin ng mga lawyers, no? Meron pang darating na isang abogado. I-interview ko siya para sumali sa team. And then, once maayos na yung team for ICC, mag-withdraw si Attorney Medialdea kasi meron lang limited na mga slots for lawyers, and we want all the lawyers on board na merong ICC experience.
Also excluded from the defense team is former presidential spokesperson Harry Roque, who is seeking asylum in the Netherlands.
Attorney Harry Roque po, iniito ko siya. So far, hindi siya kasama sa legal team. Hindi pa kasi na-establish kung ano yung basis ng pag-stay niya dito sa Netherlands. And we don't want complications pa. Gusto namin nakatutok talaga yung lawyers doon sa kaso.
The vice president says her father has no regrets despite being detained at the ICC and has been urging her to go back to the Philippines.
Oh, I have to tell you, it's charming that ang sinabi niya sa akin, para akong nasa hotel exactly. Yes! Sabi niya, ano daw, wala din naman siya ginagawa pa because he's at the moment retired, wala pang election, so hindi pa siya mayor, so he might as well just stay inside. And then he said that he doesn't regret anything that he did sa pagtatrabaho niya para sa bayan. Paulit-ulit kasi siya sa sinasabi niya na, what are you doing here? Umuwi ka na ng Pilipinas.
Malacanang is also advising the vice president to return to the Philippines to shed light on how her office has spent its confidential funds. On Sunday, more dubious names like Jay Camote and Miggy Mango were found in the acknowledgement receipts submitted by the OVP to the Commission on Audit.
Kung ito naman po ay na-discover po, siguro po mas paigtingin pa po talaga ang pag-iimbestiga patungkol po dito. Bakit po? Kasi karapatan po ng taong bayan malaman kung saan po talaga ginagasta ang pera, no? Ang pondo ng bayan, ang kaba ng bayan, kung saan po nadadala. Tingin ko dapat po isipin po niya na kailangan din po siya ng Pilipinas bilang vice presidente. Siya po dapat ay nagtatrabaho hindi lang para sa kanyang ama, although na acceptable po at maiintindihan po natin sa ngayon ang kanyang nararamdaman.
When asked to comment on the new names that were discovered, the vice president says she is unsure if they are the ones officially submitted by her office.
Ba yung walang kamatayang confidential funds na na-allow nila. Hindi ko masagot yan because as we speak, hindi namin alam how they handle the chain of evidence talaga eh. Hindi natin alam kung yan pa nga talaga yung sinabi ng Office of the Vice President.
The issue on confidential funds was among the articles of impeachment filed by the House of Representatives before the Senate. House Quad Committee co-chairperson Ace Barber says the House prosecution may use the receipts for confidential fund disbursements of the OVP as additional evidence. Zen Hernandez, ABS-CBN News.
Traffic at the North Luzon Expressway northbound lane in Bulacan remains almost at a standstill. More than 12 hours after a road accident caused damage to the Marilao Interchange Bridge. Reporting live from NLEX, we have Andrea Daginas. Andrea, good evening. Are there still lane closures at this time?
Yes, Stanley, the second and third lanes over at the Marilao interchange area of NLEX northbound going to MacArthur Highway and San Jose del Monte in Bulacan are still under emergency closures. That's, of course, as a safety precaution for motorists after the bridge sustained some damage earlier today, March 19. It was around past 1 in the morning when a truck carrying oxygen tanks hit the bottom of the Marilao Bridge. According to NLEX, the vertical clearance of the bridge is only 4.27 meters. However, if you measure the height of the truck, including its load, it reached 4.9 meters, so it really wouldn't have been able to fit. Because of the impact, a female passenger who unfortunately was not wearing a seatbelt got thrown out of the windshield and onto the street. She sustained some injuries, particularly lacerations to her forehead. She was immediately taken to the hospital and, according to NLEX, has already been discharged. But the driver of the truck, now he's still under the custody of the Marilao police and is set to undergo inquest proceedings. He will be charged for reckless imprudence resulting in damage to property. NLEX said the truck damaged the steel girders of the bridge. So if you look at one of the videos we obtained, you can actually see them sagging, Stanley. But before NLEX was able to close off the affected lanes, another truck went through and hit the broken steel girders, triggering the heavy traffic we saw all day. But as of now, the traffic situation has gone back to normal here at the Balintawak Toll Plaza. Although if you look at the state situation in Bulacan, it is still quite heavy over at Mekawayan, Marilao, and Bukawe northbound. What NLEX is doing to at least try to mitigate the heavy traffic, the flow of vehicles, is it is implementing an on and off counterflow lane at the southbound lane. They also urge motorists to make use of alternate routes. Those are posted on their social media pages. For instance, motorists can exit at Valenzuela or Mekawayan exit and re-enter NLEX via the Ciudad de Victoria exit. We were also able to speak with some motorists, and as expected, they were very much dismayed by the time wasted stuck in traffic. But NLEX management assured the public they will begin bridge repairs as soon as they complete their damage assessment.
Yung aming asset management division, kasama po yung aming contractor na gagawa po ng bridge. Kanina, agad-agad din po na nandun sila sa kailangan po nilang tapos po yung assessment, yung plan para bibiling materials at saka po isasagawa yung materials. Tapos yung buong visit po nga is between 2 to 3 weeks bago matapos talagang maliit po kami at may nangyari pong ganitong insidente kung saan nag-cause po talaga ngayon ng matinding sikip ng daloy ng traffic.
Dapat 3 oras lang yung biyahe namin papunta pa balik. Nadagdag ng 3 oras. Bali 6 hours. Siyempre, irritable dahil mainit. Bumibigay yung aircon. Tapos, di usat-pagong pa yung daloy nung lakad ng mga sasakyan. Tapos maiinit pa ulo ng mga tao dahil ay magpasingit.
Stanley, now, as for the situation on the Marilao Bridge, NLEX, again, for safety reasons, is implementing a stop-and-go traffic scheme on top of the bridge, just one line of vehicles, and they're only allowing light or Class 1 vehicles to use the top of the Marilao Bridge. Stanley, back to you.
All right, Andy, when you talk about timelines, how soon can things go back to normal at the NLEX, given the kind of damage and the timelines as well for repairs?
when we spoke to the NLEX traffic management head, Mr. Robin Ignacio, he told us that based on the initial assessment of the contractors, they perceive that it would take 2 to 3 weeks to fix the bridge and open those lanes, those affected lanes to the public. So we're still seeing about a few weeks before the situation goes back to normal. Stanley.
All right, thank you so much for the update, Andrea Taguines. Moving on, House prosecutors on the impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte have begun practicing for the proceedings. House Secretary General Reginald Velasco bears the prosecution team held a mock trial on Tuesday. 2/3 or 16 votes of senators are required to convict Duterte, who was impeached by the House over allegations of misuse of funds.
Ginagawa ko lahat ito ng mga abogado prior to the trial, ang tinatawag nila mock trial, para makita po nila yung actual flow ng deliberations, testimonies during po sa actual trial.
On the Senate's part, meanwhile, Secretary General Renato Banti Jr. says they have hired 2 lawyers to help the upper chamber prepare for the trial set for the end of July. Malacanang rejects claims of Davao City Mayor Sebastian Duterte that they are being singled out by the Marcos administration. Mayor Duterte claimed they are being targeted by the president and that the arrest of his father, former President Rodrigo Duterte, was a diversionary tactic from the alleged irregularities in the 2025 national budget. But Palace press officer Claire Castro points out the arrest only affected the former president.
Gusto naman po niyang iparating sa taong bayan na kawawa na naman po ang mga Duterte. Ang warrant of arrest po ay para lamang po kay dating Pangulong Duterte. Ito diversionary tactic. Okay? Ang hindi na nga po napag-uusapan yun ay yung tungkol sa confidential funds. Buti nga po at lumabas nga rin po muli itong mga sinasabing mga fake na receipts. Dahil mukhang makakalimutan ng mga tao kung nasaan na nga ba yung mga confidential funds na ipinagkakiwala mismo kay Vice President Tito Sara.
Philippine Senator Ronald De La Rosa admits he's considering going into hiding in case the International Criminal Court orders his arrest. RG Cruz reports.
Former Philippine National Police Chief, now Senator Ronald De La Rosa, says he will either seek refuge at the Senate or go into hiding. That's if the International Criminal Court orders his arrest to stand trial for crimes against humanity alongside his former boss. De La Rosa is the Philippine Chief and Commander of Duterte's bloody drug war, who once called civilian deaths as collateral damage. De La Rosa admits he might follow the playbook of then Senators Panfilo Lacson and Gregorio Lacson. They also went into hiding back in the day for different cases.
Ay, kung wala tayong makita na hostesya dito sa ating bansa, bakit ka susuko? Diba? Titignan natin. Kung merong makita natin na ginuko na yung Supreme Court talagang panindigan niya yung kanyang pagiging independent. Meron ipapakitang magtatayo na yung Senado kung anong dapat din na they will evaluate. As I've said, alam cross the bridge when I get there. Kasama yan sa kinimositin natin. Kasama yan sa coalition of action na pwedeng gawin.
De La Rosa is banking on the Senate's protection while he exhausts all legal remedies. Senate President Francis Escudero had cited a long line of presidents when the chamber did not allow the arrest of senators inside its premises.
Dahil nga, hindi ka na pwedeng huli, napakadya ka sa at dapat naspituhin nila yung Senate as an institution. So, maganda yun para sa akin. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na forever ako mag-standby dyan. So, meron pa rin hanap pa rin na ibang courses of action na pwedeng gawin. Ayun nga lang, hinihintay lang natin yung maging decision ng Supreme Court. Kung ito ay pabor o hindi pabor sa atin, then we will make our next move kung ano maging decision ng Supreme Court.
De La Rosa also walked back his previous pronouncement that he's ready to join his former boss to take care of him.
Mahirap man daw doon, mahirap man doon. Ultimo yung anak nga, hindi makalapit. hindi makabisita ng basta-basta yung anak na si Vice President Sara. Ako maswerte ako na pareho lang kaming detaining. Paano ako makapag-demand ng time na para makasama doon o makiusap na pareho naman kaming detaining?
City motorist arrest.
Hindi naman. Paano mo labanan yung Philippine National Police? I know how, what's the power, what's the might of the Philippine National Police. It was, I've been the chief of the PNP, alam ko how to do it. So, bakit ka ba malaban is useless?
The mga Rock slammed De La Rosa's plan, saying he's misusing his privilege as a senator.
Yung purpose po ng proteksyon sa mga mambabatas, nasa Kamara man o sa Senado, ay maprotektahan na basta-basta silang sampahan ng kaso para hindi magampanan yung role nila na mag-participate sa legislation. Eh yung ICC po, ba ganun yung objective? Natanggalan ng role sa legislation si Bato de la Rosa. Wala po silang pakialam doon.
Ito sa malaking duwag, no, na hindi niya, na ayaw niyang harapin yung kanyang pananagutan dito sa extrajudicial case. No, dapat kung dumating na rin po yung kanyang warrant of arrest, sana ang Senate President ay pumaloob din dito sa kahilingan ng lalo na sa Interpol.
De La Rosa did not tell him that his return will heal the political wounds created by the decision to surrender the former president to the International Criminal Court. RG Coast, ABS-CBN News.
Majority of Filipinos believe that former President Rodrigo Duterte should be held accountable for drug war killings. That's according to a social weather station survey commissioned by the Stratbase Group. The survey, conducted on February 15, 19, 2025, contained a question sponsored by Stratbase on whether Duterte should be held accountable for killings related to illegal drugs during his administration. Out of the 1,800 respondents nationwide, 51% agreed that Duterte should be held accountable, while 25% disagreed. 14% are undecided, while 10% said they don't know enough to give an opinion. The Philippine Justice Secretary sees ex-Duterte spokesman Harry Roque as irrelevant in the case of his former boss at the ICC. Jesus Crispino says Roque should just return home and face the complaints against him instead of seeking asylum at the Netherlands. Adrian Aileen reports.
Former Duterte spokesman Harry Roque should consider coming back to the Philippines to face complaints against him instead of seeking political asylum in the Netherlands. Justice Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla made this point, saying Roque has no part to play in the crimes against humanity case of former President Rodrigo Duterte. Roque will not be part of Duterte's legal team at the Hague Tribunal, announced his plan to seek asylum as he is supposedly being unjustly prosecuted in the Philippines.
Actually, it's an entity in this drama. So, to put in space the picture. But it's another entity. Ang pinag-uusapan dito, human trafficking. Yung mga akusasyon sa kanya, wala siyang kinalaman dito. Hindi kayo, kung ano man ang sinasaktan sa kanya, bakit niya? Diba? Maayos.
Roque is facing preliminary investigation before the DOJ for qualified human trafficking in connection with the illegal Philippine offshore gaming operator Lucky South 99 in Porang, Pampanga. Last year, Roque submitted his counter affidavit before the DOJ panel of prosecutors, which was rather controversial as he did it through the Philippine Embassy in Abu Dhabi. This was after he was cited in contempt by the House of Representatives Quad Committee conducting an investigation on illegal phocos. According to Remulla, they can only force Roque to return to the Philippines through the cancellation of his passport if the qualified human trafficking complaint prospers into a case filed in court. DOJ Assistant Secretary Mico Clavano underscored that Roque is facing a legitimate complaint and he is not politically persecuted.
The question to be answered there in the asylum bill is whether or not there was political persecution. Sa tingin mo natin wala. Dahil itong mga kaso, very clear naman na nirepresent niya ang isang kumpanya na sakot sa human trafficking. So these are legitimate charges that are going through the proper process here in the Philippine justice system.
ACT Teachers Party List Representative Franz Castro for her part stressed that Roque should face the House Quad investigation.
Sa March 21, meron Quadcom committee hearing. So doon i-raise ko talaga yung usapin kaugnay doon kung pwedeng i-extradite or anumang mga legal means para mapabalik si Harry Roque para harapin niya no, yung Quadcom. Dahil ang dami niya pang unfinished na mga issue na kailangan niya sagutin.
Castro insisted on the legitimacy of the House investigation, which is in aid of legislation. Roque has earlier denied legally representing Lucky South, as official documents revealed that he is listed as a legal officer of the company. Adrian Ayali, ABS-CBN News.
In other news, the blogger caught facing charges over his politically charged social media posts on the arrest of former President Rodrigo Duterte remains defiant. He says he won't resign and is even planning to report to duty on Thursday. Michael Deliso with his full story.
Tinapakan mo yung dignidad ko. Magkakanayan na tayo.
Patrolman Francis Tifonilla of the Quezon City Police District remains defiant despite the administrative complaints filed against him and Malacanang's warning of consequences.
Wala akong pakialam sa ranggo mo, kahit ano ka pa, kahit general ka ba. Kahit ikaw pa ang hepe ng PNP.
In an interview, Fontilla said he would report back to duty on Thursday after what claims to be a leave of absence since March 6. He insisted that he would not resign, even after he disagreed with government's decision to allow the arrest of former President Rodrigo Duterte.
Kung magre-resign ako, edi wala nang matinong pulis na matitira.
Fontillas also claimed he has yet to receive a copy of the complaints against him. The Quezon City Police District confirmed that 5 administrative complaints had been filed against Fontillas, along with a criminal complaint for allegedly inciting sedition, which stemmed from his social media posts. The QCPD also refuted Fontilla's claim that his supposed leave from March 6 to 19 had been approved.
Any user violates our core values will face legal consequences. We enforce zero tolerance for political bias.
Fontillas insists is that he is the overthrow government.
Hindi ako naghihikayat ng resign. Ano yun? Pulis pa rin ako ng Pilipinas. Meron daw akong pinos na about overthrowing the government. Alam mo sir, madali lang i-edit yung post eh. Di ba? Madali lang i-edit yun. Ikasarap mo lang yun. Papalitan mo yung laman ng talagang post. Anyone can fabricate anything online.
The QCPD assured the public that Fontillas will defend due process before any penalties are imposed on him.
Kung meron siyang may post na pwede natin acceptable ways, we will arrest him. So yung mga previous statement na previous na was done, if he upload his period na pwede namin siya. Because that's why we have filed regular filing because dapat ma-arrest ko muna siya active status. So yung status na ngayon is absent without not only yung mga requirements na satisfied without the requirements.
According to the QCPD's medical unit, they have spotted red flags in Fontilla's mental health evaluation. The patrolman claims he has been cleared for duty, but the medical unit says otherwise.
Suki na ako ng psychiatric exam na yun. Ilang beses na ako nag-take eh. So hindi na ako pinag-take. Nag-base na lang sila sa mga records ko doon. Ibig sabihin, apektado pa rin.
He just so hindi po nagtuloy yung exam na yun. Kung he will intend to be back, we will receiving him at since status niya is out, there are certain requirements and documents that he has to fulfill as a way for him to be restored.
Meanwhile, the QCPD says it has asked Meta to take down the Facebook page of Fontillas. It's also waiting for the decision of the National Capital Region Police Office on the request to put Fontillas under investigation. Michael Delizo, ABS News.
We're taking a short break. More stories when the world tonight returns.
exhaustion o heat stroke. Para maiwasan ito, sundin ang mga sumusunod. Dalasan ang pag-inom ng tubig. Iwasan lumabas ng bahay habang matindi ang sikat ng araw. Kadalasang matindi ang sikat ng araw mula 9 a.m. hanggang 3 p.m. Kung kailangan talagang lumabas, magsuot ng preskong kasuotan at sombrero. Gumamit din ng payong kung maglalakad sa ilalim ng sikat ng araw. Maaari ring ischedule ang paglabas ng bahay ng maagang maaga o sa hapon kung kailan hindi na matindi ang sikat ng araw. Paalala mula sa ating ABS-CBN. Ilaw ng mga tahanan. Mananingning na sa ibang larangan. Nagliliwanag ang inyong husay at ganda, anuman ang pagdaanan. Mabuhay po kayo, mga kababaihan. Your stories will always shine, kapamilya. Happy Women's Month.
Age can't stop me from being my ultimate. Myra Ultimate with astaxanthin, 6,000 times more powerful than vitamin C. Now nothing can hold me back. Myra Ultimate. Mahalaga pala, ang Myra Ultimate ay hindi mo dapat gawin kung naman sa hindi na sakit. Astaxanthin helps with anti-aging. 6,000 times more powerful than vitamin C. Helps promote youthful-looking skin, reduce wrinkles, and fade age spots. That's the power of astaxanthin. Myra Ultimate. Mahalaga pala, ang Myra Ultimate ay hindi mo dapat gawin kung naman sa uri ng sakit.
Sa iyo nila, bawat gamot, pampaganda, vitamina, at serbisyo. Buong puso ang lalaan mula sa simpleng alaga. Makakapagpapaman ka sa iba. Ito ang alaga nila para sa iyo.
May bilis na leaf Dolphinal. Subok ng marami, subok for 36 years, subok nito. Bilis na leaf na subok na. Dolphinal.
Yung tilapia.
Girls, may itch na odor there. Baka di mo yung harsh soap. Dapat safe and gentle care. PH care. May care na natural. Refreshing. Nourishing. Lightening. It's care for every girl. pH care.
Nung nilikha ka ng Panginoon Diyos, baga ka muna bago ka naging
Texture siya na nagpapaganda ng quality ng boses.
Such a future there.
Ginawa ng bamboo. Yung nakita niya, isa pang bamboo.
Nawayan niya. Nabebe ka na naman sa akin.
Kaya taga, it's showtime!
Give Enervon C+. Helps you for happy energy, energy, energy, energy. 4 layers of defense. Kulang pa laban sa sakit. Hindi na better. All new, best ever Enervon. Enervon C+.
Yung tilapia.
Sa Talino Flex.
Yes, Kuya!
May Talino booster formula that helps activate the nerves para may tulong sa concentration, kaya gets na ang lessons, padiskarte ba? Talino Nutroflex.
Yung tilapia. Bakit kahit quality, abot kaya pa rin ang right weight? Dahil gusto ng right weight na kayo'y makibahagi ng gusto sa buhay. Para sa pamilya, para sa bayan.
Makukulay na obra gamit ang mga paa. Ito ang likhang sining ng pintor na si Erwin Rigor.
Maraming kulay nakaka-attract sa mga tao. Parang nagiging masaya.
Kailan mo naisip na pwede pala ako mag-drawing gamit ang mga tao?
Bata pa lang po, natutunan ko siya.
Bahagi rin ng buhay ni Elise Foso ang painting.
It doesn't have to be perfect lines. So pwede kang tap lang until you're able to see.
At ang kanyang masterpiece ay ang anak na si Feliz. Ang makukulay nilang kwento ngayong linggo sa Tao Po, 6:15 p.m. sa Kapamilya Channel.
Kanila na ang bright skin. I want Vita Brighter Skin.
Myra White Label with beauty vitamins for standout brighter skin in as early as 7 days. It's giving brighter, brighter.
I
para sa akin, iaalay sana lahat ng iyong nilagyan.
Welcome back. Philippine shares recover as traders brace for the U.S. Central Bank's latest policy decision. Michelle Onesmo.
Global stocks muted ahead of the U.S. Federal Reserve's policy decision out early Thursday morning Manila time. While the Fed is widely expected to keep rates on hold, investors will be looking to guidance amid Trump tariffs. A gauge of regional Asian shares that had risen as much as 0.4% earlier eventually fell. The dollar strengthened and gold rose to a new record. Euro Philippine shares closed up as foreigners turned net buyers for a sixth straight session.
The flows are very fickle. We could have net foreign buying today and tomorrow see billions of outflows. So there's an adage in this industry that flows beget flows. And the way I think for us to see a sustained string of foreign buying is to see local buying too. I think locals really have to pick up the slack here because they will come in once they see locals buying as well. It's a big sign of confidence.
In corporate stories, a management buyout at construction company EEI Corporation. CEO and President Henry Antonio takes control of a key stake in the construction giant, leading the acquisition of 20% share of RYM Business Management, a company controlled by the family of House Speaker Martin Romualdez for an undisclosed amount. The 93-year-old company, whose major shareholders include the Yuchenko family, says the acquisition marks a new era for the firm following years of post-pandemic restructuring. For Antonio, he says, this will allow the company to make significant progress in transforming the business and diversifying into sectors such as real estate development and power. Meanwhile, Global Fair Nickel reports a 57% cut in its full-year net income for 2024 to 774 million pesos. Mining revenues also down due to lower nickel ore prices, partially offset by strong volumes. And poultry and feeds manufacturer Vitarich has teamed up with Novogen, a France-based breeding company specializing in layer genetics. The partnership grants Vitarich exclusive distribution rights for the Novogen white breed in the Philippines. This genetic line can produce up to 470 eggs per hen in a 100-week cycle, boosting the local egg industry. Michelle Lombi, CNN News.
Our final word tonight is a quote from Flannery O'Connor. The truth does not change according to our ability to stomach it emotionally. And that is the word tonight, the 19th of March, 2025. I'm Stanley Palisada from the Philippines. Thank you. Au revoir.
Dear sir, my name is Catherine Weldon and I live in New York City. I studied portrait painting as a young woman, but when I married, it was deemed unsuitable for me to pursue a profession. Recently, I visited an exhibition of George Catlin paintings of American Indians, and my breath was taken away. It was the freedom that struck me. Even inside the paintings, the people were free. I discovered that no portrait of you, the great chief Sitting Bull, exists in any of our public galleries, and I intend to rectify the situation. Almost 1 year ago, my husband died, and I've been in mourning ever since. No.
Please stop here.
not sought the permission of my father or my husband's family, so you may think I am something special. I assure you, this is not by nature or by circumstance. I've written to the agent to say I'm on my way.
Dear Mr. McLaughlin, I painted many portraits of senators, congressmen, and even vice presidents. But lately, I took a decision to head west with the intention of painting portraits of Indians who made their own mark on history. In particular, I'm keen to capture on canvas the last of the great Sioux war chiefs, Chief Sitting Bull.
Tell her hell no.
It is also enclosed a letter addressed to Sitting Bull to be delivered in person.
New York liberals stoking the flames. When she gets here, arrest her.
First winnings, man.
Oh, yes. How long till we get to Omaha?
Today.
You're an Indian, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Which tribe?
Presbyterian.
I'm heading to Standing Rock Reservation. Going to paint suicides. Have you ever been down there?
You see all the people that grab it, cut up their hearts and put it in the box. You call me if you need any more times.
That boy Ferrari, he took a snake with his mouth.
Forgive me, ma'am, but very few unaccompanied ladies travel beyond Omaha.
Then they are missing some rare beauty.
You're not a soldier's wife.
No?
Soldiers' wives don't see the beauty of the prairie, only its hazards.
Well, they gonna make me guess?
You seem very good at it.
You're a missionary.
No, unfortunately, I don't have the certainty.
Well, the only stop left is Standing Rock Reservation if you're not a soldier's wife. And you're not a missionary. What other business could you possibly have?
I'm a painter.
A painter?
Yes. A full-time painter.
I guess you came out here from New York City.
Why?
Because New York is the headquarters of the National Indian Defense Association. From time to time, they send their political agitators out west to start things up on the reservations. I guess that's closer to the truth.
I just told you I'm a painter.
Painters can be agitators too, both north.
So now I'm a spy?
I guess you're traveling to Standing Rock to promote opposition to the Allotment Act Treaty.
So, if I knew what the allotment treaty was, which I don't, probably would oppose it.
Well, you sure as hell couldn't make that.
I met you 2 minutes ago, and already you've accused me of being a spy and a liar.
I work for the War Department, darling. I don't mean to be presumptuous, but you do have that certain look.
What look is that?
Look at someone filled with
And that's bad.
west of Missouri can be legal. Would you mind if I gave you some practical advice?
Don't really care if practical advice from someone who's such a poor judge of character. No, I'll eat in my compartment.
Ma'am.
Yes, sir. I'll give you a hand with that.
Oh, thank you.
Sound good, Charlie? Colonel? This lady here, she came all the way from New York to paint Indians. Is that a fact? I'm sorry, Colonel. My blood boiled.
If you have any sense at all, you get back on that train. Return east with it today.
Hello. Do you know somewhere maybe I could hire a wagon? This is really very kind of you. So is the weather often as bad, or is this unusual? Please be careful. There are bottles of turpentine in there. What? Oh no!
Good afternoon. Hey, Jim McLaughlin, Colonel Ross. Fourth Corps, Special Landlord, General Crook.
Where's the rest of it?
Yeah, General Crook's ordered 50% cuts, rations of flour, bacon, and sugar. Take effect immediately. When a new treaty needs to be ratified, it's our experience that hunger concentrates the Indian mind.
This is my wife, Susan. Susan, you find that hunger concentrates your mind?
Que hielo.
We don't encourage the use of the old language under resignation.
Hot as hell out there.
It's in Washington, about to start another war.
No, sir. Mr. McLaughlin, did you permit that crazy woman to come on the reservation?
Agent McLaughlin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Sorry, I look a mess. It's kind of dusty out here.
Well, we're in the middle of a 3-month drought. Sorry if it inconvenienced you.
You got my letter?
Didn't wait for a reply?
Why would you refuse?
Mrs. Weldon, I order you to be on the train when it returns east tomorrow morning.
You ordered me?
Find her a cabin for the night. Escort her back to the train in the morning.
Can I help you with your luggage?
Luggage was stolen.
Mrs. Weldon, help me to sketch a thief before he got away.
If I gave you money, would you get word to Sitting Bull I'm here?
I'll be back tomorrow morning at dawn. You'll be here, right?
Success ka sa chika!
May sarili silang lingwahe. Ay, kukalas ka pa. Walang effect yung pagkachismosa ko, hindi ko naiintindihan eh.
Success ka sa good vibes!
Eh, may abeg, mami. Ano, mami, yun ah.
Eh, patay mo rin ko din sila. Sorry, nasira. Kung hindi ka niya pagsira ganito.
Paano sila ulit magiging excited sa isa't isa?
Don't have the mindset of giving up.
Talagang makikita mong success ka sa saya kasama ang mga moms.
Noon, hindi talaga ako magaling sa school ko. Hindi na makapag-usap lalo.
Bakit ako na pinapatuklas ko mo?
Kasi mahina yung papa.
Tama ka rin naman. Magandang buhay.
Nung nilikha ka ng Panginoon Diyos, baga ka muna bago ka naging tao.
May texture siya na nagpapaganda ng quality ng boses.
Hindi mo kaya.
Such a future there.
Julie, sa ganda ka naman yung ganon! Parang inahamon ka mo. Nung ginawa ng bamboo, nang nakita niya isa pang bamboo, ginawayan niya. Baby ka na naman sa... It's showtime!
Sa gitna ng magulong mundo, kanino ka tatakbo? Kanino ka huhugot ng lakas?
Tuko!
Sino ang iyong tagapagligtas? Parehas tayong nabuhay. Hindi ka ba naniniwala sa Diyos?
Bro, magpakita ka sa akin. Hindi, ang dami kong tanong sa'yo.
Naririnig niyo ba ako? Dalahan siya sa takdang oras.
Hindi ka nag-isa.
Huwag kang mangamba. Mondays to Saturdays, 3:15 p.m.
Girls, may itch na odor down there. Baka di mo raw harsh soap. Dapat safe and gentle care. pH care.
May care na natural.
Refreshing, nourishing, lightening.
Let's care for every girl. pH care.
This is very refreshing. Let's say yes.
Pilipinas!
Got to prepare para sa biggest power comeback season ng Pilipinas Got Talent!
magpasalamat sa mga parents niyo?
Yung sumasali sa community, hindi lamang po ma-share ang aming talento, kundi para rin ma-inspire po yung ibang tao.
Parang gusto namin sumali. Buti nasabi mo yan. Yes. Totally amazing.
Talaga? Really, sak sa'yo.
Nakakatalin po kayo sa tuwa.
Parang may naikip. Dito po, wala nang napakita sa amin dahil nabubuga, di ba? Mahirap pa rin yun, FMG, ha? Live niya ginagawa yun. Ibig sabihin, rare yun. Kasi nawawala.
Personally na yung makita namin pang world class.
Ready? Epic ka na.
It's a big deal. Natalog mo kami sa yan.
Oh my, yes.
Congratulations. That's a yes for me.
Dino's Got Talent mula ngayong March 29 and 30, 7:15 p.m. sa Kapamilya Channel at Kapamilya Online Live.
Simula na ang paghahanap sa Idol Kids Philippines. Kung ang anak mo ay 6 to 13 years old, people with pleasing personality, ang idol pagdating sa pagkanta ng kahit na anong musical genre, kumuha na ng video sa isang maliwanag at tahimik na lugar, ipakilala ang sarili at kumanta ng acapella ng English at Tagalog song. Ipadala ang video sa pwede ring mag-audition ngayon, March 22 sa Robinsons, Novaliches. March 23 sa Robinsons, Malabon. March 29 sa Robinsons, Dasmariñas. March 30 sa Robinsons, Butuan. April 5 sa Robinsons, Gapan. April 6 sa Robinsons, Bacolod. April 12 sa Robinsons, Lipa. April 13 sa ABS-CBN Center Road from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. See you there! This is the search for the first Idol Kids Philippines.
Bihira na lang ako makamit ng tao na maganda yung trato sa akin. Eto, na emoji. Ganyan na emoji.
Kaya heart. Emoji. Did you know? Kaya ganun ka-competitive sa kanya.
Ano ang gamot sa lalim ng sugat ng isang viral scandal?
What's the deal with this chick anyway?
Nangyari kay Rika? Sick. Who's sick?
Hindi mo naiintindihan yung pinagdadaanan ko.
And I'm sorry kung hindi ko natupad yung sinabi ko na maging professional yung relationship natin.
Sorry. Tawarin mo ako.
Kung may gusto ka, sabihin mo.
Alam kong ayaw mo sa akin.
What? Ba't tayo nakasabihin ng lahat? Magbabago na yun ngayon. Wala nang personal messages at emojis. Wala nang misunderstandings. Trabaho na lang.
Viral scandal. 3:15 p.m. Araw-araw? Dahil awa is the best medicine. Tawag araw-araw sa very good. Araw-araw.
Nagreklamo ba ako?
Good. Yes, Marquetes. 5 p.m.
Who is it?
Me.
Go away. I'm writing to my congressman.
We got shit locked this door. Left thieves around. I'll be up country in the morning, so I came to say goodbye. Maybe arrange to meet for dinner next time I'm in New York.
Why would I want to have dinner with you?
I don't know, we might get along. I think a little myself. Last year, here's admirer George Kelly.
You know his work?
You bet. I can't look at these way most people do, though. A scout dance. Signed up for a scout dance in the Black Hills back in '75. But when I saw they were little blonde scouts, warriors just stumbled across some sweet sugar men children walking to school.
Little girls have blue ribbons tied up in their hair.
Mr. Groves, I've no doubt terrible things have happened here in the past.
But then, you ever wish you were young again, Mr. Groves? I mean, really young. 18, no mistakes, still strong, still free. But on this reservation, there's a whole nation still young again. But their youth is in the past. Their youth lives in a log cabin 20 miles west of here down the dirt road. Their youth is called Sitting Bull.
This is my other reason to drop by. I'm afraid there's a little blood.
Blood?
That old Indian stopped your trunk, drank the turpentine. That's when the police went to get your stuff. If he was drunk, pulled a gun, so they shot him. Maybe you want to put that in your letter to your confidant.
Miss Wilde, time to go.
I'm not leaving.
Did Sitting Bull even get the letter I sent him?
Nope. Ancient burned it.
He burned it. Well, naturally. He's God Almighty here, right?
I read it, though, before he burned it. Is it true you painted senators?
Before I married, I used to paint commissions for the Smithsonian. I wanted Sitting Bull to know that I've painted important people before. This isn't the way I came from the station. Where are we?
Hospitals are really not okay.
Is the field digging potatoes?
Who is?
My uncle. City Bull.
There he is.
Lexi, Leguiawa, Ochichia ke compero.
My name's Catherine Weldon. I'm deeply honored to meet you.
Valulia pi Ochitawapi. Tanke ko eiro. Kashli api ageta, omnichi opa king sluicho e kope. Kawopi kinsuya. Akodoko kinsuya o okuna kikuleya ya. Eas Lexi. Oheha, a victim.
What happened? Don't I get an explanation?
I had this good idea you might be able to help us.
Help with what?
I got friends from Indian school. Kiowas, Comanches. And last summer, New Treaty took half their land. And this winter it's our turn. But no one gives it. The young ones just get drunk, and the old ones, they dance a ghost dance. My uncle, he said his day is done. He'd rather dig potatoes.
What good do you think I could do?
I thought you could get a message to your senators. Maybe they would listen if it came from Sitting Bull. Let's go.
I want to speak to him.
So speak to him. He speaks English well enough when he wants to.
many miles from the east, across many rivers and hills, for the honor of speaking with you.
You got a train from New York, right? Did you get a Pullman?
Yes,
Nice. They gave me free cigars, too.
I have a proposition.
So who've you painted before?
Congressman Tom Ogletree from Texas and Senator Eamon Brooks from Idaho.
For how much?
How much for what?
For painting someone's picture.
Oh, I usually charge $40, but in this case,
I mean, how much would you pay me?
I'd be happy to pay you $50. $100. $500.
$1,000.
That's a lot of money. I don't have that kind of cash with me.
There's a First National Bank in town.
$1,000 it is. We have a deal? What?
It's raining.
Sikat ka pa rin, super okay. Pero what if hindi nalista? Yung sobrang latila mo na, be? Single! Tapusin na natin ang hashtag Sana All Hira Mo. Una and be a proud single. Now ready to mingle. Mag-audition na kung ikaw ay 18 years old or above at single. Isama ang iyong bestie at pupunta sa ABS-CBN Audience Edwards tuwing Miyerkules at Sabado, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Ito single, ikwento mo na yan sa It's Showtime! Very exciting at core emosyon at tensyon hinahon.
Salamat po. Yay! Yay!
Lagi ba nila ginagawa yan sa'yo?
Teacher, ba't nila ako tinatakot? Nanay ko ba? Ba't ako mahal?
Hindi mo siya anak! Hindi siya sa'yo! Pikit na pikit ka. Joy,
Ano pong ginawa niyo sa akin kanina? Dasal. Si Bro, narinig niyo po yung dasal niyo kaya ako binigyan. Parehas tayong may buhay. Hindi ka ba naniniwala sa Diyos?
Hira na lang ako makamit ng tao na maganda yung trato sa akin. Eto, na emoji. Ganyan na emoji.
Emoji. Nagbabaka na kayo sa
Hindi
akin.
Hindi ka, Bro. I love fever. Nagreklamo ba ako?
Tawa araw-araw sa
Sunshine.
una mong minahal. Nasa puso mo magpakailanman. At dahil dyan, nagbabalik ang Certified OG.
Mas matinding pang-aasar ang gagawin ko sa'yo.
Very palaba, very kaabang-abang ang aking kapamilya Gold.
Let's go, boy! Glowing! Hindi maputla. First sulfate yan. First sulfate? United Home First Sulfate Iron. Para healthy ang dugo. Healthy din ang glow ko. United Home First Sulfate Iron.
Yan. Movies to watch this amazing Saturday sa TV Family Weekend. Kapamilya Action Sabado Mega Blockbusters. At sa Super Kapamilya Blockbusters sa aking Kapamilya Channel.
Tanong, paano ang bukana? Tama ang sagot. Correct! Sa tingin ko tama naman. Paano naman? Ang mali. Ano ang pinakamalaking uri na pusa? Garfield. Ilan ang kapatid ng bugtong na anak? Sa bugtong na anak? Tama ba o hindi? Lahat happy dahil sa pinakamakulay na game show, masayang matuto at masayang tumawa. Guess mo naman ay si Sandara Park. Anong tanong?
7:15 p.m. Minsan po hindi natin maiiwasan na pumunta sa matataong lugar. Halimbawa po nito ay pamilihan, palengke at piyesta.
Kaya narito po ang ilang tips para ligtas po tayo sa crowded places.
Iwasan po natin ang pagtutulakan at alamin po natin ang pinakamalapit na exit para handa po tayo in case of emergency.
Para rin po sa kaligtasan nating lahat, huwag po nating kalimutan na magtakip ng bibig kapag tayo po ay nauubo.
Mas ligtas po ang mga bata kung hindi natin sila isasama sa mga matataong lugar kasi maaari po silang mawala sa crowd.
Ito po ay mga paalala mula sa ating ABS-CBN.
In the service of the Filipino.
Ang matinding init ng panahon ay maaaring magdulot ng heat stroke. Ilan sa senyales ng heat stroke ay pagkahilo, pagsusuka, pagkawala ng malay. Narito ang ilang paraan upang ito ay maagapan. Agad na tumawag ng medical assistance. Ihiga ang pasyente sa malamig na lugar. Punasan ang katawan ng pasyente gamit ang basang bimpo o panyo. Lagyan ng ice pack ang leeg, pulso, kilikili at likod ng pasyente. Kung gising ang pasyente, painumin siya ng tubig. Paalala mula sa ating ABS-CBN, in the service of the Filipino.
Welcome to Season 7!
This is fair stretching. Let's say yes.
Pilipinas! Got to prepare para sa biggest power comeback season ng
Filipinas Got Talent!
Huwag niyo kalimutan na nagpapasalamat sa mga parents niyo.
Ang sumasali sa PBB, hindi lamang po ma-share ang aming talento, kundi para rin ma-inspire po yung ibang tao.
Parang gusto namin sumali. Buti na sabi ko eh. Yes,
Totally amazing.
Really, sak sa'yo mo. Bakit po ngayon sa tuwa?
Parang may naikip.
Ito po, wala kang papakita sa akin dahil nabunbuga, di ba?
Mahirap pa rin yun, FMG ha.
Live niya ginagawa yun. Ibig sabihin, rare yun kasi nawawala.
Lalo na ipapakita namin pang world class.
It's a big deal. Pinatalo niyo kami sa saya.
Oh my, yes. Congratulations. That's a yes for me.
Filipinas Got Talent! Mula ngayong March 29 and 30, 7:15 p.m. sa Kapamilya Channel at Kapamilya Online Live.
Is it rain?
When the code first meet, we don't speak for a while.
Oh,
Word get away, getting to know each other.
sorry.
You could throw some wood on the fire, though. Dakota like a woman who works hard.
Ma, umakat ulit. Hindi ako siya.
That's not firewood, that's furniture.
Maybe I could make some coffee.
Well, to make coffee, you need coffee. Children want to see the woman who brought the rain. Clear this cabin.
What were you telling me about them?
Did I put you on the train? Clock off again?
They trust you?
He thinks I spy on my uncle for the agency, but it's the other way around.
Panachi, Ochipikia, Oyapaso, Niate Wakiaka, Nihuana Nihakata Epina, Nichimshiko, Owicha Wakiakelo, Natushuka Wiko and the Amaka Shuko, Uwachi, Wakiakelo, Tataka Kiwichi Kupchakta, Echa, Diabolo. Oh, Machia. Sicha. Shocking. This used to be his cabin until I told him to leave.
You always walk this fast.
Why?
I'm trying to get ahead of you before someone sees us. You don't walk ahead, the chief.
Should I walk behind?
Side by side is fine.
Are you all right?
Walking so fast is loosening my bullets.
What bullets?
4 bullets still in my body. They move around. What does your husband think about you coming here?
I'm a widow.
Sorry.
I'm not.
Ms. Weldon, may I speak with you in private?
What do you want?
They're gonna rescue you.
Rescue me.
Hey, you got yourself kidnapped. This gentleman is gonna escort you to Cannonball, catch the next train heading east.
It's very kind of you, Mr. Groves. Go to hell.
Miss Weldon, Dakota Territory is hell.
Since I've been here, I've seen deplorable conditions, and I hear the treaty you're here to serve will only make things worse.
Look here. It's time to get on that train and report back to your seditionist friends in Greenwich Village.
Well, if I take the train, I can be in Washington, D.C. by Thursday. The editor of the Post is an investor in my father's shipping business. From his office, I would go direct to the Senate, then to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and finally accept a long-standing dinner invitation with former Vice President Buckley.
You know, it'd be kind of unfortunate.